Good. You're good.
Okay, welcome to Boxboro's Fiscal 27 Capital Saturday Workshop. We've got 3 different boards and commissions here, or committees here. We have the FinCom, the Select Board, and the Capital Committee. So I'm going to start by calling the Select Board to order. It is 8:35 on Saturday, February 7th, 2026, and I call the meeting to order. Tony, do you want to take FinCom?
So noting the time, 8:34 a.m., date February 7th. I called the Boxborough Finance Committee meeting to order. We have John Grieven, we have John Connor, Michelle,
What's my name again here? Oh, he's being so nice. He's introducing you guys.
Tony Newton.
Yeah, that chick over there.
Wow. And noting the time and presence of a quorum, I call the Capital Committee to order. We have President John Connor, Bob Stemple, Priya Sundaram, myself as chair. Gary Kushner is not here yet, but we have a quorum.
All right, I didn't introduce the Select Board. I'm Kristen Hilberg. Bob Stemple is over there. Sam Anderson, Wes Folks, and Priya Sundaram. Okay, who's running this party?
That would be you.
That would be me? Okay. All right. Well, let's start with the overview. We're only 5 minutes late. We're going to try to stick to schedule today.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so everyone has received the spreadsheet that John prepared for us with all the capital items.
Thank you.
And just some place to start from as far as where the funding sources are. And that, of course, is part of the discussion later on today, is how we're going to fund the capital items that get recommended today to go to a town meeting.
And just a note, Mike, Ray just sent a minute ago an updated version of this because there was an error in that spreadsheet. So check, if you're looking at an old version, update it to a new one, the version just said.
Yeah, it's dated 2/7 instead of 2/6.
Yeah.
Revised.
Oh, Gary, your name is right. We picked that spot for you.
And capital
Are you going to be able to
committees-
see the screen okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Gary.
Capital Committee's all present. Gary Kushner just arrived. Okay.
So, but Tony, what changed? Was it individualized or was it
So on the
just a
ATM
summary?
article spreadsheet, that number there was wrong, that number in the far right was wrong because it wasn't picking up all of the right-hand column numbers. There's a formula error. So it was down, it was like 2.3 million, something like that in the
Yeah. So now it's
2.7. That's the correct number now.
Okay.
So, all right, so what we're looking at is correct.
So that carries through to the budget model.
I don't have one. I printed mine yesterday. All right.
So on the budget model, that number carries through. So if you take the wrong number, that upsets the levy buffer basically. So you have to put the correct number in.
All right, give me a second to catch up because I printed yesterday.
It's the bottom right number.
That's the only one? Okay, no, I was just validating the other numbers.
Yeah, but
Okay.
also the budget model will be wrong
Okay.
as well if you're using that version.
Yeah,
So,
I'll correct it when we get there then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just as far as overview, we're going to get presentations today from the fire department, DPW, police department, land use and permitting, recreation, and the DPW is out plowing. I know that Ed is scheduled to present at 9:45, but we're going to take him whenever he arrives, whether it's earlier or later, and we'll adjust around that. I know that Alec is here from land use, so if we're ready to start before the scheduled time for fire department, if they're not here, maybe we'd either take recreation or land use early. And then later in the afternoon, as I mentioned, we'll talk about funding sources for the different capital items on here. And there's one item to talk about, which is in addition to the stabilization funds, and then a wrap up. There are 2 things that are not in this spreadsheet, and I just want to mention because they haven't happened yet, but 2 things that I want everybody to be aware of. The select board has talked about temporary housing at the fire station if the articles don't pass at the March town
To
meeting.
be honest, Mike, it's even if they do pass.
Okay,
Because the station is in such condition, that needs to come forward no matter what.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we do have we had an initial estimate from a company down in Florida that does these, and it was, it was not a final number. Chief and I just did get a final rough, soft estimate of between 1.1 and 1.5 million to build a temporary housing unit at 502 Mass Ave. What they had given us initially wasn't specific to 502 Mass Ave. To fit it on that site, they actually have to go two-story, and that's why it's much more expensive than originally anticipated. And the second item, which hasn't happened yet, is we are at the beginning of discussions with a possible new union in town from AVSME, Council 93. The Select Board will be discussing it in executive session on Monday to see if the town is going to recognize this union. So there may possibly be a contract to be funded at annual town meeting if the union is formed, and if that happens, also if a contract is ready to go to annual town meeting. So
That would be
kind of-
aggressive to make annual
It
town
would
meeting.
be.
It might be something we'll have to address
It
in
might
the
be,
fall.
yeah, it might be a fall thing, but I just want to make people aware that that is out there. And it's not, neither of those are in there because they're not hard things that we can, put into the budget, but people just need to be aware.
But there would be an adjustment to the budget, right, because it's non-union, assuming it's non-unionized people now, and there's a 3% built in for those people. So for whatever number end up in the union,
Yeah.
that gets adjusted in the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have to
Right.
see what.
It would end up being the same, but you wouldn't have an article for the first year, plus have it in the budget.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out the
Yeah,
mechanics
and-
once we know what
and
we're doing.
just- Yeah, and
But we
don't
wouldn't know the
even.
number.
No,
No.
not until, we might have to adjust at special. I don't know what we're
Right,
gonna have to
right,
do.
right, that's
Yeah.
what
Point being, it wouldn't be, if it's a $30,000 article for the
Right.
first year, 25 might be coming out of the budget, because
Right.
people in the budget are gonna now be part of the union, so they're not built into the
Right.
budget.
And that's why we don't have a number for capital today, and we won't know what'll happen to the operating budget yet. But I just want to make people aware that's out there, and we'll keep people updated as to how that progresses and what the timeline looks like. Right now, we don't know.
Awesome.
Other than Rajon and I and town council have met with the AFSME reps this past week.
Great. Now, Tony, could you walk us through the levy limit model? Just get everybody up to date on that, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
So if you look at column F at the top, this is how we work out the levy limit. It's last year's levy limit. You add 2.5%. You add what we estimate for new growth. So purple is estimations, basically. And that's the number we're putting in right now. So that gives us the new levy limit of 29 million. Then you add in excluded debt. So we will be increasing excluded debt this year with the new land purchase for the fire station and the design fees. So the maximum allowable levy is 29,821,506. So that's line 10 now. So that's the levy limit. That's the maximum allowable levy. But if you go to the budget model, which is the next tab over, so that number carries through to the bottom of that budget model, which is the 29,821,506. On the budget model, we've inputted our numbers. You can go back up to the top again now to this model here. Go further up. Actually, it's further up. So we start with what's in ClearGov as our operating budget, which is the 30,966,000. Then we have other expenditures. Something down there. So we have this. Then we add into that our ATM articles. Going further down, expenditure. We have no overlay reserve fund this year, so we've got total expenditure on the budget And then we have our income, which is our revenues. We're estimating 2.6 million. That is the number which Mike and the FinCom do not necessarily agree on right now. That estimation.
Have we factored in Governor Healy's budget yet, or no? Or it hasn't trickled down to us?
We have, just at the governor's level.
Okay.
And it was 391,000 is what's in, and then we'll watch.
Let's not spend it all in one place, kids.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
So it was small increase, and we'll watch as that goes through the House and Senate.
That's
and
like
then-
allowance.
It's lower than we expected, right?
It is.
Yeah.
So then you've got income from reserves, free cash, bonding, CPC funds, which are all of the ATM articles. So basically, in this model, we're making the assumption that nothing comes from raise and appropriate for ATM articles. So the number ATM articles, where it says line 18, which is ATM articles, bond, free cash, other, that number there equals the number for lines 23, 24, 25. So whatever we change in the ATM articles today, as long as it's funded from bonding, free cash, or CPC, it won't change this budget model actually. Anything will change this budget model would be if we put anything in the R&A column, which will affect the levy.
So I'm assuming as we tick through ATM, the spreadsheet, all the pages are talking to each other, so this will be updated
They
by the
are,
end?
yeah, but as I say, that
We don't know
if we add something in bonding or something in free cash on that ATM articles spreadsheet, that should not change the levy
Okay.
calculation.
Okay, all right,
Bonding
sounds
may.
good.
The bonding
Well,
will-
no, bonding
well, the
will.
bonding-
That was my thing,
the
is
bonding
bonding's
will,
going to.
To the extent that it will change
Excluded debt.
excluded debt calculation, and it will change debt servicing.
Right, the debt
calculation.
servicing.
Okay.
But that, so that would be, so we'll have that in there somewhere, I think.
Right, but it would probably be a band, so it would be interest only, so it would be a lower payment.
Yeah,
Bills
so, and
coming here.
we still need to get a handle on all of the potential debts and the costs of those. So we're waiting, I think, on a CIP sheet from Hilltop to tell us the detail of that,
Sure.
which we've asked for. So,
yesterday?
but in a way, we can't get that till we know what our bond is going to be. So it's like a bit of a circular argument at the moment. When we know what we want to bond, we can go to them and say, okay, then we want $2 million for these various items, and this is the timing of it, and we then figure out then what the cost will be in terms of ban debt servicing for
Okay.
those.
What's our
So-
bond rating right now?
Triple A.
We're still AAA, fabulous.
Yeah.
And then the other thing to know, when I was looking at your levy limit model, it looks like the average tax bill will go up by a little under $300 this year based on the model. That's
Yeah,
for
and
the
then
average tax bill.
These are estimates, right? So we're
Right.
estimating what the town value is going to be,
Right.
which affects that. And we're obviously estimating the budget model. So when it comes to the time the assessor actually puts together the actual calculation, that's always a little bit different for
Of
various
course.
reasons.
But
Yeah.
it's not a scary year. It's not $1,000 a year
It's
for
not,
the average
it's not
person.
scary, yeah, no.
Okay.
No.
Well, tax bills just came out. I've gotten lots of feedback about people's taxes going up.
Well,
so-
Kristen, don't forget, this year, they had the assessed values going up
Yeah.
and the taxes. So-
No, I understand. I'm just saying that from a taxpayer's perspective, they're coming off of a couple of years of significant increases.
Yep.
So it's kind of nice to say, yeah, it's going up this year, but a little more manageable, I hope.
No, you're right, as long as their own individual assessed value doesn't go crazy.
Well, I think we've had, they've been going up in a
It won't,
fairly
yeah.
consistent fashion over a period of time. It's not
Yeah.
nothing out of the ordinary, I don't think. I think it's just been a steady, we've held the line a bit, I think, in terms
Yeah.
of the numbers.
Yeah.
This year's going to be the same as that, and that should be our philosophy going forward, is to try to sort of keep it steady,
Right,
and
Manageable,
not
yeah.
have a big spike in the numbers.
perfect. Okay. All right, anything else? I don't know that we need to go over the model overview. I think that's just duplicative, right? Or is there actually CPC, is there a reason to go through the last tab, or we're good?
Well, no, because the ATM articles list here is basically what I took from Mike.
Right, no, I meant the last tab, the model.
Oh, no,
the
no,
model references, that's not
just a
necessary.
reference point for last year, just
Okay.
so we can do a comparison if we want to about where we were last year.
Okay,
And the only other thing to note, I think, on the ATM articles is what Mike originally sent envisaged everything coming out of free cash.
right,
I went through and edited that and put some in bonding. And that's obviously up for debate here, to where we want to take this, resource from.
Sure.
So, Tony, the only question I have on this page or another page where it shows the tax rate from year to year, last year was 15.4, 15.14, this year, as we know, it's 15.39. In the model that I have for the fiscal year 27, it shows 15.27, is that correct?
Well, because remember, Bob, as your values go up, the tax rate goes down. Like,
I just
it's a
wanna ask-
dance. Yeah.
No, because the tax rate's going down to 15.27
Yeah.
from 15.39, yet, Kristen, as you just asked, and Tony mentioned, that the tax bill's gonna go up about $300.
Right,
Right.
because your
Yeah.
value's going up.
Yeah.
Right, because we still have to, it's just
No,
math.
I just wanna make
Yeah.
sure the people understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
Oh,
think
no, I'm
it's
not
a-
explaining to you, I'm kind of more explaining to any, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
But you
it's
can
always
see
gonna be-
values are up 50 million, which I think makes sense, which, and again, we're just,
Yeah,
It's always going to be in that bracket, isn't it? That $15 sort of bracket, I
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
whatever happens. And what changes is the town valuation goes up. So the actual tax bill goes up, everybody, but it's based on valuations
Sure.
rather than the amount per thousand.
and that's what I wanna make sure,
Yeah.
it's not a simple thing, as, okay, my tax rate went down, therefore my taxes should go down.
Right.
It's not as simple as
no,
that.
Correct.
no. And I will tell you, the real estate market is looking to be really strong again this year due to the supply and demand, basically. So I am anticipating at least another year of values going up.
Oh, really? Because I thought you said the last time they were gonna start going down.
It's gonna happen someday, but it's a supply and demand issue for us because there's so little supply. So we'll see what the demand looks like, but so far it's strong.
It's still going up.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready to dive into the fire department? Any questions for the FinCom? Any questions about process today? Seeing none. Chief Kivlin, you're up. We do have a nameplate for him. Carly, do you mind grabbing it only because you're closest? It's behind the bagel stuff, I think.
And make sure my name tag's more visible.
Well, we want people to know your name.
No?
Hey, how's it, before you get started,
Thank
give
you.
us a little update. How's rave going? Are people signing up?
Yes.
It's hard. I'm just gonna say I did it last night after a glass of wine, and I wish I hadn't. That's all I
A
have to
glass
say.
of wine or starting up?
No, the wine was good, but signing up, there were a lot of questions.
There's
It
a lot of, there are a lot of
It's
user
great.
fields in
I love
there.
it. It asks all the
asked
questions.
how much my cat weighed. Maybe I went too deep.
Okay.
Maybe I went too deep.
We do recommend people sign up before drinking.
Right. And
Yep,
Cat
coming.
doesn't weigh 150
last four of
pounds.
your social security and your mother's maiden name. Yeah, you make sure you put that, yeah.
Thanks. But are you seeing, like, do you have an idea of percentage or
I
5,
don't
10,
yet.
100?
I
Not
haven't had a chance to look at it at the end of the week. I know
No
that we
worries.
were somewhere, it's not quite where I was hoping it would be. After the first 24 hours, we had
A burst?
a burst, right? So it's just going to be a matter of updating the posts online. And then what I was hoping for was that as we're going forward with some of our, in the next few months with some of our committee meetings, if we could make sure that it makes the agenda.
Yeah.
So that it'll be part of the, every committee that meets, it will be part of their announcements when they start, so.
All right, Bob, your chair on Monday. Can you
Try
make
to
sure
do
that's on the
that.
agenda?
And then maybe working with Judy to make sure that somehow we can figure out a way to put the link up on the bottom of some of our meetings as they're being televised
And we've got it
and recorded.
on the website, right? Or do we not yet?
It's in the website.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yep.
Now, will you do any kind of at a certain point, any kind of like a test call so people can say, oh, good, it works? Not yet?
Not yet. Well, it's
Too
in the
early.
discussions. We're here to figure out, I want to figure out, I don't want to have a Hawaii incident where we have warnings of, people
No,
think
yeah,
that.
Typhoons?
Yeah, things are going to be going off around them. So we're going to figure out the best way that we can test it. But
Okay.
eventually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to try to run a test.
It's not on the first page of the website. So
Oh,
it needs
okay.
to be one of these big giant things.
I would agree. It should probably take the place
Because I
of
don't
something
see it as I'm
else.
looking through this. Maybe I need to scroll.
Is
but you
Winterfest down?
shouldn't have to scroll.
Because
Right, so
Winterfest
it
had a
is-
nice
So it
big
is
block.
actually, if you scroll on
It
the
was-
notices, it's on the second page, but maybe it needs to be brought up a little bit and put as
Okay.
a separate button that doesn't scroll.
Does that
So people-
randomize, or can you actually make it first?
I can make it first, but it goes by what?
But it goes by.
Yeah.
So if you happen to go on, and it's
I
not on
see.
that page. And do you have an option for people like seniors who want a phone call to their house, because yes, they still have landlines, for those of you who are going to say who has a landline, to sign up that's not computer related, it's like, some seniors just
I know.
cannot
That's-
deal with it.
that's
We
kinda-
have a large
That was
senior
the hardest
population.
part with every program that we looked at. It was so, they've all gone computer-based, and now it's about signing
Well-
up via the computer.
So would there
What
be
we
we
can
work
do
with
for
the COA?
seniors is they could come into town hall
Yeah.
or the fire station, and we could walk them through signing up.
Or maybe for a council on aging lunch, maybe
Or
bring
even
a
a-
laptop over there and you guys could help sign, something.
Yeah, we can help,
because-
we can help
Yeah.
with that,
Yeah.
yeah.
You might want to consider some home visits too. I mean, I can think of one client who is at home with a caregiver who absolutely needs this. So we might need to work with Kim about who can't come to you,
Right.
and maybe you go to them.
One of the things we're talking about as well, signing up wise, is trying to make it a little bit more further reaching than Boxborough. So if our seniors have
Good
children,
idea.
loved ones that have moved out of town, so that maybe they sign up and they're getting the alerts on behalf of their family, or
That's
they're-
a great
again, they're
idea.
helping their
That's
senior
great.
relatives sign up, but then they're also getting the alerts as well, so they know what's going on back here if they have to, maybe head this way to help them out.
Okay, so we could work with Kim D on that. Sorry to kind of pull a
No,
selectman here,
No, I
but
think it's great.
just
No,
a good time.
any chance we have to talk about this and get it out there and advertise it, I think is great.
Well, we're also 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so I thought I
Yep.
had buffer.
Even, and Judy's yelling from the side over there that she signed up as well, so.
Go, Judy. All right.
No?
And that was a very, very timely question, because Chief had already planned to begin and end his presentation with talking about raves. So this
Oh,
is
no
great.
way. All right, we're all on the same page then. Okay, fabulous. All right. We're still 5 minutes early, everybody.
So let's talk about, no, kidding. We've already talked enough about raves,
So we just
so
lost the 5.
I think we're in good shape.
I just signed up since you mentioned it, so it wasn't that hard.
Well, I must have made it hard then. Okay.
It was a big glass
Did it
of
ask
wine.
how much your cat weighs?
It was, no, 17 pounds though.
Okay.
But it was on the front page, you kind of did.
You didn't click all the buttons.
Hi, sorry.
Hi, Amy. Grab a microphone or come closer.
How about this?
Perfect.
Okay. Just to piggyback on the concept of the rave with the seniors and such, the Council on Aging does have a program called Are You OK?, where folks can sign up, and then we have volunteers that call. It runs Monday through Friday during town hall hours, and we have a volunteer per day, and then we call this elderly resident and just check on with them to say, hey, are you okay today and stuff, to make sure that they're okay. And if we're not able to get through to them, there's a whole process that in the end we end up getting in touch with the police department to do a wellness check.
That's awesome.
So that was the old program that was run by the police department. Is that going to be confusing for people?
No, I think what we can do is, now it's run by the Council on Aging, but I think that between Amy and Kim, they could reach out to all the people that are signed up for the Are You OK program and get them signed up for raves, so they're getting both. I think that would help.
I think that would work
Right,
great
but
in
I just-
collaboration with each other, because if we're sending out an emergency and it affects the neighborhood that the seniors live in, it'd be great for the people who run that Are You OK? To receive the message that we have a problem, and then that would spearhead them reaching out and checking with those people that they know, like,
Right, because what I don't want to have happen, if someone who's on the old Are You OK?
Right.
Not get something because you sent something out on the rave.
Well, it's not old anymore. It's been revamped because my understanding is it phased out because we didn't have any more residents. And so we brought the program back recently within the last 6 months to a year.
Oh, okay.
So it's not the previous program with the police department.
Oh,
We
okay.
kind of brought it back.
Yeah. Well, I love any way we can be a community and be reaching out to people so they feel connected and maybe they look forward to that phone call. Awesome. All right, good. So we'll just marry it.
all right.
Excellent. Okay,
Thank you for bringing it up.
my pleasure. I was curious.
Might as well just get right to it here. Just a quick slide of where we were, what we're looking for now, so where we've been and where we're hopefully heading. So far, from last year, can't thank you guys enough for the support for the articles that we brought forward. As of right now, I know that the UTV is in the process, and the command vehicle is actually being outfitted as we speak. A little behind on the deliveries, but that just seems to be par for the course with everything that we order through public safety of late. It's just we cannot get things in a timely manner. There are significant delays in what we do. So going for the pump last year with the 3-year wait, we're right on schedule for that 3-year wait. So unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that.
So you're saying next year we're gonna actually get it? Looks like?
2 years.
2 years. Just 1 year, we're almost, I didn't order till, we're in the process still of working out a few things on the bid, so this is it's quite the process on trying to get this thing built and get this thing engineered and trying to, I'll be honest, I'm trying to nickel and dime them down. I think, I cannot wrap my head around the fact that these trucks have gone up in the price at the way they have. So every chance I have to try to find a way to get them to come down on the contract, I'm doing that still. We're really in a battle back and forth with a couple of these vendors.
So what's the timing of the money for that? That's the
Yeah, that's kind of,
So
Yeah.
we have talked, the timing is, it's gonna be right around time of delivery. They're not looking for any money up front.
Right, but what's that date?
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
Any
No, I
idea,
don't,
just
I don't have a date
a
as
year,
of right
2
now,
years?
so
Well, he just
I-
said
yeah,
2 more
I-
years, yeah.
I would say we're closer to 3.
3 years total.
Oh, God,
so we're
okay.
talking 28?
FY '29.
20,
So the fiscal year is 1 year ahead of what the
Yeah.
actual numbers
Yeah.
are.
Chief, can I ask a
So-
question? So normally when it comes off the line before it goes for upfitting, that's when we pay for it, correct? Is that not true? So do you
We-
think it's gonna be 3 years off the line before it goes to be upfitted?
that is what they're saying. They're
Okay.
saying to expect a 3-year off the line before it would come to be upfitted.
And just for anyone paying attention, the dates on the slides that we got yesterday are a year behind, and that's the correct, so,
I went in last night and fixed them.
Yeah, but
so
it
that
didn't
might-
come through.
So it might not be, so you may
right, so
not
if we're
have
looking at the ones
yeah.
we got yesterday,
Thank you for pointing that out.
you just gotta move everything up a year.
Yeah, thank you for
So
pointing that
that,
out.
okay. So this really 26.
Yes.
Yes,
His,
yeah.
his year's up there.
So looking at this year, you'll see coming down the FY '27 proposed. I know I'm presenting on behalf of the fire department. I'm also the emergency management director. The emergency management, the AED, and the life-saving equipment is actually a town-wide initiative that I'm trying to put forward to continue with on the Heart Safe community. And as we go through, we'll talk about all of those proposals. The personal protective equipment, we call it PPE, that seems to be a yearly. Our cisterns, inspections, and repairs. We're coming on end of life on both our SCBAs, our self-contained breathing apparatus, and our mobile and portable radios. And we also have issues with our technology that we're using in the apparatus. So we're going to be talking about that as well. And then, rather than try to add to the column, I moved the 28 to the next slide. I really, with everything that's up in the air as far as station goes, I'm not quite sure where we would stand on the plan where it stated parking lot and water heater, but they are there. Those gas meters, that's not the gas meters that are attached to our building, that's our portable gas meters, that if someone were to call in and say they have a smell of gas, whether it be natural gas or propane, or if someone's carbon monoxide detector is going off inside the home, those are the meters that we're talking about there. And then again, command vehicle, we just did that last year. I don't foresee us coming back for that next year. I think that we're gonna be in really good shape as far as command vehicles go next year. And then PPE and cisterns, and I put cisterns back on. I noticed that cisterns was dropped. I wanted to have some discussions and see where, at the end of our inspection cycle this year, and after the end of all of our testing, and seeing where things are at, I just didn't wanna not put it and then add it next year if we came into problems. We've had a few issues come up with a couple of cisterns that have required emergency repairs in the last, not in the last couple months, but prior to the ice and the snow forming. So I thought it would be a good idea just to keep that in there and include it, considering how much we rely on them.
Chief, before you go, that PPE,
Yes.
that's not for the whole crew, that's just for people who need it every year, or what is that, 25?
So, if you want, I can answer it now, or would you like me to dive into it when we get into the, into that?
You guys like-
Okay, all right. So, discussions about the AEDs.
All right, remind me what an AED is.
That is an automated external defibrillator.
Thank you.
If someone goes into cardiac arrest, aside from high-quality CPR, which is compressions, it's really important that we get the pads on the person, deliver an electrical shock, and hopefully, God willing, we revive these people. In '09, the town became a heart-safe community. There was a big investment made into it. I don't want to say that it's tailed off completely, but there has not been much of an investment, other than like when a new piece of apparatus comes in, we may get a new defibrillator, we may not. We may move the one from the truck that we're replacing over to that piece. So I was looking at my warrants, and I just happened to look over at Chief Shefchick's as well, and I noticed that he had defibs coming up as well. And then I thought about the defib that we potentially have here, and the defib that we could have at the library, any building that we think that we want to have defibs at. I know that people have requested to me that we consider doing what other towns around us have done with the outside cases and putting the defibs over at, say, the pickleball courts or any of our other athletic fields where we have large gatherings of people where the potential for this type of event could occur. So, speaking with Mike, speaking with Chief, we decided, hey, maybe it's about time that, you know, we put something in under emergency management. We try to do this town-wide effort of improving our life-saving equipment that we have across the community. So this right here, when I'm looking at the ones in the fire department alone, I'm looking at some of these that are just not even the technology that's being used anymore. Some of these that are greater than 10 years, without getting into like monophasic, which delivers electricity one way, versus biphasic, which comes from two different ways. We're still running with monophasic defibs, some of ours. So I think it's high time that we look to prioritize replacing these and make a move to try to better our situation in town. Not to mention some of the brands that we're looking at. This would help us become interoperable with our ALS providers. Our three main ALS providers are using the brand that we're looking to move to, which will help us in, you know, pad for pad replacement when we have these types of events. Just the interoperability of not having to rip pads off a person so that we can put those pads on. It's just a simple unplug from our machine and plug into their machine, seamless operation, we load the patient and we're off to the hospital. So this is what we are proposing, is that we would like to improve our life-saving equipment across all departments within the community.
How many AEDs are there in town?
I don't have a full count for all of them. I know that I know in my department we have roughly 10 to 12. We have 10 to 12. I know there's one here. I believe there is one at the library. So now we're up to, let's call it 14. There's one in the lobby at the police department. I don't have an actual count for what they have in the cruisers. I do know that Chief had said that he would need roughly 10.
Yeah, they've got them in the cruisers.
So how much are these? At 160, how many can you get? Curious. Ballpark.
I would be able to get 10, 20, 25, roughly right around 25.
25 units, but in the 160.
In the 160, yes.
Okay.
So the units vary. The units also vary.
How often are they used?
How many cardiac arrests have we had?
That's not what I asked, but how often are they used?
Well, they would only be used in cardiac arrest.
Right.
So I don't have the exact number for how many cardiac arrests that we've had this past year. I can get that number for you for the next time I
It's a brutal
sit with
question.
you. Right.
Are you asking about for the buildings, or are you asking for
Just
the
tell-
ambulance? I mean, we need
We've
to
got
have.
25 of them. Has one of them ever been used?
Oh,
Does
gosh,
it
I can
matter?
tell you that I've been to 3 alone
Seriously.
myself this year.
As someone
Yes,
who
I
lost
have.
a partner
Myself-
to a heart attack,
I
you
don't
wanna
go
have
on
one.
every call. I have been to 3 this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. The
When
one I
you're
was there by
having one,
myself.
you want to have one.
So you're talking about 25.
Well, because they're talking about in buildings and in vehicles, so to be in the.
Right.
Yeah,
We
so it would
we don't
be-
switch it from truck to truck or do those things. It's, if the ambulance is in another call and the engine goes by itself, or again, like if I have the engine and the ambulance committed and then a medical comes in and I have to go alone, which happened to me just a few months ago. I went alone and here I am with a gentleman who's in cardiac arrest. Right.
I like the idea of having one at Liberty and at Flera also. I mean,
And Steel.
And Steel, yeah. I mean, we have large populations of people using those. Marie, you might, or Priya, you might know off the top of your head, you know, the percentage of people over the age of 65 in our town is large.
Over 30%.
Yeah, and the people coming in for pickleball, we have special needs groups that are using our playing fields for, you know, I just think,
And the people who walk on Steel Farm?
Yeah.
It's not younger people, it's older people, a lot of retired people during the day, so.
yeah.
That would be great if there were outdoor ones as well. And, you know, it's cheap money. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm in that 30% now.
Yeah, well, me too.
I'm really
Me too.
okay with having this around
Yeah,
town.
I'm like, can I get the check-in call? Can I get the?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I just think that, like I said, when it's happening to you, all of a sudden there's extreme value to these, so 100% behind it.
Chief, is there one at Blanchard?
There is.
So this is, yes, and that's what I'm going to have conversations with the district and with Acton Fire, because one, it's the district's now. I believe that defib was possibly put there when the town owned it.
Yes.
So I got to figure out how they want to handle this.
So hopefully they're thinking about upgrading their.
I would hope so.
Maybe they have already, do we know that they haven't?
From looking at, when I walk by and I look at it, it seems like it's been there for a little bit. Not that it hasn't been maintained, it just seems like it's,
Since 2013 when we put it in.
right.
Chief, the units that you're buying, well, Rebecca, the question I have is, the units that are out there now,
Yes,
I know the battery has an expiration date, and I know the pads have an expiration date.
Right.
So there's really three parts. There's the unit, the battery, and the pads.
yes.
So two of those have an expiration. Does the unit itself have an expiration date?
It's technology driven, right? When we were getting the monophasic ones, we never would have imagined that they were going to come out and create the biphasic ones. So we put an 8-year life on it. That's a complete guesstimate, if you will.
Okay.
They don't actually have an expiration date per se, but as the technology advances and as changes are made, you know, it'd be wise of us to try to keep up with that.
So 8 years is a useful life, is what you're estimating.
We're estimating roughly 8 years,
Okay, thank you.
which again, it's an estimate.
Bob, you're just wondering, like, is the motherboard gonna die, or if it's outdoors, it's just getting beat up? Like,
Right, exactly, yeah, no, exactly, the unit itself, because like I said, I know the two things that, you know, to give the juice and get the juice, but the inside, you know, you push the button and nothing happens.
Yeah,
Is
your
it-
pads are great,
Yeah.
it doesn't turn on.
Exactly, that's my question, really.
Yeah, so that's the 8 years.
And there's been some great as far as expiration dates go on things. The pads, the expiration dates on the pads have been advanced. The models that we're looking at right now, the pads are interchangeable between adult and pediatric. So you no longer have those expiring adult pads and expiring pediatric pads. You can use the same pads on adult or pedi, and it's a matter of just a flick of a switch on the machine, so it'll, you know, regulate how much electricity that person's receiving.
That was going to be my question about like the pediatrics and the adults.
Yes.
Do all the ones that we have the switch? Because the older models did
No,
not
we
have
did,
that.
and it's just a change in the pads. So what it is it's programming. It will recognize, as you plug the pads in, it will recognize which pads have been plugged, and it will deliver the shock appropriately based on that.
Before you go on, this 160 is no longer in the list of articles, ATM articles, on the art thing that was sent out this morning.
Okay.
There's
Oh.
15,000 in there for the police. It was there last night.
That's weird.
Well, it wasn't there a day, whatever. We need to add it, because there's only
Oh, you're
15
right,
in
it's
there.
gone.
Yeah, there's only 15,000 in there, and it's under police, so we need to
Oh.
change that to fire and make it 160.
Bizarre.
And since it's a live
Huh.
thing, we can do that, and, right?
So this will be all done jointly, right? The police won't need a separate line for the
Right,
defib?
this will-
That is what
Gonna
we're
be in
attempting,
there,
yes.
right? Yeah.
What document are you talking about?
At 8:30 this morning, Rajon sent out a new spreadsheet. And within that spreadsheet, it's got the levy limit, the budget model, and the ATM articles.
Yes, the,
Yeah.
This is still the capital plan.
Yeah, well, there was an issue yesterday with some of the stuff on the capital plan that wasn't kind of switching over, so anyway, we need to change
Good
that.
catch, Luann.
So we're moving 15,000 to 160,000, basically.
And then move it to fire, yeah.
Oh, it wasn't in there yesterday.
'Cause it's
Chief
in
and I
police.
talked about it, so I knew it was gonna be on here.
Yeah.
Huh, bummer, okay. All right, so that just
It
means
is on
let's.
the capital plan, I know that for sure, so I just wanna make sure that this keeps getting updated as we go, so at the end of the day, we know where we are.
When talking to some of the vendors, and like I said, when I saw that Chief had it on his as well, we found that there were benefits into buying in bulk, if you will, buying all at once, as opposed to him going through his vendor, which is basically the same as us, but he has to go through certain sales sides because of law enforcement. I have to go through certain sales sides because of fire, and under emergency management, there's just one point of contact that can handle everything and actually provides also offering discounting based on the amount that we're purchasing, so.
Who's got the better opportunity for grant funding, fire or police, or it doesn't matter?
So.
Because I was
I'm
gonna say,
not-
let's
I'm-
go- yeah.
I really can't say, I'm not familiar with their grants. I can't say
Okay.
how theirs work. I can tell you that we are limited, I know that AEDs are on our grants for the state. However, based on our population, we're only eligible for up to $15,000 for grants from DFS in the
Okay.
state. So that won't really help us get to where we're trying to get to.
Does the American Heart Association or any of those, like, do we try to get outside of the box? Like, are they offering funding for things like this?
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
I can continue to look. I've
Yeah,
been looking a lot at EMS grants, trying to figure out, just trying to figure out improvements within our system, but
Sure.
I haven't come across one yet.
so maybe if you could talk to the police chief, because it might make sense that you divide the purchase up between police and fire if they've got opportunity that you don't have access to.
I will talk to him.
Okay, thanks.
But
Hey,
maybe there's
every
one
15
more
grand helps.
article Under emergency management.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
then however you fund it, because it's
Yeah.
emergency management and not fire.
Yeah, Ed, you start looking too. You get out there and you start looking. Actually, does the DPW have one? You guys are out there
That is,
working
I've
hard.
been meaning to follow up with Ed and ask him about that.
Defibrillator. A defibrillator. Oh, we should get you
Really?
one. Let's get them on the list.
Well,
Very good health up there.
That's because you're always working out.
Says the man who's gonna retire next year.
That's a newer building that we bought not so many years ago and redid. I would be shocked that if we didn't have one in there.
Pardon the pun.
When we, huh?
I said
Well,
shocked,
Ed's
pardon the
saying
pun,
no,
sorry, that was
so-
terrible.
All right, then we need to
move
get you one. Could you please add him to the list?
There's some things that I've been looking at, it's, when I say life-saving equipment as well, it's like, we have no stop-the-bleed equipment. We don't have a supply of our quick clot dressings, which would, stop mass hemorrhaging. We don't have a good supply of tourniquets. I mean, aside from the defib at DPW, if one of his people were working in the garage and they had an
Well, what
incident
if
where they
someone
had
has a
massive
chainsaw
laceration,
accident?
well, yeah, what if someone had a chainsaw? We don't have to go there, but, so I've been wanting to talk to Ed about things at the DPW that we can try to, provide and look to make his area safer as well. PPE, so the NFPA regulates that the PPE changes has to be replaced, out of service, end of life at 10 years. We also have contractually that our full-time union members receive new gear every 5 years. There's a major change going on with our PPE right now. With PFAS, they've made it the law that right now I can still buy gear that has PFAS in it, but eventually I'm going to have to go to the more expensive gear that has PFAS coming out of it. I understand the concerns around it. The issues I'm having is it's really untested and it's really unproven at this time, the PFAS-free gear. So we're going to be making an investment coming up. I think I have roughly 7 people that are coming up on new gear purchases that I have to start looking into within the next month or two. So we're just looking to keep this account, if you will.
Okay, so what I
funded
just
so that
heard
we
you
can-
say is that you're going to continue buying the PFAS gear because the PFAS-free gear is largely untested.
As of
And
right
you're
now-
concerned about safety.
As of right now, what I'm doing is, look, it's a known carcinogen. It's out
Right.
there. The people at the legislature have taken the steps to try to eliminate it from our gear to make, our job is already inherently dangerous enough. The incidence of cancer within our profession is astronomically high. What I'm doing right now is I'm giving my members the option while they have it. I'm saying, do you like the kind of stuff you're wearing, or would you be more comfortable going to the PFAS-free? I'm not going to be able to give them that option for much longer. So I'm leaving it up to the individual right now, but I'm not going to be able to do that within the year.
I have to go there.
PFAS-free in a year? Okay.
I have to go here. Are anybody choosing to get the gear with PFAS signing any kind of anything that says, I've chosen to take this gear, even though this other gear is available?
Is anyone signing anything?
I just kind of
like a
feel like
waiver,
if somebody
a
is,
waiver.
if somebody opts to take the old gear that has PFAS, when there is PFAS-free gear available, are we having any kind of a disclosure saying, I understand there is new technology available and I am choosing PFAS?
Where legally, I'm not bound to buy the PFAS-free gear right now, and it's actually the authority having jurisdictions'
Okay.
option to buy whatever they want to buy.
Okay.
I haven't been doing that because, truthfully, if I right now, currently, if we just wanted to say we're sticking with the old stuff, we're sticking to the old stuff.
Okay.
If they wanted to petition the board or petition the town to say, hey, this stuff is out there and it's available and we want him to buy it, like, that'd be on them. But
Okay.
as of right now, we haven't come into a situation where.
I just want to
I
avoid
don't see
liability in
where
20
the
years.
Yeah, I just don't see where, currently, I don't see the necessity where legally, we're
Okay.
not bound to buy them the other things, and that we're well within our right to purchase the other gear still.
Okay, thank you.
When they switch over to the new PFAS-free one, do we get like a phased-in method, or like we have to like replace all of them?
No, the stuff, we will be, because people are gonna run into that, people are gonna be buying massive amounts of gear, you know, a year, 2 years beforehand, that will be grandfathered. But when it becomes to end of life, when that 10 years comes
Okay,
up,
so
then
it'll
they're
be
gonna have to
phased in,
transition it out,
right,
yeah, so we'll be
pretty much.
phased out.
Chief, does the NFPA have guidance on the lifespan for this equipment?
It's 10 years.
It's 10 years, okay.
Yes, so 10 years, boots, pants, coats, helmets, gloves, all 10 years.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
And you've had this every year, so do we have money still in accounts for this?
We do, and I'm
Okay. And you're
currently
using
trying
it,
to
right?
use that, yes. Yes.
Okay.
About 34,000.
Oh, that's it? So it's not like, okay, so we're not sitting on a couple hundred
Right,
thousand.
so with
Okay.
34,007 people coming up,
That's fine.
I know, I'm looking at 35,000 that I need to spend right now.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that we don't have a whole lot of money sitting in
Oh,
the
no,
account that
no,
we're not spending.
we are,
We're spending it. Great.
yes. And again, the PPE, this is not exclusive to turnout gear.
Yeah.
When you look at it, it covers the wildland gear as well.
Yeah.
We request it based off of the prices for the full set of turnout gear, but as we have, you know, money, we're getting the wildland coats, the wildland pants, the things of that nature, gloves, boots.
So Chief, that 35,000 that's in the budget, forget that. How much does it cost per one outfit?
Approximately $500 to $5,500.
$5,500 for one outfit, for everything, for the
Right.
one person, okay.
Any other questions?
Bob, to be clear, are you just talking boots and pants though? Or are you talking, you want to know head to toe?
Head to toe.
Head to toe, all right. Because as you said that, I'm like, it's another, let's call it another $500 to
So
get.
$6,000.
Yeah, to get the boots and to get the boots, the gloves and the helmets.
Yeah.
I'm looking at approximately another $500
So
roughly.
$600, $6,000 for the whole thing,
Yes,
from head to foot.
yes.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions or concerns on this one? Off we go to number 3.
Thank you. As you all know, we just recently were told that the hydrants that come from Littleton County across Beaverbrook, Swanson, and Codman, those are in service. But the rest of the town is very reliant on our fire ponds and our cisterns. So we do go out yearly, we test and inspect them, but we also have a company that comes in and assists us with our repairs and our testing and things that we just can't do, clearing out lines, blowing them wide open so that we can continue to have water in them. So this is just, again, to continue with our inspections and our maintenance to our public water supply infrastructure, but it's our public firefighting water infrastructure.
And is that about what we spend every year?
Last year we were less, so we were able to, through ARPA, we were able to use a lot of ARPA money to supplement that, to have that down in the last couple of years.
Okay.
So this is taking it back to a number that was in the previous schedules that were used, so where ARPA has been well over a year gone at this point, and we've continued to exhaust the funds that we've received in the past, we were looking to bring this back to where it was.
So last year, we did $10,000. The plan was always do 3 years of 40, take a couple of years, and then do 3 years of 40.
Okay.
But it sounds like you want to do 40 this year and 40 next year.
I want to see where I put it in there just to be on the safe side for next year. Once I get a handle on where we're at this year, after the repairs that we've had made, just to make sure, and with the winter that we've had, and coming out, I mean, I can't even see some of our dry hydrant connections right now because they're so buried. I don't know what the damage might look like after we get through the winter. So I want to leave it in there with, I'm anticipating that if we're good through this year, then I'm going to withdraw it for next year.
So since you just brought that up, I was going to ask anyway, what happens if there's a fire and you can't get to your cistern?
We'll get to one.
Okay. That's the answer.
Believe me, there's,
All right.
we'll get to one, trust me.
Okay.
I know we will get there.
Are those filled from a well at the station or from Hager or something else?
The cisterns and they're just all, it's, whether it's rain collection, whether it's, yes, it's just whatever natural, a number of them are just ponds, a number of them are just, we're pulling up to the edge of wetland and putting a hose in the water and siphon it out.
Some of the new developments actually have a cement tank that the
Yes.
developer was required to put in the ground, so that's what that comes up to.
Is that like the one they bury that little like pipe that comes out of it?
Yeah, we have tight tanks, we have, like, yeah, some, our newer,
No, you're a good friend.
I-
You are a good
You're gonna have to
friend.
pay for the tankers to fill it, but it's all good.
I'll get these
The tiles.
Actually, do you keep a record of kind of where all the swimming pools are, or that's just a curiosity
so
question?
it's interesting, so we have, not all of them, but we do have our record of our official 45 to 50 cisterns. We have another somewhere up to about 65 unofficial sites that the members, when they're out doing their inspections and kind of getting familiar with their area, they've looked for unofficial sites that they know that if they needed to in a pinch, they could get back to and drop a line in and draw
Does
water
that
from.
include pools?
Some do.
I mean,
I mean, you know, honestly, if one of my neighbor's houses were on fire, I wouldn't even think twice about it. It's like,
but the issue is, it's frozen right now. That
Right.
would-
Yes,
Or
that
drained,
is true.
or drained, right.
Yeah.
It's not
Frozen or
drained,
drained,
but
or-
yes, it's drained a little.
But,
And the
yeah,
other-
but for 3 seasons out of the year, the pools are, but for winter.
A lot of them are, you know, just accessibility issues is really what it comes down to, especially people's backyard pools. That's great, but we only have so much of lift that we have to be able to get. So we have 2 sections of hard suction, and generally, if we're not going beyond those 2 sections, because then with just the way, without getting into science, with the way gravity works on water and trying to lift and do the things that we have to do, it's just going to be mathematically impossible to get that type of draw from the backyard.
All right, anything else on this one? All right, off to number 4.
So, these are our SCBA's, the packs that we run on our back. We call them Scots, but it's just because of the brand that we're currently using. Again, stands for self-contained breathing apparatus. They are coming to the end of their useful life. They have the NFPA, again, we're driven by the NFPA and their expiration dates. We're quickly approaching the expiration date on ours. And we attempted to get a grant last year, and our grant was denied. So we tried to get out ahead of it and try to do this. We are, I will say, we are a tad early in front of the expiration date, but again, it comes down to that even these packs are being held to the PFAS standard, and I don't know anyone using them right now. I don't know if they haven't been tested, haven't been used. I don't know what the lead time is. I've been given a bunch of different timeframes for what the lead time is to get the equipment. Following the schedule, it's up for right now. I understand that at one point, prior to the set that we're using now, that we did go beyond the expiration date, and we had to go to a neighboring community that had just placed a bunch of theirs out of service that were still within the date, and we had to borrow those until we could get our own. And I would hate to see us be in another situation like that. So, understanding that lead time could be a problem, trying to be in front of the change as far as the law goes with the materials that these are going to be made of, we decided that it would be good to stick to the schedule and try to, you know, get on top of this now and get them in.
Are you allowed to apply for the grant again?
We are allowed to apply for it again.
Excellent. Because maybe as we get closer to the expiration date, it might become more of a priority for them too.
Is it an annual thing? You can apply every year?
We can apply every year, exactly. We'll apply for this again. It's gonna take us from applying for anything else as far as the assistance to firefighting grants go. The issue that we found when we've done some research since we were denied to find out how do we improve our chances, we'd have to actually be really expired. We'd have to be expired to improve our chances, and then also be purchasing probably, like, if it was for if multiple communities within our county, because a lot of places work on county, if we had multiple places that we could pool the buying with, that would also improve our chances. So when we look at our situation and see where we're at, I will say, I will apply again. I just would just tell you, I'm not optimistic that we're gonna get it based on the way that we see these grants being awarded.
Okay. Is there virtue to, instead of, are you doing them all at once, or is there kind of a rolling?
They were done all at once before, so we have.
So
we
from a
have
cost
all of the
management
bids coming
perspective,
out.
in 7 years, do we start buying X number a year instead of waiting? And then we would have some duplication, but it would spread the payments out. Just an idea.
Kind of like what we do with PPE.
Thank
'Cause
you,
we
yeah.
used to do that.
Yeah.
We used to do like $100,000 for PPE.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we went to 25,000 a year.
Right.
Because, so can you do that?
Yeah, because it's tough having it all hit right at
'Cause
once.
It's a big.
Well, I would also
number.
think it's disruptive too. All of a sudden, you're cycling it all.
So can you do
Right.
that?
We could. There's, obviously, there's pros and cons to both, right? Because, as I said, we know how technology is, and technology is ever changing. So,
Right.
depending on, these things have changed. I started out with a wire pack, and then we went to the composite packs. Now they're moving back to the wire packs, which I'm very happy about that, 'cause they're lighter as I get older. But the issue that we could run into is that we would have different packs on different pieces, and just making sure that everybody's
Oh.
familiar, as opposed to
Alright.
just having the same SCBA across all the trucks and not having to figure out which one that you have on, where's the pass device located, as far as batteries and all the other things that you need to know how to change and work on.
All right, so it could cause compatibility issues, is really what you're saying.
Right, which again, it's not, those things are not insurmountable things. Like, we can adapt to that. It's just that for ease of operation right now, it's good to have everything
Yeah.
the same.
Okay. No, I was just thinking about spreading out the pain. Oh, all right.
How many units is this?
This would handle 33 packs, 66 bottles, and the masks that come along with it. And it would also include our rapid intervention packs as well, and being able to change those bottles out and work, have those when we need them to be. We have a pack per riding position per piece.
Okay. Anything else? All right,
Good?
next.
Moving along. Mobile and portable radios. Again, had our vendor in just this past week, because I was curious as to how close to end of life we are, and I was actually told that our portable radios, as of April, will no longer be public safety radios. The brand of portables that we had been purchasing for, with our pieces, is now going to a commercial line. So, again, technology, with the way technology is changing, the way things are, we run on a UHF system, our police are on a VHF system, we have both radios in the trunk, we're buying VHF and UHF portables. We didn't have, up until the grant that we received from Neshoba to get us Comares compatible, now we have 15 Comares, which is all band. We can put all bands on one portable. We only have 15 of those, excuse me. So the Commonwealth is mandating that everybody's moving to Comares, the P25, the Phase 2 system. It's just a matter of interoperability, being able to be interoperable across the state. We're finding that everybody is facing staffing crisis. The more than often that we're going out on ambulance task force. I can't imagine that you'd ever expected to hear that your ambulance went to Brockton Hospital when the Brockton Hospital was on fire, right? Between the brush fires that we've been having, other incidents that happen. We're going to these incidents, and we don't have portables to be compatible with the systems that they're telling us to go on. So, again, with the portables going to be discontinued, these radios coming to end of life, the changes in the requirements that were being put onto us by the state.
So
This is
as
what
I
we're looking
see,
for.
Commonwealth is mandating,
Yeah.
so is this what we would call an unfunded mandate?
Exactly, I was just gonna say, here we go again.
Here's another one, yeah.
So what happens in April? They become like, what does that mean?
I know, I wrote
Like,
as
so,
of
like, I'm screwed
April.
April
They
2nd
will,
if my
they
house
will,
is on fire? Like, what does
they
that
will
mean?
still work.
Okay.
They will still work. The issue is that when they break, right? So as we need to replace parts, replace portables, the
You
ones
can't.
that we're currently using, we cannot buy them for public safety. That's gonna be a commercial line of radio. So we won't be able to, won't
So
really.
can you wait until July 1st, or is this something that if
No,
we,
we can.
you're
we're-
good with July
we're
1st
good with
versus
it.
like maybe this goes into
Full
like a
disclosure, so
special meeting in April?
This was
fund
on
it?
the schedule for $90,000, and that 90 confused me when I was trying to figure it. I thought it was maybe for a couple I'm sorry for being fairly new. I thought it was for a couple portables. I had no idea that this was a system-wide replacement, end of life for everything that we're using. So this was, my 300,000 that I put up was a complete guesstimate based off of the things that we had done with Neshoba through the grant. I just last night got the quotes from the radio vendor, and unfortunately the quotes were coming in at 318,000. Now, I can make movements and adjust and try to be within this, but just so you're aware, like, the 300,000 was a number that I estimated based off of the grant, and unfortunately with the quotes that I got last night to improve not only the truck radios and the portables that we have, and the portable, you know, yeah, it came in this is slightly lower than what came in on the quotes.
I like what Maria just said, though, because, all right, so now I'm thinking supply and demand, everybody's on a fiscal schedule. Like, does it make sense for us to be able to put an order in sooner with an RFP or with a special within the annual, so you don't have to wait till July 1st when everybody else gets their money and starts ordering? 'Cause, I mean, I'm just thinking about the world and the video, everybody else out there.
So when it comes to your money and how you would like to manage it and knowing what the needs are, I'm fine with whatever you all collectively decide to do with this. Look, I just have an end goal. I need to have the radios replaced. Please, you tell me how you'd like me to get there, and I will, I'll work within that.
Seems to me that this ought to be 320,000 going
I
into
was
the
just thinking
special.
that too. Right, 320.
Yeah,
And the special inside the annual, so the day after it gets approved, you can put the order in. Because you could then order them May, whatever, I don't even know when the annual town meeting is anymore. It's got moved a couple of times, so I don't know what date it is, but you can do it, you don't have to wait till July 1st. You'll have the money the next day. But
And then, Chief, I just have a quick question. You mentioned, and it's on the slide, you already got some radios from the Neshoba grant.
Right.
You said that was about 15 units. You keep calling
Right.
it 15 units. How many units would this buy, and so, I guess, how many units are you looking to get in total? You already got 15, how many more you need?
Oh, Bob, I just have to go and just check what the portable count per truck is, because it varies per piece of apparatus. So I can tell you, so like 62 has 4 portables, 64 has 5.
Yep.
63 also has 4. There's 2 on the ambulance, 2 on the brush truck, 2 on the tanker, 2 on the hose wagon, which is now going to be the second tanker.
That's 21.
21,
Yeah,
So,
and
okay,
that
so each
doesn't- and then
firefighter
there's
doesn't
the-
have their own, like the
And
police
then there's the
do.
portables that are gonna be
Truck.
expiring
Okay.
in the command vehicles as well, which each command vehicle has 2 UHF and 1 VHF. Because unfortunately with, and I know it seems like a lot, but when you're in that function, you need to be able to, you have to listen to 2 channels at once, and
Yeah.
unfortunately, you're holding 2 radios at once.
So you're
when
talking about
doing these
another
things, so-
25 radios, but
Approximately,
plus with the 50, then on top of that, the 15 you already got.
yes.
Okay, so
So-
40 units in total is what you need.
I'm gonna, Bob, don't quote me on that number, I'd have to go back and check the, I'd wanna just check the quote, because we did a total count the other day as I was walking the vendor through, and I just would want to go back and check my notes on what that total count was.
I'm just trying to get an idea, is it double, is it, another 5, or is it, so it's another 25, which would bring you roughly 40 units.
We don't have any spares right now, that's the issue too, so this would help us, this would allow us to have a couple in spare, that when a member has a detail, they can come in and take the radio that they need, and they don't have to take one off of the truck to go out and work the detail, because that just puts us in a bad situation if someone were to be on that piece now and not have a radio there, if they were to come in to pick it up for an incident that we're having.
So can I ask a question? Because you said that this then will work with you and the police will be on the same wavelength or whatever you
Right.
call it, whatever. You can talk to each other. Do they need new radios?
I'm not sure where
Or
they're
are we
at.
going to be looking at another 300,000 for the police? I mean, it's not on the list, but would they be compatible, you know what I mean?
When they received the grant, they received a grant for portables as well, and I believe they issued their portables to their officers.
What was it?
I'm not sure where their infrastructure is as far as their patrol units go.
You gotta ask about when it gets here.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just curious if this was going to be, like, this is the fire side and there's going to be a police side.
I didn't see one for this year, so I
It's
don't
not for
know.
this
Wait,
year.
No.
hold it, John.
So they're on a VHF system or on a UHF system, so it's just a higher level of, yes.
And
You last bought radios from police back in 2022.
Oh my, that's
Good God, can we have your
What
file
happened?
when you, like, have it? Oh, it's on the capital plan. Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm like,
I was
what?
like, wow,
Huh?
how does he do that?
Amazing.
This is great.
So should this be 320 is the question for this group, right? Do we need to change
Yes.
this to 320,000?
And is it a special within an annual? Yeah, I would say yes.
Then we can answer that question later, but
Yeah,
like
I would
dollar
say yes,
amount-wise?
it goes to 320.
Because he said his
Latest
quote
His latest
is 318.
Yeah.
So I've already updated my capital plan.
I love it.
There you go, that answers the question.
So I think we should.
Take the lead, Gary.
Okay, so we're gonna make that 320.
All right, thank you.
And then I just put a note on here to check with the police chief whether he needs anything, but, okay. All right, last but not least, number 6.
6 is the mobile computers for the engine and the ambulance. We're really not using anything right now because of just advances in technology, and they haven't been replaced. So
Chief, is it these laptops or is it the software?
we're looking at MDUs. I'm trying to remember the brand that we currently looked at. It's the same ones that the police department were looking at. It's a laptop that I believe has a touchscreen on it.
But the ones you have in the.
Oh, we were using tablets and the laptops and the combination of both. There's
There's
really,
nice
there's
on
no
the-
uniformity across the
I'm also
technology.
seeing software on the list though for $20,000. So I've got $20,000 software.
That is a,
15,000 computers.
that's a different, I'm gonna get to that in a second
Okay.
on the next slide. That's a different request.
No, but
The
I-
software.
But that's what I didn't know. So the laptops you have in the vehicles now, it's not a matter of just upgrading to the latest software. You actually have to get a new laptop. for the-
Hardware and software.
Yes, they're older units.
Well, I mean, this is fairly short money for
Yeah,
a couple of laptops and some
Yeah, I haven't got a
software.
problem with it. I just didn't
Yeah.
see a slide on my.
No, I get it. I just want to make sure that.
There's no slide here for software. I'm not
No.
I've got.
This is gonna help us put a computer in
Yeah.
our
Because
first,
it's less
in
than
our
10.
first
It's
due
on there for
pump,
20.
and it's also gonna put a computer in our ambulance. Questions?
Yeah, no.
Anything
Okay.
else?
So, I called it new payroll software, it's actually new
Yeah, hang on
scheduling
though.
software.
But there's first use, on the list of Mike's and out, there's one called first use
This is,
software.
and this is what it, this is
This
what
is
this is.
it,
Yeah.
So,
it's came
my
out.
quote for that, so
payroll software.
it's,
Yeah.
we're gonna use it specifically for scheduling and to help us create our payroll accounts. Currently, when our employees are submitting for payroll at the end of the 2 weeks, I'm getting handwritten reports. We're taking handwritten reports and we are putting them to computer, and you can only imagine what the room for human error is when we're making those types of changes. So when I was looking at the different software companies that people were using, I talked to our neighbors, a lot of our mutual aid partners, and I found that this is a very, and I've used this system. I used this system in my previous place of employment. Very good system. Westford, Littleton, when I spoke to them about prices, the prices they were giving me were between $17,000 to $20,000. They're getting way more modules for the software than we would get. When I requested our demo, and then I requested the costing for the modules that would be most beneficial to us, and then trying to add some accountability to accruals, add accountability to time off tracking, and making sure that the payroll's right, that quote came in just under $6,000. Not sure.
And this is specific for fire departments.
It is, yes. So what this will do is not only do our scheduling, it'll also do our pre-planning. It will help us be able to look at it with the new computers that are hopefully coming. It will let us look at the screen as we're going, and we'll be able to pull it up, and we can have an overview map, and we can actually see where our cisterns are or our fire ponds. It will do all of our pre-planning for buildings. It will tell us where the sprinkler connections are, where the fire alarm panel is, where we put our key box, any sort of special.
Payroll software.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
so
not.
that's kind of
It
misleading.
looks
Well, yeah,
like
that's
a-
what- yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's like a
what
fire
It
department.
looks pretty
Yeah.
slick.
It's a scheduling.
Sure, wants a demo.
Are you on your website? Joe says it's slick.
Firstdo.com.
He's on the
No
website.
way, really?
So,
So not, it is really slick. To the point where during our Zoom meeting, I actually had to shut my microphone and camera off at times to look at the guys and be like, oh my God. I mean, like, you've got to be
So
kidding me.
this
Like,
is
does
this is
too.
first due then. This is first due software.
Yeah.
So we're
Yes.
gonna,
So we can decrease that number.
So
Hey!
what we're saying is the first due software is both what you have in the fire truck to tell you what house you're going to and stuff like that, and it's also payroll tracking hours and that sort of thing.
Scheduling and
as
tracking,
well,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So-
And it's
Okay.
only 6,000.
Yes.
And
Is that a year?
So it was 20,000 in the
Right.
list, but now it's 6,000.
Right. Now,
So-
we could,
yeah,
I
two
could
questions.
add more modules,
No,
and I
that's
could
okay.
easily get to the
No,
20
but
if you'd feel comfortable going in that direction. But
So-
this will suit our needs.
So, but two questions. So someone asks, Chief, is this 6,000 per year or is this to buy it?
No, this would be, there is a yearly subscription. It was, the yearly, I believe it was let me double check. I can't remember if it came down $1,800. I think it's roughly $4,500 a year. So we're gonna look at the current softwares that we're using and try to see where we can
Okay. So
blend them and
6,000,
start
then-
decreasing and
then-
try to roll, so what we're gonna need is, we need this to get this initially.
Yeah.
And then what we're looking to do is we're looking to, within the software budget that we have
Yeah.
in our line items, have that in there.
So it'd be $4,000 every year?
Yes.
45.
Much like
Yeah.
our ESO is and much like our other softwares that we're using are. But they just don't have these capabilities. Those are our
And that's
report
not-
writings.
Yeah.
So
If
will
we-
you be eliminating any software because of this?
Well,
You
that's,
don't even have any.
We do have some, the goal is to eliminate, I would love to just go to this. I would love to just eliminate everything. This could be all encompassing for us. This, without just doing a complete overhaul of everything, I kind of wanted to slow roll it with the payment, with the payroll first, and then see how it's working out and try to find where
But
we're
it
gonna
has the
make our changes.
functionality to offer that top.
Excuse me?
It has the functionality to offer
It does.
that top. Okay.
Right.
so my biggest question, does it interact with Harper's?
It's gonna print out an Excel sheet for us to submit for payroll,
So
that we
it's-
do not have to
but-
create ourselves. This is going
Wait,
to, right,
you-
it-
I'm confused. So there is still gonna be human intervention?
the only way there's gonna be a mistake is if somebody made a mistake on putting somebody on the computer. Which will be very limited as opposed to we forgot to submit a payroll.
To answer your question, this is supposed to interface with Harper's.
Right.
Yes. In my last community, the fire department used First Do, and it went through Harper's, and I believe that's what you had with, in the community you had, it came from,
We didn't
right?
use Harper's though, but
Okay.
it did interface, it did make clean payroll reports that would be able to be sent to payroll and.
And I correct, because as much as I love our town employees, I don't want to have a person entering data twice.
Right.
And that's-
That's why you love them. You
And
don't
that's the
wanna make them
intention
do it
of
twice.
this.
Right, so this,
So-
this pops out in Excel spreadsheet, but that can interface with Harper's. They don't need to, they can take that and then they
I
put
can-
it into that.
So if that's a straight download,
Is that-
that
My-
answers
so
my
what-
question.
That's what Mike's saying.
I'm not trying to say yes or no, I'm not trying to avoid your question, like, I have reservations about just sending it straight to Harper's. I sort of like the fact that we print out a report and it goes, and we have the checks and balances, and then we make sure that things are correct before we just upload something to the payroll company. So it probably does interface, but I just don't want to lose the whole
Well, I
checks
want-
and
yes,
balances of the
checks and
system to make sure,
balances,
but this will make it extremely more efficient than what we're doing currently. And I think that it's gonna, there's no secret that we've made mistakes and we've had payroll errors and accrual errors. And one of our goals that we spoke about, we're looking to ways to eliminate those mistakes or reduce the amount of mistakes that we're having greatly and to try to tighten up our accrual tracking. And this is the program that we found that is gonna help us obtain that goal.
It's just been such,
Given the history with the fire department, it can't be worse, so this is gonna help. I mean, it sounds like Mike's on board and Joe thinks this is a spanky little software. Ah.
And
So this is,
And I didn't look at this by myself when I looked at it. I had our admin sit in on the demo, the union president came to the demo, I had Captain Gray sitting on the demo, and all of us at the end of the demo, there was no, it was unanimous amongst us that we all agreed that this will work.
and to Maria's point, it's just been such a disaster because of the uniqueness of the fire department payroll. Every year, we seem to be talking about new software for the fire department, and new payroll services and everything else. I just want to get it right once. Let's just get it
so
right.
this is,
It
this
just
this
sounds
is,
like
this
it's
is
gonna
the
get
solution.
But
So
you can look at it, right?
we,
You look at it, double check it, but then you can still just send it over.
Yes.
Right.
But
You're
it-
not having
Yeah,
to
that's fine.
assemble it,
And
triple
I think,
check
I
it.
think the way they do
Someone
it, I mean,
else
if
is
Mike's
doing it.
comfortable
It's
with it,
exactly
I
what we
think
do
that
now.
this is an
Yeah.
offline
All right, one
conversation.
conversation, sorry.
Like,
Right.
how we do this is really up to Mike.
Yeah,
And
let's
then
move on.
If this fails again, then we're just done.
I think-
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but
We're
I
gonna go to a
think the-
volunteer fire department or something, so
Yeah, I
we
think
have
the
to worry
thing
about
is,
payroll.
like, they can check it themselves.
this is
but
like
it's,
an-
it
this
can
is
go
a-
right over.
And I'm fine with, having the chief check it, that's fine, that makes perfect sense, absolutely.
But he's not having to reassemble it. and
Yeah, yeah.
send it out.
I'm really hoping that this is gonna, so we submit payroll, and then a few hours later, when I check my inbox, if I have an email from Carly, I instantly go, oh no, what happened now, right? I'm
It's
trying
not
to
personal,
eliminate
Carly,
those
it's not
emails.
personal. What if it was,
What
I'm gonna bring you a
happened?
donut, yeah.
Okay.
Is there a police module to this
There-
one?
So the police has a separate sort of a module. It's different because they're scheduling, it's called DTS. I'm
Do they
sorry,
have that?
I'm sorry, it's not DTS.
This is recent. They got that fairly recent.
No, they've had it for a while, and that's fairly
Couple
common
years
with
ago,
police,
right? Within
but
the
it serves
last
the same function. It's a
Yeah.
different
No.
software, but it does the same, so,
My-
but it's not the same. First due is fire specific,
It's only fire specific?
only fire.
Okay.
And the other one that the police uses
Like,
is
if we
only for
combine it,
police.
I was trying to see if we can reduce the price.
No,
Yeah,
they're,
yeah, no,
they're,
like
they're
replace it.
different,
Okay.
yeah.
But it sounds like we should expect 4,000 a year in maintenance costs
Yeah.
from FY '28.
Except you're gonna try to lower some out,
Right.
so it might be a
45,
smaller
45 might be the number for maintenance costs, but
Okay.
I will,
it's
actually,
okay.
I could pull up the quote right now if you'd like. and-
Yeah, no,
Oh,
that's right. No, just,
Alright.
yeah. Okay. Good.
Questions on this? Okay.
All right,
And then here's the items that we've just deferred again. The SCBA filling station, it's just like, not that it's not gonna be a need, not that
what's
it's-
SCBA?
That's our self-contained breathing apparatus, so.
Thank you.
The filling
When,
station.
when we use the tanks, we have to fill the tanks.
Oh,
so-
thank you.
Yep. And then the 3/4 ton pickup truck, that was last year, pushed to this year, pushed to next year, maybe again. So we're just kicking that down. Ours is in great shape simply because we've left it inside. So we're not having,
Is that 60?
I'm sorry,
That's 60? The 3/4 ton? What truck is that?
that's 60, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, when sticking money.
So-
but
That's
it's
the one
good.
that has hydraulic lift for the snow lower.
Yes, has the lift in the back and also has the plow. Yep.
So how do you fill your SCBA's now?
We have a filling station.
Oh, okay,
It's just, again, it's one of those things where it's coming to the end of,
But that's
Gotcha.
for next
Right.
year,
yes.
and then, you know.
so this is like an anticipated
And
wish list here.
So
Okay,
it's, depending on where the station goes, this may be something that, when we price out and when we're doing the new station, that
This
is
will be
part
part
of
of
the
it?
new station. So I wouldn't wanna see us, if we were gonna go down that road and get the new station, I wouldn't wanna see us buy this one now that fits into this station to have to either pick it up and move it and have it not really fit where we're moving into. It's one of those things that I think it would be just wise to hold off until we see where that project's going and
Where?
then make the
No,
decision
when?
then.
exactly.
Wait,
When
change-
we build, could you be
Conversation not
positive?
If we get a
Yeah.
new station.
No,
When
no,
we get a
no,
new station.
when? Oh, gosh, okay.
All right, is everybody ready for DPW?
Thank you.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, Mike.
We lost our 5 minutes ahead.
But Ed talks fast.
Next year.
No, you don't.
I was gonna say,
Which tent,
The,
is that the 09?
Tender 67,
67, yes,
2009.
right.
We're now at 17 years.
Right.
As of next year. Are we putting it off another year, or what's our thought on that?
So with the new tender coming in, we'll have to have a discussion as to whether we are gonna remain a two-tender town or if we wanna go back to being a one-tender town. I guess it would have to be, we'll look at the operations, how things are going, look at what the replacement cost would be for it, what the wait time is, and just where the town is financially and see where it is that we wanna go with it.
2028 or move it out another year, we can decide, what's your thoughts? Again, it's nearing
Right.
17-year life.
How-
In our kind of our process.
So if it's nearing, I'd say let's leave it where it is, and if we want to move it out after, we can. We recently just did an audit of all of our vehicles to see where we are as far as repairs and things are going. 67 makes me nervous because we have two major issues with 67 right now, where I think pushing it off might be detrimental to us. So I think if we leave it, right, I think that once we send it in for the repairs that it needs, and we have the, you know, our professional mechanics evaluate it and tell us where we're at as far as lifespan goes with it, we'd be able to make a more educated decision on what we need to do with it then.
Chief, just a quick question on the radios. So, is there a state mandate that we have to have a certain number of radios per piece of equipment?
There's no mandate on the number of radios, no. Well, we try to just make sure that if we have an incident and we have our callback firefighters come and pick up our second pump, that we just try to make sure that we have enough radios on that truck for those people that pick up the truck.
So, John, to answer your question, the full-timers have radios, but they're the only ones that have a personal radio. So anyone else who comes back doesn't have a personal radio, they're using a radio that's on a truck.
So, brutal question, but is there any opportunity for removing one radio per truck or something like that? You know, you got a truck that has four radios on it.
For as far as safety and accountability go on the fire ground, we need our members on the fire ground each to have their own radio.
Okay.
It's for operations, it's for safety. If someone were to fall through a floor and in a basement, and that happened to be the one person that didn't have a radio and they have no way to call for help, it's very, we call it organized chaos, but they are extremely chaotic, and it's very easy, as history has shown, to lose track of where firefighters are on the fire ground.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? No?
Thank you all very much.
And thank you for bringing in treats. I ran and grabbed my jelly donut before any of you people could take it. All right. Are you ready, Ed?
Always.
All right. All right. We're 10 minutes behind, but that's okay. I don't want you to feel any pressure, Ed. None. We'll shorten our lunch if we have to.
Well, that's right, I'm gonna keep this nameplate then.
Ah, there you go. Actually, yours should be somewhere. We had, okay. Well, give everyone a chance to come back and sit, so they're.
All right.
That's no. Everyone
wait,
should stretch their legs, use the
wait,
bathroom.
Ed, how much snow we getting?
Oh yeah, what's the forecast?
Come on.
I don't get paid as much as those people on TV who are always wrong. So I'm not making any predictions.
I didn't even know we were getting any.
Right.
I thought it was, yeah.
As I always say, we'll let you know when the storm is over how much we got. Because we're here until it ends.
What else did you want? What did you want you to do? Fly? God. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. Why don't you go over your overview? We'll start with that. So that's yeah, there we go.
Yeah. As in 26, we actually have the first to the 70,000. The pickup truck was purchased for about 65,000 and came in October. So we're all set with that. The road maintenance, we've been using that.
Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes? Okay, all right, sorry. I'm sorry. I was having trouble hearing you, that's all. Okay.
Yep.
Hey, I am reaching that age, you know, so, yeah. Okay, keep going.
And we did use a little over 400,000 last year for the town money for paving. And this coming spring, if all goes right, we'll use what's remaining in our town funds, which I think is somewhere in the vicinity of $420,000. And that should bring us down to where there's nothing left for town money for the fiscal years. And we will supplement that with Chapter 90 to get some roads done early spring. We didn't refurbish the truck yet because we didn't want to get to a point where if we sent it in to be refurbished and it didn't get completed before the winter, I didn't want to be stuck without a truck, so we're going to wait until this winter's over and refurbish truck number 3.
Can you go back really quickly to road maintenance? So please know, I'm asking questions now because it'll save us asking questions later. Do you have a street list yet, or?
It does, it's in the plan. It's like three slides down.
Oh, okay, I'm just not there yet. Never mind.
Yeah, so-
Okay, all right. Sounds good, thank you. Keep going.
Okay. All right, and for this year, I know we had talked possibly about putting off 300,000 this coming fiscal year and picking back up in fiscal 28. I don't see an issue with that. I'd like to keep up with the milling and resurfacing that we've been doing, because we're actually getting pretty close to where all our roads are going to start looking pretty good, and then it's going to be more of a maintenance issue where the state money may be able to keep up better, and maybe we won't need as much town money to do, you know, if it's a, you know, a slight overlay, or if we're doing some crack sealing, or, you know, the like the driveway type sealing, fog sealing stuff that isn't as expensive. We might be able to go that route and not worry so much about the 300,000, because we all know that, you know, the cost of doing the paving is based on what fuel costs, because it's asphalt. And right now we're at about $90 a ton, and it's probably around $250,000 to mill and resurface 2 inches of a road. And the plan is in one of the slides that you'll be seeing of what the costs are for the roads for the next 4 years, and that's just milling and resurfacing.
Okay.
So then,
Sorry, Ed, you're saying that you're comfortable if we skip this year?
It-
Or not?
cut- Well, the roads that, let me get to that.
I would say my concern about skipping is we're kicking the can, and we've
Yeah,
got
well,
big stuff
we're
coming.
increasing the cost probably about $5 a ton per
Yeah.
year.
And the price
That
of
means in, like,
oil is
total.
down right now, so,
Yeah, it was 90, right around $90 a ton this year.
right.
And if you're looking at, like, this coming year, we're doing about 36,000 square yards, which is about 4,000, 5,000 tons. So when you start multiplying that by even $5, that price goes up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know,
I also like the idea of getting our roads in shapes, and then in the future, we're maintaining, we're not milling and.
right.
All right,
yep,
I
yep.
appreciate your frugality, but let's not step over a quarter to pick up a dime.
Okay.
I
The
do have a question, actually, though. I may have missed this when you said what you said about the amount we actually authorised in 2024 for road maintenance hasn't been spent yet, right?
You just said 420s in the.
420 in the, yeah, that's the culverts.
Yeah, that was supposed to be for the culvert, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna end up using that instead of letting it sit there, because we might look into a grant to have that culvert on Liberty Square done. The only
But I thought
problem.
we were using ARPA for that.
Yeah.
That's gone
It
now.
was too late.
It
was too
was
late.
too late. We couldn't get the design and the whole thing put together to use ARPA, so we used ARPA money for other things.
stuff, okay.
Yeah.
But there's now a grant, as Ed was starting to say, that's available that we're hoping that we're gonna be eligible for. That grant was not available previously, but it is this coming year.
Okay.
So the 424 then is sort of like in balance. We'll be using that.
Yes, I will be using that this spring.
Right. Okay.
So I'd like to get everything that we have on the books for town money caught up to date, so we can move on and start with the new fiscal year of $300,000.
And just on the topic of money that's been authorised, there's also the Hager well chlorine system, which was authorised. Is that been spent yet?
Oh, yeah, yes, we're down to almost having it completed with payments to both Dankris and the engineer who did the design for it. That should be pretty close to having those both contractors paid. We're just waiting now for DEP to come Tuesday and do an inspection of the system to see if it works correctly, and then if there's any modifications that need to be made, then we'll do it then.
And then we pay the money and it gets banned, bonded or whatever.
Yeah, we'll be all set.
Bonding?
We're banned, won't it, I think? We're banned.
And one thing about the culvert, Mike, at one point, I know we talked about it, and we weren't gonna spend the money, wasn't there a way, if it was an emergency, we could get money to do the culvert from the state or someone? Is that not the case
No.
anymore?
No, it wasn't. It never was. The thing about the emergency is if we did an emergency repair,
Yeah,
we may have been able to do it quicker.
Yeah.
But we did not meet those thresholds to do an emergency repair.
So and I'm just, and I don't, not on board, the spring's coming, and I don't want anything to happen to the culvert.
No, there is some at the head wall where we had some issues, but when we had our problems, it was 2 winters ago when it rained.
Yeah.
When we had that heavy rain, and the water had nowhere to go, but from the school all the way up there, all the way down to that, that culvert that was undersized in a sense for that kind of water.
Yeah.
I mean, what it normally flows at is easily the correct size. The issues we came into with trying to do that as emergency, and the contractor or the engineer pointed this out, is we had to replace what was there in order to do the emergency repair. The engineer had a lot of problems trying to find a company that could provide us with what was actually underground. And they took a considerable amount of time trying to research it and couldn't find anything that would do that. So now if we start going into box culverts or anything of that nature, Alex was talking to us saying that, you know, if we get a grant, this, because of where this is located and the amount of permits that would be needed, how long did you say that could take, and how much money just for the permitting? And
before you even get to construction, if you're going through the municipal culvert replacement grant, you have to be on a very regimented schedule, and you have to hit certain milestones that can take 5 or more years and ultimately end up with what is often an upsized culvert that you don't truly need to get by, but it meets the state streamwater standards, which are 1.25 times the width of the bank. So it's bigger than what you actually need as a preparedness element, but not necessarily what you need in the moment.
So my question is, because of the amount of snow we have out here, that's gonna melt at some point.
yeah, it's not an issue.
That's not an issue.
No.
So that culvert should last us this spring?
It's lasted 2 years.
Okay.
And all it was.
That's a major road in town. And
Yes.
We gotta fix it no matter what.
And for the, you know, again, the reason we had that issue was the culvert was undersized for the amount of rain we got in winter, where the water couldn't shed off anywhere, couldn't be absorbed by the ground. The ground was frozen, so anything that came down off of the hill from the school in that area just wasn't big enough. And if you get that kind of rain during the winter, that culvert won't be big enough. And that's where we had the overtopping of that culvert. But since then, you know, we've gotten back to somewhat more normal winters where we're not getting the rain that we did in December. So snow melt is not a process where overnight it just melts and you have all this water coming down. It's a gradual thing that's going to happen from late March until it goes away probably in April. So there is no, you know, no issue of it flooding. You know, that's just not going to happen with snow melt. It's going to be some type of rain event where we get 5 inches of rain in an hour or something of that nature that the ground can't handle.
I just want to make sure that we're fine for the spring with that culvert.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
not going to collapse on us or start something.
No, we keep track, but we go check it out regularly.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, yep.
So we have 424,000 in bonding authorizations, right, for the roads. Do we have money from Chapter 90 sitting in accounts?
That's what we're going to be using in the spring.
But
For
that's
road-
different than the 424,000?
Yes, yeah.
So how much is that?
I'm
just
right
curious to know.
now, because I was going to use Chapter 90 last year, with probably, I think, we're in the vicinity of 800,000, and I plan on using almost $1 million in the spring.
All right,
So that's actually on the resurfacing plan too. Do we want to let him start going through it, the resurfacing, and then we can address where the money is?
I don't care,
Yeah.
whatever, that's fine.
I just want to be able to, in my head, put it all
Do you want him
together.
to finish going through his proposed stuff here, or no? There's just 2 more things.
This next slide.
Yeah, it's the next slide. So that's what I was thinking, is if you can tell us what it's going to cost, then we could ask FinCom and Hunghwa to figure out what we have and we'll reverse engineer it.
The cost of what paving is going to be in the spring? Is
Well,
that what you're
I'm just looking at your resurfacing plan. So, all right, go to item 1, and then we'll flip over to your resurfacing plan, which has some
Okay.
numbers attached. Okay.
All
We
right,
kind
so-
of already covered this, but what else do you want us to
So
know?
there is the, if you're looking at 26 in the spring, and I probably am going to go out to bid beginning of March in order to get the work done before June 30th, because if I go out now for fiscal 26, it has to be finished in fiscal 26.
Okay, makes sense.
And the roads that we're doing are estimated to cost almost $1 million. So I will use, Chapter 90, can not sit there in perpetuality, but it's not like we want our town money where we want it off the books. We don't want it sitting there. So I put in for both, for my request to the state to use town money and the Chapter 90, obviously the Chapter 90 funding with this because of the amount. But when we get finished, I am going to use all of the town money first to get us caught up, so we're not sitting on any prior fiscal year articles.
Now I can put it in perspective then. Then Hungwa, can you tell us what we have for town money and Chapter 90 money? Is that something that's easy to find?
We have in there right now 76,000.
In what?
In Chapter 90?
Chapter 90.
No, we don't.
800,000.
No.
Wait,
The-
no one, no one.
I got an update from her, and it is, before I give back the money, we're at almost 800,000. Otherwise, they wouldn't approve
So
it.
like as of today?
As of today.
Right.
They
We
wouldn't
have-
have, I just put in this request Thursday
Oh.
for 966,000, and you have to tell them where the money's coming from. And they won't approve it if there's not enough there. And they approved it because I have enough in Chapter 90 and the town money.
Yeah. So the
Okay, then help
76,
me understand the disconnect.
the 76,000 is just FY '25 money.
So we have, okay, but so what I really want to know is our total Chapter 90 funds that are available.
I can send you
And
what
that
it
has
is.
that.
And it has
afterwards,
that.
But I know we have enough to cover the $1 million between
So
the
it's like
town
1.2
and the
based
state.
on what you said.
Yes.
Because we have 424 in bonding available and 800 in the account.
In
So
the
it hasn't
account.
been bonded yet. It'll go into a ban or something? In
It has
bonding?
not, it's just a bonding authorization.
Bonding
that's outstanding.
authorization. That's what I want to make sure. Okay.
So we've got 1.2 million, so there's 200,000 we won't use then in FY '26.
Right, so that'll leave a balance of 200,000. Plus, how
Potentially,
much-
well, that's just based on my estimate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I go high.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
That's
are we
even better.
saying-
It's even
Go high.
better, yes.
But how much do you normally get? And so what can we expect that's going to be on our article to accept Chapter 90 money for this year going into FY '27?
I
average?
haven't seen the letter yet, but average is about
So
210,000.
it's about another 210,000.
Last year, they actually did a 50% increase, gave us
But
354,000.
we shouldn't count
They
on
felt
those.
bad, but that's included in that 800,000.
But
that-
are we saying we'll use all the Chapter 90 money first and then?
I'd rather
give it-
not.
give
I'd
it-
No,
rather
it was the
use
opposite.
town
Use
money
all the
first.
bonding first and then
Okay.
keep the Chapter 90.
But why would
Cha-
we use the bonding first versus
Yeah.
using the
I
state
don't know,
money
ask him.
first?
Well, for this account, I have to use both because,
No, I know, but why would you not use?
well,
fully
we're
Chapter-
always asking, well, when are you gonna use that money? When are you gonna use that town money? Well, if I let it sit there, then it doesn't look like I'm using it, and the town's gonna say, why aren't you using it if we're giving it to you?
No, if we understand why, I think we can do that. I'm fine with that.
We just need to know when it's gonna get bonded, so we know
Yeah.
when to budget for the debt service on it.
Oh, yeah, because it's not cash sitting in an account.
Yes,
It's the
it's not
ability
free
to
cash.
borrow.
okay, all right.
So that's the disconnect.
Well, if
Yeah.
I go out, when I go out to bid in March, I'll know what the number is, and if you don't want to bond it this year and it's lower than the 800,000, then all of Chapter 90 could be used.
I think.
Well, yeah, why would we not use Chapter 90 if it's available first before we dip into our own money?
Okay.
But then
I
we
just
do
don't
all
want
of
people
this,
saying that you're holding it there and even though we haven't bonded it, to say, why are we giving them the money? And it just keeps sitting there year after year.
We're not taxing people for it yet. We haven't
True,
taxed anybody.
true.
So you should, if your plan is the 966, that's great, but use all the Chapter 90 first, and then
Bond
go
what
into
we
whatever
need.
the bonding is.
Yeah.
Plus use the 76,000 that's hanging out there from 25, because
Yeah.
that's also state money, right? Is that right? So kind of use all that first.
Yep.
If we
and then
delay
bond.
bonding it, that's better because that's.
Yeah, well, just,
cost.
yes, and like I said, I'll know better once the bids are in, what we need to whether we need to bond any of it or all of it
Right.
for that.
Great.
So based on, if we assume we have 1.2 million in, we use $1 million this year, that leaves 200,000, either in a bond authorization or however.
Yeah.
And then 210, chapter 90, so that gives us 410. And then the question is, do we do 300,000?
Or do we do less?
But
Well-
if FY '27, the projection is 543.
Yeah, you gotta
I mean,
do
we could do less, but then we're at 560. I don't know, I feel like, I'm with Kristen. I mean, I honestly think the roads, some of these roads are really sketchy. They're getting worse. We
Yeah.
just need to get stuff done. Like Middle Road's gonna be done this,
Middle and,
This spring, right?
and
'Cause
Upper
I mean-
Depot are probably the two
yeah.
worst roads we have
But I
right
mean,
now in
I
town.
think we need to stay on
Yeah.
top of it. It's a.
Yeah, no, I agree, I agree.
I think you should do the 300.
I think so too.
Well, and if it's
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Look, and look, if there's some stuff hanging out unbonded that's out there, as long as we understand what's going on,
Right.
we're fine with that.
Okay,
We're just concerned that we are over authorising money which we don't understand why it's been done.
right. Yeah, as long as we're not just sitting on cash, like Maria had said, then it's not,
Yeah.
not being taxed.
No, we haven't taxed on it, so in
Okay.
a way, it's just, all it is it's sort of a risk in a way that we know at any point it could get bonded, and that would be a cost to us.
Sure.
So we need to understand that, basically.
Yeah, oh, yes, yeah.
Great. Any other questions about paving?
This is a great slide, Ed. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
And
it's
that
really
actually,
helpful.
Ed, you should put that slide, if that's gonna be your schedule.
It's gonna go up
Front
on,
and center,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
no, front and center, like, don't make people look for it, because I'm tired of answering questions too.
yeah.
This is great.
They're like 300,000,
Yeah,
when's
I
my
just-
road getting done? Well,
Yeah.
there's your
Well,
schedule.
Yeah, it's
It
scheduled.
would also be helpful when on this slide, we modify it slightly so that at the bottom it says, you do the split of what's going to be capital 90 and what's going to be town funded, so people understand,
Okay,
It could be, it could, but I think what I like about it is people, to Maria's point, people are gonna know when their road's being done.
Yep.
And where
Oh,
that
but then they're
money's
gonna hold you
coming
to it.
Yeah, that's the only.
well, we are, for the most part, when I go to town meeting, if they ask, I said it's, it's based on cost, it's based on chapter 90 funding, and if the town approves the 300,000. So I can't always guarantee that this is gonna get done this way. It's all based on, most of the time, it's based on the cost, what the bids come in at.
But this lays it out for them. I mean,
Yes.
it lays that out for them. And I get your point about 90 versus the town, but this lays it out for them. This is when your road's gonna get done, and this is how much it's gonna cost you.
Yep.
So before we leave roads, sorry, are you seeing any significant pothole, I mean, just with this extreme cold? I know we had a little thing over at Emmanuel that we had to figure out, like, how is everything looking right now in terms of?
We have a few on the Upper Depot, which we try to keep up on.
Yeah.
And Liberty Square, there's 2 or 3 places where they always come out. This time of year, even when you patch them, it's hard to keep it in there.
Yeah.
Because of the
It's
moisture. And, for the most part, if you don't get any rain during the winter, your potholes will stay minimal, because that's what causes the potholes. The water gets in the cracks.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, then it freezes, and it pops, and it expands it, and it comes off.
Okay.
So,
So right now, we're looking
the
kind of
cold-
okay?
The cold is actually, in our favor during the winter,
Okay.
even though we don't like it, but,
I am not moving to Florida, that's all I have to say.
And it's, to your comment, 111 is a perfect example of that. They just patched that, especially in front of your shop, which I think
Yes,
is ironic.
that big hole, yeah.
In front of your shop on 111, there's a huge pothole.
Yep.
The state comes out every week and patches that thing, and we just will not stay patched.
No, and it's a low spot, so whenever it does melt, the water collects right there, and there's not much you can do about that.
But the state's paying attention to it, they get out there and take care of it?
Yeah, they come out probably weekly, maybe bi-weekly to do it, yep. Oh, it's huge, the one in front of the...
I'm glad it's not our problem then.
Yeah, thank goodness. The one in front of the business west of us is even bigger.
Wow. All right, well, let's just let the state keep taking care of that then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, all right, item number 2, stationary compactor units. Boy, it looks like we got our money's worth out of those, huh?
We did, we have. We know we need a new cylinder on one of them at a cost. The cylinder alone is about $2,000, and he said the labor is probably a day to get it done. So we're probably looking at it could be somewhere about $5,000 to replace it, but with a machine that's that old and a motor that's that old, I wouldn't put a new part in anything that old when something else could fail.
Yeah, if it's 30
at
years
the
old,
time.
yeah.
And, you know, for the cost of I think it was 27,000 per, I would definitely suggest that we replace at least one.
But you have two in here.
Yeah, I do have two,
Okay.
because both of them, we looked at both tags, and they were both put in 96.
So they're both 30 years old.
They're both 30 years old. And the new models, if you do use a transfer station, the new one that we bought in '21, I believe, the motor is on the outside. It sits on top, so it's easier to maintain, easier to see if there's any issues with it. Obviously, the piston still has to be inside to push, but it gives the company more room if repairs need to be made. You wouldn't want to go under there right now in any of those.
I would never want to go under there, actually.
The little access plate, I don't think I barely fit in it to get at everything that's in there. And he's, he's trying to work on the leak just to see if we could fix the piston enough to get it to continue without having to replace it. And he did a pretty good job, but we're not leak-free. So at least one I would suggest, but I would think, because these aren't just readily available and off the shelf, that 30-year-old unit probably should be replaced now instead of waiting and hopefully not have something break down where we can't get it fixed and it needs to be replaced. They both, all four of them, get a lot of use to our solid waste and to our recycling, and they, on average, at least one gets brought up north to be dumped off, if not both, per week.
Yeah.
So having one down would be a significant issue if that ever happens.
Well, I also look at it, if one breaks down, you've only got one, then you are absolutely taking it up north twice a week. Then we're paying more tipping costs, we're paying more trucking costs. Like, let's just maintain to save money in the future.
So, Ed, the replacement with this isn't to put the motor on top like the new one.
No, it's the whole new unit. The compact unit is that piece that doesn't move in the back. You'll see the big 60-yard big container that they pushes into.
Yeah.
This is actually the whole doghouse, as they call it.
Okay.
So it's that big piece that sits in back.
So it would have the motor on the top?
This one, yes. When they get replaced, the motors now are on top.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So then we would have 3 units with the motor on top, which could easily be maintained.
Oh, yeah, without it, they actually look forward to doing that one.
Yep.
How many? We have 4?
4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the other one, how's would be the remaining one?
That one, Scott said, was replaced. He thinks, I have to look we haven't looked at that one, but he thought it was 12 years ago, 14 years ago that one was replaced, and that was an inside motor. It's newer now that they put them on the top.
Okay. Any other questions? Off we go to underground storage tanks.
Oh, and there's a picture, I'm sorry, I should have brought it up, but that whole unit is what's replaced from when you see where it locks in there, that big ratchet, that holds that compactor unit to the big 60-yard thing, so when it pushes, it's not pushing it away. So it's that whole back piece all the way to your right.
It's this whole thing, right?
It goes back, Bob. From that piece where that ratchet is, to your right is the whole unit that gets replaced.
Oh, it goes this way, I'm sorry, it goes this way.
Yeah, it's that whole unit, yep.
And over here is where the actual container is.
Yes.
This is the motor, basically the motor.
The motor's under inside that recyclable sign, and you can see the little access door right there?
They have to go under there?
You have to go, that's the door, where you can see the 2 hinges.
So claustrophobic. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then it's dirty.
Yeah, you think?
I was just going to say, they must wear hazmat units.
Nice
Larry
suit.
tries to clean it out once a month if he can. He's amazing.
Who does?
Larry.
Okay, we're going to talk about Larry.
I know. Oh my gosh.
We're not giving him health insurance anymore.
Oh lordy. Okay. Yikes. Okay.
All right. I'm suggesting, and I spoke with Mike about this, that we we do take these tanks out of the ground as soon as possible. They are empty. When the company put in the new fuel tanks, we were required to remove the fuel from the tanks underground, but we still have to, per DEP, we still have to keep insurance on them, and we still have to do the required testing to make sure nothing's going on in there. And it's, you know, it's money we shouldn't have to spend if we don't need to. I did provide the quote from the company. It's not on, actually, it's not on here.
Yeah,
But separately, I did provide the quote, you know, for them. I mean, it's probably going to be could be a little more money. That's why I bumped that up some. But as you could see by that, slide, the big part is, I'm not sure we're going to see ledge or shoring.
What is shoring in?
Could be piles. You know, when I worked in Boston, when they were doing a lot of the underground work, believe it or not, you would come across, when they were doing the excavation on the ground, you would come across piles and shoring that was there from the old system, and it would have to be removed.
Okay.
That's not going to happen here.
Okay.
They put that in just to cover themselves.
Right.
The only issue could be contamination.
Yeah.
I'm required to check the fuel levels weekly, and that was done even on those tanks. And you never saw any significance that, you know, showed that there was any leaks anywhere where you'd see a drop in the fuel.
Mhm.
Plus, they're double walled, and in that space there are sensors that'll tell you if there's something going on, and we never had that issue.
Great.
When they dug up the trench for the piping to go to the dispenser from the fuel tanks, when that ground was opened up, you would have smelled oil or gas. If there was, didn't even matter if it was over by the fuel tanks, you'd have smelled it. And we didn't find anything when we had the licensed site professional out there doing his testing. So we don't think that's the case, but again, he has to put it there. And, you know, and if we do find it, that's where your costs could go up dramatically.
Yeah.
We don't think there's anything, and when I spoke to the gentleman, he doesn't think there's anything either, but it's something we have to be aware of because that is hazardous waste and has to be treated as such, and the cost for that is, he didn't tell me a number, but he said it could get expensive.
Okay.
Does this 40 have a contingency in it for anything, or I'm
No.
trying to understand how much, that 40 covers just taking the tanks out of the ground?
Yep.
With no contamination?
With no
There's no
contingency.
contingency?
No
It's up a little
contingency.
bit, because he got a quote for 33, so he's up to 40.
Yeah, the quote
Right.
33 pre-tax.
I put
Yeah.
40 because this quote was
33.
in, you know, in July of 25, so by the time we get to it,
Yeah.
could those costs increase? I'm sure they will.
Well, can we get a new quote?
I can, get a new quote.
And how old are these tanks?
36 or 37 years old. That's why we had to put the new tanks in, because we couldn't get insurance on them. The town is actually insuring them themselves.
And I thought that we did ARPA money for this project. Did we not have enough to remove the tanks? Because we did the moving them above ground. right?
Correct, we
We did
did.
that.
Correct,
But we
we
did
did
not
not.
have enough to
We did not
to
have enough.
do
We
the tanks.
did not.
Um,
And these are monitored tanks, so,
Yeah. Like most
yeah, they
gas
could be,
stations are, you know,
Right.
but still,
right.
usually when gas station goes to do a changeover on something, there's, you know,
We should
there's
get-
gas.
Well, we should get a new quote, because, I mean, I think we need to know what it's going to be. Right.
Ed, are those tanks filled with?
I think we should build in some contingency.
They're not filled with anything.
They're not, I was gonna say, there's no sand in them?
No, they're just completely empty. They were sucked out too.
Okay.
Okay.
And that includes removing the concrete, disposing and changing and putting asphalt back down if needed and all of that?
We will do the asphalt ourselves.
So that's not even
If you
included?
see that in the quote, it says no asphalt, because we told them we could do that where it is located under that concrete.
Yep,
So
there is
that's
no
not
asphalt.
included in the 33?
No, that's just coming out of our budget, so that won't be too
And do
costly.
you have the money in your budget to do that? Because
And-
we were just talking about the cost of asphalt, right?
Yeah, yes, we do. We actually did the trench ourselves too, and it did settle, and we'll be fixing that in the spring over by the tanks, but that area, you know, if you look where it is, some of that could actually go back to dirt, because it is, if you're looking down the side of the building, and then you see the fuel pump, and then the shed, to the left of the shed, and to the back of the fuel pump can go back to gravel and probably grass.
Because it's in the middle of the wetlands.
Wasn't my choice.
Or as close to the wetlands as possible. I just,
Well, the wetlands
It
weren't that
seems
close
low.
until the beavers backed it up.
that just seems low.
So we can probably just get a new quote and add a 10% contingency.
Yeah, I think so, because, I mean, it's probably not contaminated, but there may be some. I mean, you know, they're putting fuel in, and it's been 36 years, and, you know,
Yeah,
that
we should-
all needs to be trucked off-site, even if it's just a little bit
Yeah,
of
we should
contamination.
authorize a bit more money to.
I think so,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
better than, you know.
Having to come back after, or getting
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or have to
reserve
say,
fund
you know, I cruise
transfer
for
for
40, and then you go
Yeah.
out to bid, and you're like, well, this is gonna cost us 60.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we don't have 20 grand.
Do you think we could get a new quote before we have to go to print?
Oh, yeah, I think I could.
Yeah.
I should be able to get one
So
within
we
the
should
next
just
week or
allow-
so.
For
Oh,
today's,
awesome.
for today's purposes, should we make that 50,000 and then wait for the quote?
I think so.
And a 10%?
Yeah.
Let's make it 50.
And then what I'll do is I'll ask them to put in a contingency, a small contingency for any contamination they might find. I mean,
You
Right,
could ask
and
them
then we
10%
can
is
upgrade, you know,
reasonable.
We can fix this.
Yeah, okay.
I'm worried it'll be.
So I'm seeing a dump.
You're worried it's
also
what?
on there, it's a
Oh.
dump truck, probably 10,000.
I know, and the pavement
You
management.
giving me something new to worry about over
I
there, Sam?
don't,
In the warrant
Okay.
article listing that we got, there's
Yeah.
two other things we need to talk
I
to.
see that here, but that's not in the capital plan, so I'm not sure where that came from. We were just talking
yeah,
about
and
that.
I had sent, I thought I had sent Rajan my update when he sent it out to take some things off of there, because I had talked to Gary.
No dump truck and no pavement management plan for
No, no.
50,000, right?
Zero, and the
So those
dump
can
truck
both
is
come out.
zero.
Yep.
10 coming out?
It's 125
25.
coming
All right,
out.
and then we're changing fuel, what are we doing for now, 50?
We're going to 50 for now, but I'm with you. I think it's gonna end up maybe
Yeah.
with a contingency coming up a bit.
Yeah, I did
Better
send
safe than
Gary
sorry.
my new updated capital plan for the next few years.
When you sent me 2 days ago.
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
Wow, it's down,
Hmm.
sweet.
So, can I ask a question going back? Are you done with your presentation? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yep.
I don't
No, I
mean
just
to
wanted to
talk
make
over
sure
you.
there was nothing else on there, yeah.
Okay. Going back to the Hager well, where we have the 72,000 in bonding, we get reimbursed by the school for a good percentage of that. I don't
Yeah,
know how
about-
we ended up bonding this. Like, how
About
was that?
65%.
65%
Somewhere in
coming
there,
back to the
60 to
school.
68%.
Right, so we didn't bond that whole amount. We are getting the amounts back from the school as we go. We only put in the amount that the town would be responsible for and
So
haven't.
the 72 is the town's responsible for it. I guess I just don't understand why we're bonding that. Like, it's not like there's a useful life of it. I just don't, it's.
Well, that's decisions made in some previous.
I know, I don't understand how we got there. So this is the net of the school.
Yeah.
This is our portion of it.
We're saying it's too small an amount to bond.
I think, it just seems crazy to me that we
Where
decided we
is
were
that?
gonna
Is
bond
it
but,
on our
I mean, that's-
spreadsheet?
It's not.
Oh, okay, I was like,
It's when we were talking about the bonding
It's
authorization.
historical.
Oh, okay, thank you,
So we
historical.
have to go back to town meeting and take it out of bond and put it into free cash if we want to do that.
I just think that's something we should talk about when we talk about this funding stuff at the end. I mean, it just seems stupid to have this amount hanging out there
Do we wanna-
and then bonding it
Do
for.
we want to go back to
do you
town
wanna go to
meeting
town
now
meeting?
and start to sort of move things
No,
around?
we don't, quite frankly,
So we're
that's
gonna
way too
take the
confusing.
72, we're gonna throw it in a band. Eventually that band's gonna get bonded for 10 to 20 years.
We don't have to bond it, we could just let it sit as we are allowed to bond it, but we don't have to bond it, it
But
can
he's
just
gotta
sit
pay
there.
for it.
We do have to bond it because we
He's gotta pay
voted
for it.
we voted to bond it at town meeting.
I mean, that's how we're gonna pay for this, right?
Yeah.
Well,
So to take this 72,000 and then bond it with interest over 10 to 20 years.
All right, well,
I
then
don't
we'll
know.
just change the funding source, so
To
it's
me,
an
that
article.
sounds crazy.
Yeah, that's fine.
That might just,
You
there's
guys
a quick
can-
article that says, you've already approved this, but we're
Yeah.
gonna take it out of bonding, we're gonna pay it out of free cash, because we've already taxed everyone this obscene amount of money that we have in free
So
cash.
can you put a placeholder then, just so we don't forget, and then FinCom can advise the select board on what you think the best practice would be? I
Well-
highly doubt we'll fight you on it.
Right, and plus, I mean, it's bonding, we would continue to pay for it.
Right, why pay interest if we don't have to?
Right, with free cash, it's over and done.
Yeah, for annual, right. Would it be special within the annual or annual? Do you
No,
care?
just in the annual.
All right,
Yeah.
I just want to have a placeholder so I don't forget. Thanks. Because I will
Does-
forget.
Oh, unless you need to pay it before July 1st.
Right. Now, does the same thinking apply to like the compactors, and I understand that
Well, we'll go through
compactors
the
have a
bonding
longer
on that.
life.
This is
Yeah.
different.
Okay.
Yeah, in the ambulance too. We'll talk about that when we get there. I just happen to have, I wanted, because the
Then we'll
school
know what it
component,
is.
I wanted to ask Ed where we were with
So
that.
that could also be a special within the annual if we need it, just, I mean,
we
we're
needed to.
already gonna have the fire special within the annual,
Yeah.
so, all right. Good
Okay.
catch, thank you. Save, every little bit we save.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ed, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ed while we have him?
And you did a great job on the big snowstorm. The pushbacks and everything else, you did a great job keeping up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for taking care of the end of Liberty Square, because I almost got taken out by a little sedan. I'm like, and I'm up high, and they're so low I couldn't see them. I'm like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, the past week, we've been going around too.
Yeah, no, I saw that
Sure.
everything was pushed
I know
back,
the
and
roads are
thank you to
starting
the
get
chief for
narrower
like
and
wanting
narrower.
to.
Well, and
Yeah,
that's-
Nick Street is like almost getting to the point where like one
Actually-
big truck and a second big truck can't fit through.
On
at
my
the same
way,
time.
my way down here to put the coffee on, somebody was in the front loader widening middle.
Yeah.
They were put, and I was
Yeah.
surprised how much pavement there was to widen to. Yeah.
And our issue, and I know we're getting off the subject, but when we get these kind of big storms, plows can only push snow
Right, so
before
far.
it gets too high.
Yeah.
And if you go around other communities, you'll start seeing what they call shelving.
Yeah.
Or even on 111, you'll see shelving. And
Yeah.
we don't have the piece of equipment that does that. But if we get to a point where we get multiple big storms, we most likely would have to hire somebody to do that for us, because what happens now is your roads go like this and,
Yeah.
become to the point where they might not be passable by two vehicles. But, the last time that happened was, I think, 2017, when we had that 100 inches of snow.
Yeah.
The Monday storms, every single Monday it snowed.
Right, yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
for
thank
like
you.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
Remember it well.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, this is everyone's quick bathroom break. Fill your coffee. Police is up. Woohoo! You ready?
Gave 3%.
I
said, how do you not give any raises at all?
Judy's ready.
Okay.
Police is ready. Police are ready. Excellent. Okay, as people move back to their seats, thank you to the chief and lieutenant for being here. You want to introduce yourselves and get us started.
Sure, thank you, everybody, FinCom, Select Board, Mike Cruchon, John Chefchick, Chief of Police here in Boxborough, and we're happy to be here this morning. We will start with the first page here. Last year we didn't really have much last year. The command training we did, it was during the special town meeting to allocate the money a little bit earlier. I don't know if it was a capital or not. I think training is a non-capital, but we put it up there for the command staff training. So we had that this current fiscal year that we're in. Our cruiser was done through ARPA last year, so we did not have a cruiser last year. So for this year, we're going to have 3, and obviously I'll go over those much more in depth. But as you can see, fingerprint machine, Endymion, fingerprint machine, command vehicle, and department flooring. So I'll get to those individually, and then you can look forward to the plan. Do you want me to go over the plan now or after we do the 3?
Just keep going.
We'll just move through it. Yeah, this is your overview. This is just letting us know what you're going to be talking about.
I'll come back to this slide and do the plan because I don't think they'll nearly.
Yeah, the idea of this is just to give some perspective on the sort of like what we had last year, what's this year, and what we're looking forward to next year, but just not in great detail, but just have a sense of what the overview is.
I mean, I could do it quick right now if you
go
want.
ahead, yeah.
Just the firearms. We pushed those forward. We're definitely going to go forward with it next year. They're in really good working shape, but they're coming to the point where we do need to upgrade our firearms. So that was actually, I believe, 2 years ago on the Capitol. We've moved that forward. Police vehicle, we do have one every year. I'll get into the model that we've used, going every 4 years, getting a second one, to now just one every year, and not doing the 4th year. And I'll talk more into that when I get to the command vehicle for this year. Our AEDs, we had them Ours are getting old. They are working. We had Officer DeCosta go through them. They're in good working order. We replaced everything, but they are really very close to coming end of life. However, dealing with Chief Kiblin, it looks like there may be a town-wide purchase, and if that's the case, we're going to jump on that and move these off. So it's on our plan. Obviously, we didn't, I think it was last year. They are good, but we definitely are going to need them. So if that does get not approved, we would put them in for next year. If it gets approved, we can wipe this off. And body-worn cameras, so we just applied for a grant about a month and a half ago. We're hoping to hear by now. If we do not have, there's two things that could be zero. One is we get approved for the grant. Usually the grant is for departments who haven't had them yet. This last grant, it was for departments who have already gotten them and haven't had them yet. So they're still going to take the municipalities that haven't had them yet, but now it was open. So we certainly put in for it as well because they are, I think, trying to finish the money out in that grant. So we put in for it about a month and a half ago. Lieutenant can talk about it real quick. But if we get the grant, then that would become a zero. The other thing is we are able to, depending what shape they're in, probably go another year because we got them by the time they were implemented. It was halfway through the year. We could probably go another year, so I would most likely be able to push that forward another year. But again, it's really the condition of and what software, if they're still, we have the 300s, are they still servicing the 300s? So we're gonna see that when we talk about the fingerprint machine. Sometimes they'll stop servicing the software and whatnot. So there's two opportunities that we would move that forward 1 year. But again, we really don't know. So I put it on there. But again, if we get the grant, it's definitely a zero. If we don't get the grant, we might still be able to move it forward a year. So we're anywhere from 90 to 150. Next year is what we look for in our capital plan. Do you want to talk about the grant real quick? Or?
So this, as the chief said, this will be the last time we're going to be eligible statewide to obtain money for body-worn cameras. That money is coming to an end. So we jumped on it now in hopes of getting that so we can stay ahead of the costs that these things do incur, like include storage fees.
Oh, microphone, Steve, just,
Is it
yeah,
on?
thanks.
No, it's on, it just wasn't turned.
Sorry about that. Again, this is the last time the state's going to be offering money for body-worn cameras, so we really wanted to jump on that to get ahead of the curve so we don't lose the technology piece. We want to stay current with the system we have. We also want to make sure that we have the software to keep the downloads, so we always will have that retention. Because we don't, it's going to cost a lot more money later on. So just keeping our fingers crossed that we do get this grant.
Okay.
So Chief, in regards to FY '28, we had money for the roof and the rugs in there. Are we pushing those out another year? Or?
So department flooring is in this year. We'll talk about that when I get to the 3. And as far as the roof, I have on the last slide, the roof was 07. I have spoken with Ed and Fran, and we're kind of monitoring it. We don't know if there's going to be a renovation to the police station, if we can wait until then. But no, we're going to push that forward. That was 2027. It would be the 20-year mark. The roof is still in good.
Nobody make eye contact with the chief right now.
Chief, I would not wait for a renovation.
Yeah, get your roof fixed.
15 years to get the fire station. So.
Get your roof fixed.
Well,
I'm only kidding.
No, I still think it's in good. I still don't even think it would be next year. But again, that's going to be monitored with Ed and with DPW.
Sure.
20 years, usually 25 to 30. They did put it on a 20-year schedule, so we are monitoring it, but it's in good shape. So if we can go a couple of years, but to your point, yes, it was on the schedule. I have it on the last slide just to bring it up, but now that kind of Fran is taking, building and DPW, we're kind of doing it in conjunction with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And department flooring I'll get to. So we have 3 for this year. First one is the Demnia fingerprint machine. It's our live scan. It's our, it provides communications to CJIS. That's our main thing, is it provides communications for when someone gets arrested for identification purposes. Also employee background checks, license to carry. Every department really needs one. It really is utilized to meet accreditation standards. You could mail them in, but no departments really do that anymore. We've gotten this one in 2016. It's 10 years. It's already at end of life. They were gonna stop servicing it in July. They actually had stopped January 1, and us and I believe some other departments kind of pleaded, can we get 6 more months of the maintenance of the service agreement? But they're going to stop servicing it. It could still be used, but they will not come out, they will not fix it, they will not do anything to it. So it's 10 years. They told us the shelf life is, 7 to 10 is really pushing it. We've gotten 10 out of the current one. It comes with a 2-year maintenance plan, so the 3rd year there would be an operating cost associated with it. It's $35.70 per year right now. I can't tell you what it's going to be in 3 years, but I would assume a little bit more than that. But this comes with the first 2 years. So any questions on that? It's our fingerprint machine. It's needed, and it's I think we got good use out of the last one to get the full 10 years.
Is there a maintenance charge, a yearly maintenance on the old machine?
Oh, yes, we're paying.
Okay.
We had to pay for half the, yes.
So how much is that, ish? No, that's the new one.
It was about half that.
So it's half that. So this would actually not be $35.70. It would be, it's already budgeted for half of that amount.
Oh,
for the current machine, I'm asking.
For the current machine, we're paid. They were going to end service January 1, 2026. They're
So there's nothing budgeted next year for maintenance on that?
There is nothing, no, really, there's nothing
Okay,
budgeted.
all right. That's what I wanted to know. I didn't know if it was a net.
We knew this was coming. Yeah, and I actually was more worried what we were going to do this year, but they did go 6 months further with the service, but we had to pay that.
Thank you.
So yes, our fingerprint machine, and again, it comes with the first 2 years. Then year 3, we would have that maintenance cost. Anything else on that one?
Any questions about this one? All right, next.
Okay. Number 2 is our vehicle for the year. We used to get every 4 years, we'd get a second cruiser. We went away from that, and now just 1 a year instead of the every 4th year. We can make it work, especially now with DPW helping with maintenance of the cars. We've really gotten a grasp, I think, on our fleet over the past year or two, putting the money into them that we need, having a system set up, and quite honestly, charging detail fees has really brought in additional revenue for the vehicles. We're already at over $15,000 charging detail fees, and that's only been in 3-4 months. So we've changed the model. Again, every 1 car a year. We used to get a second one every 4th year. I have no issues right now eliminating that. Again, I think with the detail fees, we're able to make it work.
Could I ask
This is a
question on
command
the detail
vehicle.
fees? Is that going into the general fund, or is that like a revolving account?
We started a revolving account.
Okay.
We started a revolving account, and we have the language. Hung-Hwa and I worked on the language for a warrant article.
Okay.
Kelly helped us a lot too. We just did it this past week. We found some other ones for a warrant article, and then it would go on that revolving list. We do have in there, I talked with a liaison.
John.
Where are you? About.
Oh, here he is.
Hi, John.
He's hiding. Yep, he's here.
We did, and again, maybe this is more of a conversation, but it does come up a little bit, is putting in there replacement and purchase of vehicles in there. So a used vehicle, we would utilize that money in there if we had the opportunity to buy a used vehicle ever. And we think that's a better way to go. Really fund it ourselves, and if we need, we do have the opportunity sometimes if a department turns one in. We were actually looking at one recently this past year that would have been great, 60,000 miles. We looked at it for our fleet, but again, we were able to fix the current one. That's what DPW helped fix the transmission. They did a great job. But we put that in the language for the new warrant article. And I think as long as we can get replacement vehicles and use that for maintenance, I think we'll be okay, especially now with DPW helping out.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So this revolving account is for used vehicles only, not to buy new? Did I misunderstand?
The way we wrote the warrant article was maintenance. It was maintenance, replacement, purchase.
Okay.
Anything dealing with
replacement
police.
with a new vehicle, if that's what made sense. It's not just used vehicles. That's what I thought I just heard you say. I'm trying to understand.
Well, out of the revolving account.
Yeah, out of the revolving account.
We would use to maintain our fleet, to keep the budget line. Like this year in our budget, we didn't increase our line for maintenance, even though last year it was one we actually went over.
Because you'll use it out of there.
Because we're planning on using it out of there,
Okay.
any cost increase. So we just thought
Okay.
that would stabilize our maintenance line.
All right, that's, I
And-
just want to understand that.
So that just has
Thank
to go
you.
on our article list, but is that gonna be like in a consent agenda kind of a thing? Because I'm not seeing it in this.
No, so that'll be, when we vote the limits, the ceiling
revolving.
limits on all the different
okay,
revolving
okay.
accounts, this will be added to those.
Then,
Okay,
Go ahead.
that's fine.
no, the only question I have, and so we're gonna establish a revolving account for the cruiser.
So where are the detail fees going now?
Into this revolving account.
Well, no, into the
But it hasn't
general
been
fund.
established yet.
No, the first year, the first
can't.
year it gets established.
Oh, well, I don't remember.
The
Thank
first
you,
year it
Sam.
gets established, you have 1 year from the time you establish it, because town meeting may take 8 months, it may take 12 months. So within that first town meeting, you then have to vote on it. So it goes into a fund.
Okay.
That was in the proposal, use it for anything. We just haven't used it yet because, I mean, we could, from what it was told to me, we could use it, but we just use our regular maintenance line.
Sure.
But within 1 year, you go to town meeting and you actually then put a limit on it and you have the warrant article.
So is that the intention going forward with that? I don't mean to go off the rails, but I want to understand, is it to use the
I have no memory of
budgeted
talking about this in
vehicle
January.
first?
Yeah, we did.
I have no memory.
Vehicle maintenance budget, and then once we kind of tap out on that budget, then we'll go to the revolving fund to use that for maintenance? Is that
I
kind
thought
of the
that would-
intention on use?
Yes, I thought it would allow us to keep our maintenance line level. If we had this extra money there, we could pull from if we ever needed
If
it.
you need it. So you're going to use the budget first and then go to revolving?
And then go to, and keep
Okay.
the budget flat. Also, if we get rid of a car breaks down, if we buy one, we get a good deal on a used car, that can also be, nothing's planned right now, but we made it kind of broad. Any maintenance,
So you can fund for the new car.
Right, but then, so you just
Well,
need to be careful.
I wouldn't say fund for the new car.
I mean, the used car.
If we needed one, we don't really need one right now, but we got one fixed, but that was, when we started working on writing the language, we're like, we should make this pretty broad in case we ever have to go that route.
To your point.
But right now, we don't have anything planned for that, but this would be not till May anyway, at town meeting.
So the only thing to think about with that is, if you're keeping your vehicle maintenance budget line flat, and you're 3 years into a flat budget because you're using, let's say, 20,000 a year out of the revolving account. This is
I hope
just
not,
stabbing-
but yeah,
I
yeah,
hope
I
not
got
to,
you, yeah,
but you know
yep.
my point. And then in the third year, you guys find a used vehicle, you buy that, now you don't have money for your maintenance, your vehicle budget line item needs to come up. So you gotta just be
Monitor it.
careful when you're using that, to make sure that you're keeping up. I mean, a
Right.
flat budget is great, but you can't keep it flat year
Yeah,
after
you gotta
year after year.
anticipate each year.
Yes, you
Yep.
have to, there needs to be some small increase, I think, that would be my.
And then the other question
Yeah, I
I
would
had
agree.
for the revolving fund, one is all of the detail money, will all of the detail money go, detail, whatever it's called, go into this revolving fund? Unlike
Yes.
Unlike the ambulance, it's 50%.
Yes, it all goes in there.
Okay.
Yes, the admin fees do not. They do not, but the detail fees do. And remember, we're getting a higher amount than normal now because of the bridge project.
No.
So I don't think we're gonna get the same level continuously, but I think it will be a substantial amount every year to help us.
No, that's why I just wanted to know, was it 100% of the detail? Because when the ambulance goes out, it only gets, their ambulance revolving fund only gets 50% of those.
Okay.
And apologies if I missed this, but where were the detail fees going before? And how does that line up with the budget? Which budget did it?
There weren't any. I had to implement the process, but
Okay.
it is allowed, and it was a goal that we, move forward with and got. It was a whole process of notifying vendors, again, working with Hung Hua and getting the account started. So, yeah, there just wasn't before.
Which was always an issue, because if you think about it, you go detail, yes, the vendor's paying for the person,
Yep.
but you're running gas
Yep.
and wear and tear on the vehicles, and you weren't getting anything for it. It's like, wait a minute.
Gotcha. Now I understand that's the
No,
gap.
it's not. Thanks.
So,
That's why I was.
So,
they were just paying for the for the officer and the admin fee sometimes. Now remember, like nonprofits are exempt, the AB school district's exempt from cruiser fees, Mass DOT is exempt, so there's plenty of exemptions too,
Town
not
events.
everybody's getting it. No.
Town events are.
Town events, yes, so we're not charging the town. but the big ones like nonprofits, AB, school district, they're not charged.
Just a question, how many vehicles do we have now?
I made sure I brought the list because it comes up every year. So I can go through that right now.
Just a number, just, just a number, roughly what we got.
So that jives with the every 7 to 10 years we buy a vehicle.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to make sure. That's what I was going to ask.
13.
13?
13 vehicles.
So we have 13 vehicles that could be used anytime.
Yes.
Okay.
And that includes the command and everything.
9, 10. A few of them are on their last leg. What did you say? I'm sorry.
That includes all the command vehicles. That's every vehicle that the police has.
That's every vehicle.
Can you send us that list before our meeting, our FinCom meeting?
John, do you have
Do you-
Yeah, I would say there's a fleet list.
Is it accurate to the capital plan?
Yes, 13
Does it
on here.
include the years?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
And that includes the animal control F-150?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's-
And something like, we did do hours, and one of them's got 14,800 hours. We're not gonna get too much more out of that.
Okay.
We're not putting money into that one. Another one has 13,000 hours. So mileage hours, so even some of the less on mileage, they're huge on hours, so.
Do you track hours by car per year?
We do, in a way, yes, because we go look from the year before. Only started doing that since last year, 2 years ago, when I started looking at hours as well.
How do you track hours?
So,
Engine hours.
engine hours.
Like
The-
even my car tracks engine hours.
Oh, it does?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a setting.
I believe most of them do. There may be one car that doesn't, but yeah, most of these were able to get the hours as well.
I guess
So-
I guess I have an old vehicle.
We,
No, hey, mine's 11 years old and it tracks, so yours probably does too, and you just don't
Just
know
need
it.
to find the button.
yeah, and obviously the patrol cars get a lot more hours
I heard that.
than the admin cars on them. So we have this year's the command vehicle that we have put on. Future
Bless you.
operating costs of the yearly maintenance after the warranty period, gas, oil changes, inspections. And again, I already talked about decreasing the schedule to one a year as opposed to a second one every fourth year.
So this is your new vehicle?
It is, yes. This would
Okay.
be green, it is Green Communities compliant. Kelly Brown has been phenomenal working with us and a lot of other, I know Acton she worked with. There is an exemption because of lack of availability on hybrids.
So is this a hybrid?
This is not a hybrid.
I understand the word, I see the word green community, so it's not a hybrid.
It falls, though, under the Green Community Guidelines.
Okay.
In addition, police cruisers are exempt from this criteria due to market availability. So this will not be believe it or not, it might actually, there's another exemption for admin vehicles. This really isn't, that's why we went with command, because admin is like one that would not be equipped with lights, sirens. Even though it's not out there every second going to calls. It does go to calls, it does do traffic duty, it does do things like that. So, but it does meet the exemption criteria. But went with Kelly on it. She spent an hour with us. I know she's helped Acton, a lot of other towns. She was a wonderful resource because the stuff has changed. It continually changes.
Well, that's why I wanted to understand the difference between green community versus hybrid.
It falls within their guidelines because
It won't threaten our designation. Because it's exempt, it's compliant.
exempt, yeah.
So is it the Ford Interceptor hybrid that's on the capital plan, or are you not going with that?
Sam, you're gonna work on that one, right?
Sorry.
On the capital plan, there's $71,000 for a Ford Interceptor hybrid. That's not the vehicle. This is a Ford, this is a different vehicle than what's on your capital plan, correct?
Ford Explorer.
Okay, it doesn't say that on here. That's fine.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, because this is 71,000, this is 64,700.
Well, the other positive part of it is they're cheaper.
Yeah.
They are cheaper, and next year back to a patrol car, we would probably use a grant. Alex has been helpful, but we can only use, and that's kind of a separate issue over here. Can we use a grant? We would use that on the hybrid, which is really what we want the cars that are running 6-7 hours a shift to be the hybrid cars. So hopefully availability is a little bit better next year.
Maintenance costs.
And maintenance, yeah. And now we're starting to, we haven't gotten into it yet, but we're pretty soon going to be getting into, they're still new, the ones we have, relatively new. But and you run into the issue is DPW is gonna do a lot and they're really helpful, brakes and tires, but when they get into the hybrid and the back, that's stuff that we may not be able to go to DPW for, just because they don't have the expertise.
And it's extremely expensive.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of departments, particularly out by Worcester, that are just dumping their hybrids.
They're
When
dumping
just because they're too expensive to fix out of warranty.
Serious?
Yes.
You're not talking electric vehicles. you're
Not
talking
electric,
hybrid.
they're hybrids. They're very expensive to fix once they get out of warranty. So the maintenance is still, maintenance is expensive as well,
Oh, yeah,
but,
yeah, yeah,
You are correct. You are correct. I have, you know, I don't think we should go away from them. I'm not saying that, but you're absolutely right. And we're kind of at that point where in the next year or two, we may or hopefully not see it because now they're not going to be 1 or 2 years old. They're going to be 3 and 4 years old.
So so I'm just throwing it out, would we go to a fully electric vehicle?
no, that's
Not
even
right now.
more expensive.
Those have maintenance issues and expenses also.
Yeah.
We'd have to
The
then-
reality is, for what they're using the cars for, we may just not be able to, until the technology gets better
Yeah,
and less
this might be a
expensive.
blessing right now. to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
you know, it's
So
just the
From
way
a
it
pure
is.
financial perspective, aside from the green issue.
Right, well, that's what I was wondering, so I understand, so one, your point about hybrids being expensive, I was wondering, what to your point, should we go to electric? And you're saying, no, we shouldn't go to electric either.
I think even just from a feasibility issue, like how do you keep like cruisers charged and everything?
Well, that's it. We'd have to capital to put the charging stations in. That would be another whole
And then God
issue.
forbid there's like something that happens on 495 and you got a car sitting there for 7 hours.
Oh, I know.
Like, what are you gonna do? Bring out a
Yeah.
portable charger? Like, I don't, you know, like it's like not, you
5 years from
know?
now, 10 years from now, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, like-
In a bigger fleet, 50 car, that may not be an issue, but in a
Yeah,
smaller
there was spare,
fleet.
yeah, there was gonna spare.
There's
Yeah.
a reason there's an exemption in the green community, because for
They
once,
finally.
you know, people thought about what makes sense, and there's a reason there's an exemption, so.
And no one's, other than a lot of companies aren't even offering them anymore.
Stuff doesn't always think things through.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So that is our, that's command vehicle. Next one is department flooring. We've pushed this forward quite a few years. I look back at the old, the old capital plan, and let me just find out when it was done the last time. Believe, to the old capital plan, it was 2007, it should have been replaced in 2015. Again, I can't really confirm that, but I did see, when it said it was done last. We haven't done it since then, talked to some of the officers, the veteran officers. So if there's not a renovation project soon, I do think carpets would be they are getting kind of old. We did do a little interior work this year with painting some of the offices and trying to spruce it up a little bit, especially in the former dispatch area in front there. And I think carpets would certainly be. We got 5 quotes. The cheapest of the one was about $16,000. And then we've got the increase, I put a small escalation in there for 6, 7, 8 months down the road when we do it, and also for pod, for movers. I did speak with Ed. DPW will hopefully be helpful, but he couldn't really guarantee it depending on what time of year and when we line it up. So there could be some cost savings there as well.
Capital.
Chief.
It's 2008. I'm sorry, did I say 7? Okay.
Oh, yeah, no,
So 2008. So
you're at 18.
we're up there.
So Chief, is this to put carpeting in?
Yes, new carpet.
Replace it.
Replace the current
Yeah,
carpet.
their carpet is nasty, if anybody wants to
No,
stop
but
by.
right, so my point is, should we go to like a slate floor or to a tile floor?
Yeah, I'm actually wondering why we're not doing luxury vinyl plank or
Which
something
is
like
what
that.
this is, by the way.
Yeah,
It's easier to clean.
This stuff.
We put it in,
Yeah, I know.
literally, physically put it in.
Just a
The
thought.
costs we got were from the first few people I talked to, they said the cost of flooring would be easier and cheaper. I'm sure there might be some out there, but from a quality perspective and having something that people are gonna be walking on continually with boots, especially like the locker room's getting area as well. The first few people who gave quotes all said, stay with the carpet, and those were the prices that I ended up getting. I'm not adverse to it, I just wanna get the current stuff out of there.
That's interesting.
I know, especially in the locker room with boots, but I do have a question. Are these the same carpets that have been used like in the library where they're the squares so that we can just replace the squares? Or is this like a roll of carpet?
I believe it's a roller carpet.
Okay, so, in the library, we don't have, and we used to use these in the schools. I'm sure they still use them in the schools.
Yeah, it used to be a
You
company
do
called
the
Floor,
squares.
F-L-O-R.
Let me look here.
I believe the squares.
Session time might
Yeah.
be correct.
It was easy to cut, so one of the cost savings, the reason with the flooring, put it this way, because of our furniture and the equipment we have in the building, it would be more difficult for them to cut with the big wood we got going here,
Yeah.
as opposed to carpet where you could just snip it and place it down. So that was one of the things, so if we do the wood, it's gonna cost more money.
The
But what
locker room
about
would be
the carpet?
hard. So new carpet tile is what they call it?
Yeah, so it is the
So I
tile.
believe it, but I think they're big. Like when you
They
say.
are, they're big. They're big.
Okay, I thought you meant are
No,
they
no,
like
no, no.
little
They're big
one
pieces.
by
They're like
one?
3 by 3 usually.
But
Okay.
like at the school, if one, where kids
Yeah.
used to sit in a circle every single day, we could just replace those
Yeah.
Okay.
5 tiles.
Well, one of the brands is Floor,
Yeah,
F-L-O-R.
okay. So that's
and
what
they're-
these are, because that's better
Yeah.
for long-term maintenance.
No, they're like 2
Yeah.
feet, they're like 2 feet by 3
Yeah.
feet, they're
Okay.
huge tiles.
Okay, I thought you, okay.
No, 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 no.
So again, we got the quotes came in anywhere from 16 to 33,000, and you know, we put the lowest one in here with the additional costs that I already mentioned.
Yeah, floor.com.
The last thing I did put in here, roofs. You know, monitoring it with DPW. How far are we out on that? I think we're in good shape for another year, 2 years, but I guess something we're going to continue to monitor. And I have no desire to go on the roof and overly monitor, because everybody knows the roof of the police station.
Pull the
is
snow
almost a
off the roof.
Vertical.
That thing is like.
I'd be horrified if we only get 20 years out of a roof. That I would be absolutely horrified.
I
by
agree
that.
with
Chief and I
you. I
talked
thought it was a
about
little
that.
low.
The chief and I talked about that.
This
Even
is New England, baby.
Yeah, it's a
Wait
steep,
for a leak.
it's a steep roof, it doesn't
Yeah.
get walked on, it's in good shape.
Yeah.
And it's only 20 years, you
Yeah.
probably got.
And it doesn't look,
5 or 10
it's not
years
all
left in it.
mossy or,
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? It looks
Yeah,
like it's in good shape.
It
you
is
know?
in good shape.
Sorry to burst your balloon about a future renovation. We'll get there.
Okay.
There's not a lot of the trees.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
Oh my gosh, you guys, we're back on track and we're 3 minutes early. Any other questions for the chief? He's got 3 more minutes. Or for Lieutenant.
He talked about, he's gonna hold on.
All right, forever hold your peace.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming in on a Saturday.
Be safe out there, it's still snowing.
It's still snowing?
Yep. Chris,
Not a lot.
Oh my
We're in New
gosh, I guess it
Englanders.
is.
We're not,
Bummer.
it's not Tennessee, so it's snowing, that's okay. It's
I know.
like,
you slide off the roof.
I'm not gonna slide off the road, you've seen my truck?
Just hold on to her bumper, Bob.
Do you need a ride
I
home?
know, we all do.
I know you have a Jeep, do you want to ride home in a real truck?
Maria's rolling monument
Wow, Bob! To GMC.
to environmental destruction.
Whatever, it's got that auto shut
What
off.
the heck?
You shouldn't pick on Bob, but you could snowshoe home from here. Whereas it's a long walk from my house.
So when Maria's big expensive truck breaks down.
Who's she gonna call?
My husband can work on a GMC.
Oh, that's awesome.
Goodness, okay.
We're gonna talk about
Okay.
this next time.
Hey, Alec, are you doing CPC too, or are we not worried about CPC? What?
I'm available to speak to any of the CPC articles if you
Can
like.
we talk
Okay.
about the open space thing while
Oh yeah,
Alex is
that's
here?
in his packet too.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
No, that's why I was confused. I'm like, who's coming to talk to us about CPC, and why isn't Steel Farm in there? So I don't know. Ah, that's why. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Alec,
Okay.
thank you for coming in today.
Thanks, Al, for sitting there.
Absolutely. So I've broken this up a little bit. Obviously, land use and permitting is in a regular your capital committee meetings or at Capital Saturday. But Gary actually asked me a probing question back in December that caused me to put a little thought into it. And as you'll see at the end of this presentation, I've mapped out the next 5 fiscal years of planning documents. Not
Yeah.
typical capital items, but things that do have a useful life that go for many years. They do have effectively an operational impact in that they impact our eligibility for funding at various different levels, but not your typical, pretty truck that you then put out on the road and people see on a day-to-day basis. These are the things that you put on a shelf and they collect dust for 2 or 3 months at a time, and we break them out to make major policy decisions.
Right, and I think one thing that already you brought up, I mean, even the culvert, you're talking about a 3 to 5 year planning process that's going to affect other departments. So I can appreciate your long range look forward.
Yeah, without a doubt. And one of the planning documents that in the last 3 years we just wrapped up and will be doing again actually at the end of this presentation, the hazard mitigation plan directly affects our scoring for the municipal culvert replacement grant program. So just a key example there. But we'll start with the more traditional capital items and then work from there. So that's the short part of the presentation. We don't do a lot of traditional capital stuff. We operate mostly off Microsoft Word and other word processors, not off physical products. But the big one that I'm bringing forward this year, so you'll note there are 2 on this list, OpenGov building permitting software. We're proposing the transition to a new online permitting system that is more expensive than the existing system, and we are bringing back an MS4 permitting item. So the MS4 permitting item, you'll see there's no FY26 actual. That's because we took a break in FY26. We had some funds accumulated, and we were using some ARPA dollars to offset over the last couple fiscal years. So we pressed pause on the capital items we were bringing forward, but we are bringing that forward this year in a reduced capacity from the previous $30,000 a year. We'll talk about that and how that'll probably be a 2-year item, not just 1 year as it shows here, but we'll probably be able to stretch that fund
Every 2 years.
Yes, at least in this first round, I think we'll be able to break this into a 2-year request. All right, so the first one and the largest cost here is the online permitting system. Apologies for the very dense text on the slides, but there's a lot that goes into this. So the town, for the last couple of years, has been aware that our existing online permitting system just simply isn't cutting it anymore. We've gotten complaints from the users of the system, whether that be the contractors who are interfacing with it on a regular basis. While they do say it is user-friendly at times, ultimately we've had issues with double billing, with slow processing, and we get a lot of complaints from the lay public. So residents like yourselves who are choosing to pull their own building permits and such, they find it nearly impossible to use at times. Unless you've used it a few times over, it poses a lot of challenges to you. Most pressing in just the last couple of years, we noted that it was failing to capture new growth automatically. So the way this system and any good system works is it reports the results directly to the assessor's office. It puts it right on the property card, and it ensures that that new growth number is captured, whether it's commercial, residential, anything. And we found that between 2024 and 2025, nearly 300 permits were missed. Thankfully, between our building admin and our assessing admin, they were able to parse through that. They were able to take the paper permits, go back to the rudimentary level, bring them back over, manually enter them into the system to make sure all of that was captured. But it was the straw that broke the camel's back there. When you have both a customer service failure, but then a key failure that drives your revenue-based decisions, it became apparent we do need to make a transition here. This past year, we produced a low-level procurement process. We did bring in multiple vendors. My department heard presentations from different softwares, and ultimately we landed on OpenGov, which I'll tell you, it's top of the line. It's the biggest and the best out there. It's in over 130 municipalities here in Massachusetts alone, over 2,000 of them nationwide. But it's well worth the investment. It's set up, it's scaled up, and even from day one, when we turn it on, our new contractors or our existing contractors don't need to create a new profile. It migrates all their information from the work they've done in other communities too. So it's something that's scalable and tracks across every community. Specifically, I'm requesting $58,222.15 this fiscal year.
To be exact.
Yeah, to be exact. That is a very exact number because I've also applied for grant funding. So the Community Compact IT grant was actually due earlier this week. We've applied for the year 1 cost of the service, as well as the installation and the training that comes with it. So the entirety of the year 1 cost, which is just about 50%, it's on that 49% side. We've applied for grant funding. I do expect that to be a successful application that we'll hear back about in the next month or two. But with this software and service, they do look for you to enter into a 3-year contract. So I'm looking for capital funding to fund years 2 and year 3, which is the cumulative cost of $58,000 and change.
So for 3 years, it's $58,000?
The town would be on the hook for $58,000. That's spread across 2 years. So in FY28, we would be using town dollars for the first time. That would be about half this total article. And then again, in year 3, we would use the remainder of funds to pay for year 3 of service.
Yeah, the last sentence there, the total project cost of $115,000 and change will be halved, and the project will only move forward with the award if we get the grant.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
okay, so if we don't get the grant, you're not gonna move forward
then
with
we're not
this?
gonna bring it forward.
Correct. I wouldn't have the funding available to actually be able
So
to pull
you
it
don't
off.
wanna go for the full funding with the town?
The full, correct. Candidly, this isn't the year for me to ask the taxpayers that. We have a lot of legislative items we want to bring forward. I know the budget challenges that you and your team were facing. It feels inappropriate right now to bring forward a $100,000 article.
Revenue.
How confident are you gonna get the grant? Because it feels like this might be the one software program that actually helps us make money, right?
Right.
Most stuff maybe, but if we can catch new growth.
No, I know.
So most of the stuff that's up there doesn't really do anything with the bottom line. If this
This is revenue.
if it's revenue, it may
There's not really
not be.
revenue, is it? I mean, new growth is a number that we get. Are you saying we don't capture that revenue, that's number?
That's it, so
if we
that's
don't have
kind of what
this?
Alex said, right? 300 permits were not,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't capture it well.
we don't
Because-
capture it
Well,
well.
but we capture it manually some other way, right?
But then that's,
2 years later.
but the problem is that human cost, right? So
Yeah.
we catch
Yeah.
it manually, but if you have I don't like spending money, but if you have the building inspector, the building department's admin, and the assessor's admin having to get together and go through all the permits, and then what should that be on this side, there's human cost to that.
And what are they not doing when
And
they're doing
it's
that?
not, I don't like spending money, but let me tell you, if you don't get the grant, next year's not gonna be a better year to bring it forward.
Yeah, that's very
Like,
true.
You know what I mean? So
And
it's
with
something.
Campanelli coming.
It's the same conversation we just had with Public Works, where it's like, authorize this much and see what you get.
Yeah.
right?
But
Well,
this,
so you
well, this
could
is a
do
little
that.
bit this is a little bit different. With Public Works, we're not getting any money. Here we could get money.
Well, we were talking about the relationship
Right.
between chapter 90.
Oh,
and-
right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so.
So I guess that's a question for this group. I mean, is it something with, and Alec, I appreciate you saying this isn't the year to bring it forward, but does it make
Maybe it
sense
is.
to say, ask for the full amount in the hopes that we're gonna get bonding, or we're gonna get the grants, and if we get the grants, it's only gonna be this amount. We've done that before in
But it
town.
looks like we don't get, there's no money spent till FY '28 anyway, right?
Yeah.
Alec, when would we know if we get the grant?
Well,
As early as March.
March of this year.
This program is a very quick turnaround time. It's through the Community Compact Best Practice Program. This is specifically their IT grant program, which is a standalone component. And Maria, to your question earlier, how confident am I? In my lifetime, I've been denied 2 grants. And that's out of the 30-something we've put in for. I feel very confident this is an eligible project. It's something to score highly to begin with. And we're coming in, while not with a match in year 1, we're saying we're going to match it with 50% over a 3-year term. So I am quite confident, but I'd be doing a disservice to my department if I didn't say, yes, absolutely, we'd love to fund this in a 3-year, the full 3-year with town dollars if we can't get the grant. I do feel confident going into it, though.
And to my point, and I think Kristen, if we go for the 115, by the time of the annual town meeting, we'll know if we have the grant, and we can reduce it down. If we go for the 115.
Well, and the way we'll word the
Yeah.
warrant
Right.
is that lends to that. It will say it's $100,000, of which this will be funded by the town. If
Yeah.
we get a grant, this will be funded by the grant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, so,
So can I just ask, how much of this cost, so is it $20,000 of operating costs going forward in perpetuity?
An
roughly?
additional 20,000. So our existing system is 7,500 and change. I expect that's going to be closer to 8,000 going into the next couple of fiscal years. The average annual subscription cost right now is 28,000, at least in this 3-year contract term. It'll then creep over the 30,000 mark if we then do an additional contract, which it would be my intent to do. And I'll note as well, we made decisions early on in the process before we even brought this forward to you. At one time, we were looking at a fully expanded permitting module that would have included planning board permits, zoning board of appeals, conservation commission. That was a more expensive module. Right now, we are bringing you building permitting because that is the most essential thing.
Right, so going forward, let's just say 28, 29, this is going to have a baseline fixed annual cost of about $30,000 a year.
Yes.
so that's a lot.
So that's what you're committed to.
Yeah, so then the question is.
Which is about $20,000 more than what you're paying right now.
Well, then we're
in
paying
annual cost.
$8,000 a year right now, so it'd be
Yeah.
$12,000 more
Something
than we're
different.
paying now.
Right, so that's, right, because normally you get the upfront cost,
It'll be-
but then the maintenance cost
Goes
is
down.
not
Yeah,
that,
so-
I mean, this is a lot.
What about, and so, what's your vision for supporting equipment in that time frame? So like, in 29, is this all software and licensing? Or are you gonna have to also replace the hardware at some point in time?
No,
too?
all software and licensing. It's a cloud-based system, so they manage everything on that back
Okay.
end. As long as I've got a computer in
You got a
front of me,
laptop.
I can
Yeah.
operate.
It looks like it's capable of giving like resident access to things, like, would you be using the full suite, or is this software like
Just for
compartmentalized, like are you only doing one module? I'm just looking at the OpenGov website, it says, you know, there's a front desk giving residents access things like the permitting. Would it be just your ability to use software for your own management, or would these other tools, like it says you can do online payments for residents, pay permits and things like that, would it be the full suite you'd be getting?
You get the full suite of building permits. So the building is its own module.
Okay.
Within each of those modules, there is a customer service facing side of it. There is a back end side of it on ours. This team might remember that using ARPA dollars, we invested in a document repository, which will come with a public facing portal. And this will be how we continue to maximize that service going forward, where this will report those documents back into the repository once it's cleared. But even when it's when a permit's underway, let's say, for example, you're doing a kitchen remodel, your contractor's pulling most of the permits, which is always our recommendation, have the contractor, have the professional do the permitting work. If you want to check in on your permit, you want to see some of the base level information of where is it in the process. You know, is it under departmental review? Has the permit been issued? That information will be publicly available. You'll be able to use it, and on our back end, we'll see the nitty-gritty details of this is stopped up at the conservation level, or this needs to be approved by the tax collector, or there's outdated or there's past due taxes, so this permit's not clearing the system until you first come in and clear your taxes. It gives us a lot better of a streamlined system, and I'll tell you, as someone who works in it, the Massachusetts and New England in general, but the Massachusetts permitting process is one of the most archaic and slow. And this service has done a great thing for those 130 plus communities in maximizing and streamlining the process.
So 130 communities are using this?
Yes, in Massachusetts.
I'm pretty sure Littleton and Acton use it. I'm trying to remember last time we permitted, but I've used OpenGov and it's great.
That's correct. Littleton and Acton
Yeah,
are both
Littleton,
signed up.
it's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing.
So the cost, if you don't get the grant, is about $38,000 a year, right? If you take this 115 divided by the 3 years.
Yes, but I will say, as you can see, 50% of that is up front. You know, a lot of it is the professional services of getting you skilled up.
And then after that is 20 grand.
So let's talk about
20
yours.
grand more.
Well, 12 because
20
he's
grand
paying 8
more than
now.
what we pay
30.
today.
So
let's
then
talk-
I guess the question is, can we justify that cost versus?
So let's
what
talk
we're
about the
losing
human
in
cost.
permitting?
Like for Acton and Littleton, with my world, I can just go online, I can see everything, I don't have to call anybody, I don't have to bother anybody, like it's all there and all the contractors can do the same. So if you start thinking about it in
Right,
terms
but
of
Acton and
opportunity
Littleton is
costs.
huge, and they've got a lot more commercial building going on. So
Littleton isn't though,
kind
so-
of, it's bigger than Boxborough, so
But I
let's
can
bring
also
it
tell
down
you, every
to
time a
this.
homeowner needs to know, I mean, I don't know, I think it's,
And it's not so much, with all due respect, the human cost on the other side of the phone, it's the human cost in the building.
I just
right?
said that, that's what I meant.
Oh,
I don't,
see what you're saying. Okay.
anytime I
Yeah.
need you, that's your cost, right?
If
Yeah.
I
But
could
it's 30
too,
grand, that's like a whole nother.
No, it's 12 grand. It's $8,000
No,
now.
it's 20,000 incremental over what we're doing now.
Yeah.
if I could, as
I thought you told me it was,
So,
okay.
Yeah, it's 20
Is there
grand
any
over
way-
what we're paying now.
Can you clarify that, Alex? Because that's not what I
can
heard.
you confirm any type of savings to your process that might make the $30,000 a little bit easier to swallow?
so what I'll note is there are two separate but simultaneous projects that we're exploring. Namely, we are exploring the revenue share that we currently have with our inspectors. Right now, some of our most significant permit types, we pay 90% of the permit fee back to the inspector and only retain 10% to the town. That is an older model, one that so many communities have moved away from. So we are actively exploring a change in that division of permitting fees, so that way we can offset that cost with the revenue that's coming in. Many communities, in speaking with our OpenGov sales rep, many of the communities who do bring forward OpenGov, they'll charge a service fee on top, which helps offset the cost. And with the research that, that the town administrator's intern did, there are some very clearly identifiable permits that were 50% or less than what other communities are. And we only just redid our building permitting fees in 2019, not that long ago, but even still, we've been left behind in certain areas. So we expect that other revenue sources are going to go up, if frankly greater than the increased cost that we're proposing. We're proposing 20 grand a year more, and I expect the department will be generating more. Expect.
No, but actually, along that exact line, do you have access to what other communities are doing in these specific permitting fees that are on this system by any chance?
Oh, absolutely. Our OpenGov account rep will be a liaison between all that. And I could pick up the phone and call Littleton, Acton, Stowe, Harvard, any of the communities we work with on a daily basis, and I can just engage them in the process as a think tank to figure out what works best. But with this, you're also getting a network of 130 plus communities. You're keeping in line with the best practices. And where that sets us apart from them is they're doing it with staff teams of several inspectors, several admin. We're behind to begin with. We have a part-time admin team, we have a part-time building commissioner, and we have per diem inspectors. This allows us to keep up with your needs as a community, and more importantly, that's a bold word for me to say, but more importantly, keep up with the commercial growth that we're going to be seeing. Just last month, we approved a 17.5-year window for 650,000 square feet of new commercial growth. And if 1414 Mass Ave and what they've called the Mass Ave Research Campus comes forward, that's another 500,000 square feet of new commercial growth. And I want to be sure that every penny of that is captured to offset the burden it puts on you as residential taxpayers.
So what I've heard you say is that we can think about reviewing the fees that the permits pay to us.
The select board's gonna be looking at all of that,
as a
all of our
sort of
fees.
a revenue source, an
Yeah.
increased revenue source potentially.
Yeah.
And I also heard you say that for building inspectors right now, they're paid like on a you know, commission basis almost. You get some share of the permits that you
Our plumbing and electrical inspectors, yes.
Yeah, and that sounds like it's up for review and maybe changed based on having this available.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Does this
It'd be interesting to see what the math is on that.
Does this allow us to keep a part-time, because we have a part-time retired building inspector, does this allow us to keep that model? Because his salary is far less expensive than if we had to go with a full-time building inspector during this construction of the, Beaverbrook and potentially 1414, right? Does this allow us to kind of keep that model of a part-time building inspector?
I think it keeps the model feasible for many more years to come. Yeah, I can't guarantee that when Ed chooses to transition on in his career into the second retirement, but this certainly helps. If you talk to just about any of our inspectors, in fact, every one of our inspectors, building commissioner or standard inspector that I've spoken with on our team, they all rant and rave about this software. It makes their lives easier. And for our admin who has to coordinate all those schedules, it keeps her organized, it keeps her effective, and it sets the table that if in future years we choose as a town to step into the planning and the conservation permitting and the other modules as well, which would be a couple $1,000s more in annual cost than what I'm showing here, it would potentially allow us to reduce our admin team in future generations.
I think the fire department can opt in for burn permits and smokes and all that, if I remember right.
That's
yeah,
absolutely
it's a great program. I get it. You're worried about the long-term costs, but it's
Sounds like it makes your small team agile, so that you do more of that. In order to do more, you have to potentially hire more people. That has more implications. $20,000 plus a year is a lot.
So I think we should put in the full amount into the warrant.
I agree.
And then just word it as such that it will,
Our expectation is probably 90% chance of putting in the full half.
or by then we may know.
We'll definitely know.
Or when do we go to print on this?
I don't have it in front of me.
Maybe we know even before it goes to
might
print.
know.
No, I mean, maybe we know before it even goes to print.
Likely, yes.
And if that's the case, then you just change it to be.
Yes, it'll be in April,
First week of
sometime in
April,
April.
so,
In
yeah.
terms of getting the thumbs up on that, it sounds like we're fairly confident. Is it one of those that we were doing earlier today where like because we're ways outdated or older, don't have software, like, does that make us more eligible or anything like that? Or is it just you're confident just because of where we're at?
No, I'm confident mostly, this program, the grant program, was established to specifically pay for transitions like this.
Okay.
And the case we're making is that this will expedite and keep us efficient, and it will ultimately offset the cost to you as residential taxpayers with the simultaneous changes we plan to bring.
Okay.
All of those things are scoring criteria for the program.
So we're not switching from like an updated software to this one because we like it better. We're going from something that's almost efficient to go into this. So.
Yes, yeah. I would never disparage another software. There's a reason I haven't named it out here, but frankly, it does not meet our needs.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's, yeah.
John, I mean, Alex.
Makes sense.
Does this software, and I'm gonna go up there, does this software with the, as far as the fees and everything else, tie into the general ledger system?
No, I got it.
Have you looked at that?
No. It's not. It's completely separate.
Okay.
Separate.
And most don't tie into
No,
directly.
where it needs to tie in is the assessors, which is what it does.
Generate the new growth.
Okay.
The whole reason for permits
I just
is
wanted to ask.
to generate new growth.
Yeah, there would be no
And
need
you
for
may
it to
want
tie
to,
into
in
the general ledger.
justification, say permits are the basis for generating new growth in town, rather than just saying offsetting the burden to residents, because new growth means that there's more, other people are paying part of it, I guess.
That's true. Scared of that word.
Yeah, so Alec, the only thing I would say is if you could get some real numbers, because there are people who are like, oh great, now we're gonna pay $60,000 for new software that's gonna cost us $20,000, you know, then don't really, if you could get some real numbers.
Oh, they just see all the money going up and go,
Yeah,
why
they
are we
just see all
paying
the
for it?
software, and there's a lot of people who think that, you know, for 100 years, we've done everything manually, why do we need software to do it? It's just the way our town is, and, you know, so if you just had some numbers around it.
To your point though, Alec, you know, I just met with some people last week. Their house is valued at like 8. They're gonna get 1.2 because none of their additions is on their record card. So, and they permitted everything.
Yep.
So right there, we lost new growth. That's new growth. Somebody should have been paying more of their fair share.
So are we gonna change this number to the full amount?
Yeah.
115? Could we,
So on the spreadsheet, updated 2016 slide.
Bless you.
For the, this ATM article.
you updated to 116?
Yeah.
Well, you fully rounded.
I have one question now that.
It's not a bad thing.
I like a contingency.
Alec, I have one question now that Kristen brought that up. Will this now, if we feed everything that we have so far, will it figure out what got missed from the past?
No, so
That I don't know.
we feel comfortable that, so 2024 to 2025 is the gap that we identified. I can't speak to anything that predates our existing software. You know, a manual system, which the town was on for so long, is frequently where you see gaps. When we discover gaps that it sounds like, Kristen, you found one,
All the time.
we always go back and the assessor will work hard to make sure that stuff gets updated. What I can say is this, we're caught up right now on that 2024 to 2025 gap. That was my number one priority. Get us caught up, make sure we've captured where the system failed. As we go through this transition process, we will migrate the back data as well. I can't say for certain that it will communicate it over, but it will make it very easy for us to at least identify if there are further missed permits from the existing software's window, and almost guarantee, short for some human error or some surprise update, almost guarantee that this never happens again.
Well, surely the assessor must look at those permits as well when they do the periodic revaluation of the houses, or do they not do that?
Well, that's the problem, if they don't have the information.
They don't have
This
the
software
permits.
was not telling the assessor
This
that
software
the
will tell
update
the
had
assessor
happened.
it's a permit.
Yeah.
And we've been dealing with this for years.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Oh,
multiple
yeah.
assessors have said to us, we're not communicating.
So going forward then, if they do a revaluation of a house, they'll be able to pull what's been permitted in the past.
But
and
more
say,
importantly, if you pull a permit to add
A kitchen,
value
do
to
your
a
kitchen or
kitchen, so
something.
I pulled
Yeah.
a permit to
Yeah.
add a kitchen.
Yeah.
I don't know if that permit
If it got-
translated over to the
Right.
assessor. I
Yeah.
don't think it did because I didn't see a huge,
Yeah.
increase. But going forward, it will.
Yeah.
So my
So-
question, to previous question, Kristen, if someone didn't pay an assessed value, town wouldn't go back.
You can't go back. No, they
but
win.
at least for
Yeah.
moving forward.
Moving forward, though.
Yeah, you can go
Yeah.
forward,
Yeah.
but you can't assess them on something that
No.
didn't happen.
No.
Well, you
No.
can, no,
That's
the
what
next
I'm
year's
saying.
assessment will
Right.
be based on
I was
that.
gonna say, yeah, right, no, that's what I expected, I was gonna go, you
Yeah.
can't go back, there's no
No,
way.
but my point is, when you think of all the renovations and all that were done during COVID that probably aren't captured.
Oh, yeah.
And I see it all the time, missing bathrooms, missing additions, I see it
Yeah.
probably in 75% of the houses that I work with.
Yeah.
And then I tell them to go to the assessor and update it.
I know I'm
Because it won't
from
affect
houses
them,
on
it affects the
GIS
next people.
Where I know had a lot of things done, permit pulled, none.
Yeah, but-
Exactly. See, there you
So
go.
will that get
Yeah.
updated,
Yeah,
at
but-
least for the
Only
next
if he goes-
assessment?
Yeah, but Kristen.
Not prior permits per year,
But
no,
Kristen,
it's
that's-
moving forward.
Kristen, that's my
Oh,
question,
so
when you
even if
tell your client, go to the assessor and update this.
You know what I
happens?
tell them? I say, it won't affect you because we can't go backwards, but we want the correct information in the record because the mortgage company and everyone's gonna wanna see what's really in your house, and the people buying will be paying taxes on your renovations. It doesn't affect the current homeowner.
Okay. all right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. We can't go backwards, just like we can't give money back if we
You
make a
seem
mistake.
concerned, like you have a question. You're just-
No, I'm just, like, I understand that you can't go back
Yeah.
and like tax them, but at least moving forward, the assessment should be right,
Yeah.
right?
See, I've added a room on my house and
Yeah.
that was not caught. And I did it in '23.
Yeah.
And I haven't paid for that.
Yeah,
When this
Hello?
gets migrated over,
Yeah.
right, I have not added a room.
I'm doing
That
triple time.
room will then be added as this migrates over. So going forward from that
Forward.
point,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pay the increased
That's-
assessment for that
yeah.
room.
that's what I
Right.
wanna make sure,
Yeah.
at least moving forward, if it catches,
Yeah.
Right.
that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Then we have a lot more in terms of what we will be able to get back from that, right? Like,
Well, and
Some
it's
of the
also-
taxpayers, we're gonna get it right this
Yeah.
time, so all you people who
So
didn't
good
get
luck
some
passing
permit,
this at town
you know,
meeting.
yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the hard thing though is it comes back to everybody should be paying their fair share.
Right,
Then you
right.
get back to the people in their 50-year-old houses, whatever. It's all about equity.
And I just,
One more people with new kitchens.
and I just want to
Joe,
know,
get that
the
kitchen
reason
done now.
Kristen has a brand new, the reason Maria has a brand new GMC is because she didn't pay taxes on it.
No. I did what I had to do. I can't pull my permit for my kitchen. If the town
So-
dropped the ball,
Just
that's
saying,
not my
just
problem.
saying.
Alec, correct me if I'm wrong, but Maria's Kitchen from 2020. No. So that permit was pulled back in '23. This software isn't going to capture that. That's gonna-
Actually, that permit was pulled in 18.
No, but what I'm saying is this
Right.
software doesn't fix that.
No.
Unless we start
A
entering.
reassessment does.
Right.
But this is going to
Right.
capture future permits.
But
from
Alec,
when-
can we go back
Just to
in
be
time
clear.
though, if there was time? I thought you had said they could start working backwards to update
can,
records.
It's going to migrate, so we will have a migration component that pulls up all of the permits from the last software.
Okay.
Without double reporting, though, that would be a challenge. And at that point, we run the risk of over-assessing people for things that have already been credited back to their building card. So that's a more sensitive area. Between myself and the future assessor, when the town does bring someone forward on a more permanent basis, at that point, I'm sure we will sit down and have a discussion about appropriate best steps. That won't be till December though, because what we first have to do is secure the funding, then get the system infrastructure put in place, get people skilled up, and turn the system on before the backlog can even come in.
Yeah, I mean,
think
can you
at some point it
can you
makes sense.
prioritize like the biggest changes that you've seen, just to make sure that those are all
Yeah.
now in the database in terms of?
Yep.
So
capturing stuff
I'm
you
still
want?
not quite clear then. So if somebody had a kitchen renovation in 2018 and they do a periodic revaluation of that, re-inspection of the house, the assessor, will they be able to figure out that there was a kitchen addition done in 2018?
If they let them in, if they let the assessor
Well,
in.
no, but
Yeah.
so they can't pull the permits then.
So an important part of this, and you actually just touched upon it. When the assessor goes out to do their reevaluation of your property, if you choose not to let them in the door, the assessor can only work off the data that is available to them on that property record card. This system makes sure they have the accurate data.
So would it be accurate though? Would it be accurate going back to 2018 or wherever?
after you migrate.
So as I said, there will probably have to be a more manual entry component.
Yes.
Otherwise, I run the risk of pushing data that's already been captured and over-assessing.
And that's what we want. Is there a way to do manually after you migrate and after it's all done? I'm assuming we should have records about what permits got.
Oh, yes, there's almost certainly a
Yeah.
way to do this. It's more of a manual redundancy system, but there is a way for us to go through, especially if we set thresholds of, we're gonna see above this value,
Yeah.
we are going to manually check each and every one,
Yeah.
but that's a discussion to be had with our next assessor.
It sounds like we should be, even if it costs some time and money to do that, we should do that, because that's revenue we can actually generate from these old.
That sounds like it could be a good summer internship program.
Very well.
Has a high possibility of paying for itself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In ways that we just can't
Just,
quantify right
just
now.
with the new future stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So we're updating that line to be 115?
Yes.
Yeah.
160.
160.
We're just gonna round it up.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
And I know that one ran long, but thankfully, this next one's pretty quick. We've done this many, many years. We have been a compliant community with the MS4 requirements. This is us bringing back, as I said, we hit pause on this item in FY26. We have funding set aside that we've been able to draw into. We still have about $15,000 worth of funding that when we roll into this 28,000 will easily get us through the current fiscal year, or the upcoming fiscal year, I should say, if not into two. My hope is to enter into 2-year contract with the company who does our MS4 stormwater with the lump sum of this 28,000 and the existing 15,000, and then come back to you. At that point, it would be FY29.
What would that be for 60,000?
No,
There-
not necessarily.
no.
So when we sign these contracts, they are for itemized tasks, which you've seen.
Okay.
You see I've put these bullet points
Yeah.
in here.
Yeah.
Those itemized tasks do vary in cost. So it's not a guarantee that each year it's going to be another 30,000. That's why you're seeing this one's only 28,000.
Okay.
In forecasting out with our consultant what the next 2 years worth of projects will be, we can likely get it done in that 43,000 in total, as opposed to the early years where it was more legitimately 30,000 a year. Now we're starting to see those costs creep down.
And Alex, this is a state mandate that we have to do this, right?
Yes, there are state requirements in this.
Because if we don't do this, with the risk of grant approvals is almost eliminated.
Admittedly, I've never worked with a community that didn't comply with its MS4 requirements, so I'm not familiar with the risks.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
think it's
not
about
find
grants.
out.
I think it's like a, you have to do this.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Especially as a community like Boxborough, who's so reliant on individual wells too, there are so many little cases where failure to keep up with the standards set forth in this could have an impact on a single-family homeowner to their clean drinking water. It's not a risk worth taking.
Yeah, and I thought this was federal. Sam and I think this is a
It
federal
is federal.
mandate.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
federal.
EPA
Yeah,
set the
it's not-
standard,
it's
and
not
then the
state.
state created the requirements individually.
Okay.
All right. So jumping ahead, now we're getting into the new stuff. So we're going to start looking at our various planning documents. You'll see FY26 in progress, and what I've done is I've highlighted here as well what the expectation for grant funding and what the actual grant funding is. So for example, we are currently underway for an economic development plan and an ADA transition plan. I will note I'm in many cases here speaking on behalf of other entities. So we support pretty much every board or committee that's listed in here, save for the hazard mitigation plan, which sits squarely with the responsibility of staff individuals. These others are all pretty much boards and committees that we represent or support. The economic development plan was paid 100% through grant funding. The ADA transition plan was paid 100% through grant funding 2 years ago. We just had to wait a little bit to be able to actually kick the work off and get started. And the proposed plans for FY27, some of which will cross into a second fiscal year, actually both of these will cross into a second fiscal year, we're expecting high grant funding yields as well. The housing production plan we expect to be 100% grant funding, and the open space and recreation plan, which I know has drawn conversation as of late, that we expect to be somewhere between 50% and 100%. Notably, OSRPs aren't the easiest things to grant fund. The state has given us new infrastructure to be able to pay for these things. So I'm more confident than ever before that I can get this one 100% paid for, but that's still relatively new. So I'm giving myself the wiggle room to say 50% to 100%.
Is the 60 the full amount?
Yes, the 60 is the full amount. We had our regional councils of government, who I intend to have redraft this plan going to the next stage. They provided us 3 scopes of work. They noted right off the bat those scopes of work are undervalued for what they actually needed to bring in costs. So already we're seeing them creep. I'm expecting when they go out to actually quote us our work, it's going to be between $55,000 and $60,000. Yep.
And nothing for 28?
No. Yes, so actually that's a good point, Bob. I do want to call this out. You will see an intentional gap built in here. In FY28, I am proposing no planning grant documents be done, specifically because I don't want us to write any grant applications. My plan in FY29 is to bring forward your next master plan, which expires in 2030. That is a very expensive planning document, more expensive than any of the other planning documents. It's less expensive because we're keeping up with these other documents. We're making sure those stay up to date. We're doing the routine maintenance, whether it's 5 years or 10 years on the plans. But nonetheless, if you're going to do a really good master plan, you're going to knock it out of the park, which we're now sitting on 2 back-to-back updates since the last time we wrote a master plan from scratch. We got to do this one. We got to make sure it's new, and we got to make sure it meets the needs of Boxborough today. The 2015 was an update from a 2002 master plan. Boxborough looked very different in 2002. So that document I'm quoting right now at about $175,000. If we want to get really into technology and we want to be on the cutting edge of this, that'll creep up to $200,000 very quickly. But I expect that we can get 80% of that grant covered.
Okay, that was my question. So 175 is no grant, but you're expecting at 80% of 35,000.
Yes, so you'll see I've broken down these 2 lines, the total cost of the item as well as what I expect the town to have to pay. There's almost no way the town doesn't put up a match with the sheer size of it and the competitiveness we'll need to have, but I expect we can keep your town match at $35,000.
Okay.
So the open space and recreation plan, as I said, somewhere between 50 to 60. Really 55 to 60. I just got these other scopes of work back yesterday from the regional council, and it's really looking pretty firm up in that 55 to 60 range. Also notably, Boxborough has such a high percentage of open space. It does lead into how much you end up spending and how much of the mapping work, and analysis you have to do. This plan is a vital tool to any planner's resources and a vital tool in the toolbox for the majority of our land use boards and committees, not just the Conservation Commission, the Recreation Commission, and the AgCom, who use this document foundationally, but for the Planning Board and the ZBA as they're making decisions, and even for the Select Board and the FinCom if you're making a high-level policy decision, or if we're coming forward to ask for the acquisition of a parcel of land, which I'll note, we have some parcels of land on the horizon that I do think the town is going to have to be prepared for. I think there are already a couple out there that we are ill prepared for, but we're hoping to solve that in part with a CPC item that we've put forward. This open space and rec plan, as I said, I expect we probably can get it covered 100% through grant funding. We're going to do this one a little in reverse. Normally I apply for our regional funds and then our state funds, but the state grant that would pay for a good chunk of this is already open. My expectation is that I'm going to make that application with Ian's assistance and working with the 3 boards and committees that are foundational to this plan. We'll make that application in the month of March, and we'll be putting up conservation trust funds as a match to it. That gives us a better negotiating strategy when we go back to our regional councils of government and I say to them, I really don't have that many matching funds available. But nonetheless, this open space and rec plan, we'll be kicking that off next year. And then, because of revisions that have been made to the laws, open space and rec plans are actually now eligible for a 10-year window. So you won't have to pay. You won't have to pay for the plan again. 7 years later, you'll get the 3 extra years at that point.
Okay. Any questions?
Yes, this is the one that we want to talk about, whether it's going to be funded through CPC funds, through the Conservation Trust, or are we going to do an article and do it through free cash? Because we've talked about it this is not a Conservation Commission only article.
Right.
And those funds could be used for other stuff in CPC I think that this should be done through free cash. I know in the last round, it was done in the Conservation Trust. I don't think that planner brought it forward, because I don't even think I was on the select board, but I don't think that was brought forward. I think it was just done through that. I think this should be done as a warrant article, and I think it should be done through free cash. And because the Conservation Trust Fund that's funded every year was not set up for this.
Right.
It was set up for an entirely different reason.
Land acquisition, right?
Yeah, so.
So Alec, I thought you said something about you wanted to run the fund down because then it made us more eligible for grant funding? Is that, no, all right, I didn't understand. Something about you saying to the state that you don't have access to other funds.
So I do have a strong opinion on putting forward a free cash article.
Bring it on.
I am strongly opposed to any planning document that we want to apply for grant funds to, short of the master plan, where I admit from the get-go, we're gonna need a match for. I'm strongly opposed to putting an article on the warrant, because once you publish that article and once it's approved at town meeting, my bargaining position disappears. All you got to do is look back, and I am obligated to report to the state, ethically and professionally, that we do have a match on the books ready to go. And whether it's the state or the regional council of government, when I tell them what we have on the books, which I'm obligated to say, why would they cut us a better deal? They have so many other communities they have to put money
I
into.
understand that we need to find a different mechanism, because it doesn't belong in the Conservation Trust account. And it should not be, because it is not a Conservation Commission plan. It is open space. It's recreation, it's conservation,
Agriculture. Those are the three.
Right?
Yep.
Those are the three. This is not a Conservation Commission document. And so and it's not transparent. And I understand what you're saying about the state, but this is transparent. People are going to understand when they vote on this article, this is what it's for. And Alec's going to do a great job in explaining grants and yada, yada, yada. But this is transparent. This is for the town. It's a town-wide document, and that's where it belongs. Or you have to change the original language that goes around the Conservation Trust Fund, because it is not meant for an open space and recreation plan. It is meant to put well, actually, Gary can probably talk to this better, because he was there when they started it, but, right? So go ahead, talk to about what that was meant to do.
The whole idea of the trust fund was, when we start buying property, we had to be able to do upfront work before it comes to town meeting. And the fund was created to provide that upfront work.
Right. And a key component of that upfront work is your prioritization, it's your planning, and it's your strategy. And those are all foundational components. Using conservation trust funds set up much in the way ours is a common practice. Using CPC funds is also a common practice, which is why I feel very comfortable bringing this one forward. I can't speak to the previous town planner and how he funded the plan. I can say that
he funded it through the Conservation Trust, I believe.
He did.
But
I do know how he did
it. To any other.
But that being said, that was also 100% town paid. It shouldn't have been, but we were under the gun. We had to get that done in order to be eligible for that land grant that we had received. This is pre-planning activities. This is exactly the kind of stuff that conservation trust funds are set up for. Now, I wasn't here at the time you set up your conservation trust, of course. You have the institutional knowledge there. But I can say it is entirely commonplace to use conservation trusts as a foundational element, the same way that our housing board could use the housing trust funds to help offset the cost of a housing production plan. That's in part what those trusts are set up to do. And where it benefits my bargaining position, I do encourage the board or the boards to go forward in this regard. Ultimately, it's a policy level decision. What you choose to do, I'll support, but yes, CPC has approved the $25,000 contribution. I will also note.
Funds to the conservation.
Yes, I will also note though
in that process did AgCom and or RecCom weigh in?
No, they did not provide a recommendation on the article, but I will also note the cons comment, and they took a vote earlier this week to stick with their $25,000 request, not a $10,000 reduced request, because that request wasn't just put in place for the OSRP. The OSRP was certainly a talking point in that application, but as Ian and Liz, who prepared that application, as they put in the work to it, they're also setting the table for future land acquisitions, which we are seeing on the horizon. We have some before us today that we are in no position to really even attack or to handle.
$25,000 request from the CONSCOM was for a number of things, including potentially funding an OSRP, but also including supporting
Yes,
land acquisition.
Okay.
That's correct.
In the future.
But
Yes,
if
that's
you-
correct.
But if the plan is $60,000 and you think you can get $50,000 and they're gonna use part of the $25,000 to do other stuff, you know, if you only get $50,000 in matching, or 50% grant for the 60, that's a 30 grand, right? But now you get 25,000, that all of a sudden is now not just about open space plan, it's now other things too. So let's say it's 10,000 in other things, you got 15 grand. So now you still can't pay for your open space because you don't have enough money, because you only got a 50% grant.
And at that time, if I need to, I'll come back to the town and ask for a warrant article at that time. But in my current position, I can't in good faith recommend to you putting an article on the warrant for this. I'm still at the negotiating
Let's
stage.
troubleshoot it then. So is there another way besides putting it on the warrant and hurting his negotiating position?
Could
Because,
be moved on the floor if we don't get the grant.
yeah, that's kind of
No,
what I'm
we
saying,
can't-
is how can we work around this?
We can't move that kind of money on the floor. There needs to be an article that has a dollar amount, that the moderator may let us go 10% higher, but that would be a stretch, right?
But we could
'Cause
pass
he's not-
over it if we didn't need it, so it'll be on. No, I guess what I'm saying is how do we solve the problem instead of going in
So
circles
here's-
about the problem?
Here's the thing. I don't think that's transparent. Right now, I heard the Conservation Commission has put their $10,000 in, this is approved for CPC, for their fund. Now, their trust fund is $25,000 for open space. But now that we're pushing back a little bit, now I'm hearing, well, that's other stuff as well. There's the transparency issue I have.
Well-
This needs to be, I think, and I won't vote for it if it's a CPC, but that's one vote. I mean, that doesn't matter. I don't think this is transparent, and I'm sorry about the negotiating position. It's a grant. I don't know what that means, other than it needs to go in front of the town.
Sorry, are you
It is
saying that
townwide.
CONSCOM has changed on the fly their stated need?
I
In
don't-
my correspondence with Liz, like her rationale started with, the major reason is that we need to be able to respond to land acquisition opportunities, which generally cost at least 10,000 apiece, so if we want to be ready for more than one, you need to increase already. Then they realized that they also needed to do their open space and recreation plan, and in addition to that, they wanted to increase.
And they've talked about this
to a
all in
10-year
open
plan.
meetings here.
And
I
I don't
don't
understand. It
So,
wasn't
but,
that
because this open space and recreation plan is not a CONSCOM plan. It is a plan for 3 different land departments. Also, how much money is already in there? It was talked about in CPC. It's also been talked about on the Finance Committee. We've discussed this multiple times because, at least I don't feel it belongs here. I don't believe it belongs in the trust fund. I think that trust fund should be used for what it was set up for, which was not to do an open space plan.
So we're going in circles a little bit now, so why doesn't everybody think about it? When it comes back to their individual boards, you'll have a position and you'll vote accordingly. Because I do feel like we're just going in circles now.
So let me ask, Mike mentioned something, could we change the trust language?
I didn't mention anything.
Mike's like, don't let me.
So far, I'm just listening on this
Mike's
one.
like nose game.
I'm sorry.
Who's him?
Well, it's a revolving.
I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't
Yeah,
even
of
thought, I
course
thought
we
somebody
can.
did,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry. I thought-
somebody
No,
did,
no,
but that
no,
wasn't me. I'm still listening.
That's what the language
Yeah.
for
So
this fund.
let's do a little more
And the question
research.
is it a revolving fund? Is it a revolving fund?
No, it's a
Yeah.
trust fund.
It's a
It's
trust.
not, okay.
Yeah.
And so when we go back to talk about this, could we get the dollar amount within that fund? Please, because I think that dollar amount is also got money in it.
Yeah, I think we need more information, and then everyone's gonna be able to make a better, more informed decision.
Yeah, and I do just want to emphasize, the CONSCOM put forward a $25,000 article. The CPC, in reaction to separate conversations that were had elsewhere, not from the CONSCOM, not with the CONSCOM, they put forward a backup plan in case that 25,000 was going to fail, the 10,000. The CONSCOM held strong this past Wednesday. They said, we put this article forward for a variety of reasons, including new state grant programs that are now all nicely packaged together and more readily available, and with more conservation funding on the horizon. This is table setting for the success of our conservation team. And in that regard, they have said in their CPC article, which is separate from the OSRP, they have said that they want that $25,000 contribution. Even if it means not putting that money into the CPC bucket for the year, it's more available to them and more readily accessible when important opportunities arise in the Conservation Trust.
In a quick little dive, it looks like the Conservation Trust does allow for any lawful conservation purposes. Funds may be expended.
But this
but
isn't
the
just conservation.
But the Conservation Commission revolving fund is more limited to only be local wetland bylaw regulatory. So maybe that's the one that you were
No,
thinking is more limited?
no, this is not just conservation purposes.
Yes.
So, I mean, here's the thing.
Right.
I'm sort of dug in. I'm happy to get more information. I'm probably not gonna vote for it if
That's
it
okay.
stands through that, but that's, again, that's
Yeah.
my vote, and, you know, I believe it should be a warrant article, paid out of free cash, that the town can vote on, period. But that's me. So we can just take it back and we can talk about it and take our votes.
Yeah. And part of my takeaway from this too is it probably bears me having a conversation with the AgCom and the RecCom to make sure they don't feel cut out of the process. Because I could understand if they do have that sentiment, but the intent of myself and the associate town planner, who does predominantly help the ConsCom, and he will likely be the staff person lead on the OSRP when we bring it forward, our intent is for all three boards to have equal footing at the table. Regardless of who's contributing what, they all need an equal voice at the table.
Yeah, it sounds like if ConsCom are happy to pay, you know, to sort of fund it, and the other boards are okay with that happening.
Well, ConsCom is the primary beneficiary because
Yeah.
our quality outdoor recreation facilities, there are two of them, because Steel
Yeah.
Farm is not considered a recreation facility, correct? It's conservation, or is it
It's a
municipal?
restriction. It's a
Right,
weird
yeah.
conservation,
Right.
historical restriction.
Drawing this distinction is silly.
Yeah.
The Perkins Woods is co-owned by the AgCom.
Right,
That's
okay.
conservation land.
And
It's
Flair
all-
is
it's-
recreation,
Right.
but part of
I-
it's conservation.
I
But
would
that's what I'm
object to
saying
the
is-
idea that conservation doesn't include agriculture.
I think
It
as
does.
long as it's within
By
the
virtue of what it
wording,
is.
within the wording of
Words.
the how that fund is set up, and it's within that, I think it's fine personally.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we'll get more
Yeah.
information, let's get some input. Okay, all right, question for everybody, lunch is here. We can eat while Alec talks about the housing production plan, we can take a break, we can wait. Those of you with Caesar salads, we'll have
Wait.
mushy lettuce.
Let's finish talking.
You wanna finish this?
Well, wait, there's one slide. Let Alex just finish.
Alex finished.
Then we'll work through the next, we'll
Okay.
eat while we work on
Totally
the next
fine.
thing. Yeah.
Well, the housing production plan's easy. The funding structure for that was decided back in December. So the housing board did make a decision not to request funding from the housing trust. So instead, we went a more standard approach that I like to take. We have applied for a regional grant that we expect to hear back from in the coming week. It fits highly on MAPC, that's our regional council's objectives and their requirements. It will be the town's first housing production plan in over 10 years, but because you are over your 10% subsidized housing inventory, you don't have a requirement to keep this up to date. Nonetheless, it's a foundational planning document. It's something we should do. And once we get that regional grant, we will then go to the state with good matching funds in hand, and we'll apply for state funding, another application that is high on their priority list. And we'll kick this plan off in January of 2027. We'll empower the select board, the planning board, and everyone else who has a housing-based decision to make, and we'll be better off because of it. I'm looking forward to this plan because once you get over that 10%, you can get really creative. You can come up with really cool ideas. And we've seen so much momentum in the discussion of housing as a result of MBTA communities that I'm really excited to bring that forward.
So Alec, this is actually kind of near and dear to my heart. At BLF, we briefly talked about the lack of moderately priced housing and how we can achieve that. I'm assuming that's going to happen within this production plan. I've been weighing how to bring that to the planning board without looking like we're overstepping. Because one of the BLF ideas was that you would have a kind of a subcommittee of an EDC member, a FinCom member, planning, you know, basically put together a think tank to see how we could approach this. Like I said, I've been loath to overstep the select board's boundaries, but I think it's really important that you put together that group. There is definitely a consensus that we need moderately priced housing, and how do we get there? Because our land our current zoning and the price of land does not support moderate housing in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and I kind of have to pass the baton back, not from the planning board, or not onto the planning board, but back onto the housing board on that. You know, they have been incredibly busy as of late, and that's why this plan was not getting done.
Well, they're excited about it because I'm their liaison.
excited.
They are very excited to
Very
pull
excited.
together anybody who's interested in it to push it forward. But, you know, my immediate reaction is it's zoning is the first thing we have to change, which is why I was concerned about overstepping bounds.
It likely is, but this document is where you make those decisions. And
Okay.
the housing board made that statement quite clear during the MBTA community process when several members said, without this plan in place, how can we confirm that this is the appropriate place for new housing growth? This plan sets the table for that, and that's exactly the kind of strategy. A lot of housing task forces, are born from housing production plans, where you stipulate these are the people who should be on it, these are the areas you should target, and I'm very happy that the economic development plan is getting done first, because now the economic development plan has an opportunity to say, these are the sectors that are going to emerge in Boxborough or that you should target, and these are the bands of housing you should target to accommodate those workforces too. So we've got some other pieces that are conveniently falling into place at the right time beforehand, and this plan, I think, is getting done. It could have been done 6 years ago, but it's getting done at an opportune time where the conversation is rich. There's a lot of public discourse around it. We're going to carry that momentum.
Cool. Anything else for Alec on this one? Anything else you want us to know about land use and planning?
No. We're doing great stuff. We have a lot of big wins, some that are going to be announced pretty soon, but really fun stuff.
Do we want to ask them about, you had said that you could cover any of the CPC stuff. Does anybody have, I actually don't know why we didn't have CPC in for this, just to understand these articles. I know it's not costing us money, but it's part of the grand scheme.
Well, we do have Recon here to talk about their article.
Right, but then, but we have historic, we have open space, I mean.
Well, we have town hall.
That's recreation.
Do you just want to have CPC come for future capital?
I think when you've got a list like this, yeah, it'd be helpful to understand their rationale, especially when we're talking about, is it appropriate for CPC to fund or somebody else to fund, or, I think in the future they should be included.
Okay.
But, okay, is there anything in the CPC stuff that we want to ask Alec about?
Was this the one with the schoolhouse on the roof? Is this the appropriate?
It's the schoolhouse windows.
Yeah, right here, replacement of windows, town hall roof.
Yeah, town hall roof, schoolhouse.
Cemetery
windows.
restoration.
So is the schoolhouse public property or private property?
The schoolhouse is private property, but it has a public easement on top of it.
And it's open to the public, it's open to the school, the kids.
Yes, and that's what the easement stipulates, is that they must maintain it in its form, which is as a living museum.
So it's owned by a person?
It's owned by a private homeowner, or I should say a private property owner. The current property owners inherited it from their parents. And their parents, frankly, to spin a bit of a story here, the parents who purchased this property, the reasons in private property is because there was a time that many felt the town was not doing enough to protect historic properties, that they weren't stewarding the historic preservation of Boxborough. And a private property owner stepped up, took hold of this property, and from day one has made sure that it is maintained, it is protected, and the family, decades later, is saying, we can't keep doing this by ourselves. There's no imminent intent to bring this into town ownership, but I think that may be a conversation we have maybe a couple decades from now, maybe sooner, but if we don't make a move now to protect it, we'll never get a chance to have that conversation.
And the family all lives on Hill Road.
They were selling some furniture from it. I don't know if that was to help fund, or just because they used to get some, when I was at Steel Farm,
Nancy, it's the one
they were
at
talking
on Hill
about,
Road,
you know,
number
selling
2.
some pews and desks, some stuff from inside. I wasn't sure if that was too.
They're bursting at the seams. You can't put another desk in there.
I mean, you know.
But the whole family still lives on, like, it abuts the daughter, the grandfather, the daughter's property.
Yeah.
right on
Yeah.
Hill.
Yep.
And then the grandson bought the
James.
Robinson Farm.
Yep.
Brian
Yep,
did.
the
So
Morrisons,
his
yeah.
family owns that farm. So the family's still all on Hill Road.
Yep.
Yes.
So.
And they've maintained it, as you just said, they've maintained it, they've done all the repairs to it, and now they're going, wait, at some point, we gotta.
And all the schools, all the elementary schools up until COVID were doing field trips. Apparently Blanchard did some weird thing where they didn't have field trips for a number of years. I don't really understand that, but hopefully they have a new principal, they'll get back to the field trip. Because it was, my kids did it, and I'm sure everyone else's kids, you know, before COVID
So do they
did it.
use this property themselves?
No, they maintain it as
They just
is.
maintain
They
it.
open it, they still open it to the public in conjunction with the Boxborough Historic Society.
So coming up in April, March, or April or May or something.
Yes, in fact, they have announced the next opening date. They're going to be opening it actually the Sunday before town meeting, so that the public has a chance to come in and learn about the space that they'll be voting on later on. But as an exciting element, so during the pandemic, the school visits did stop. But the property owner has committed that they intend to bring those back forward. They've wanted to begin with, but you got to get windows replaced. You can't have animals potentially coming in and out before you then ask kids to come in. So in conjunction with this application, they will be reopening it to school systems and coordinating the visits.
So how many days a year is it open?
You know, it's probably a handful. I would say maybe.
So it's the 5 elementary schools, plus the historical day at least.
Yeah, so
10 days
at minimum,
max,
you're looking
10
at
days
6,
max.
yeah.
And it is in the historical district, there's a little historical district sign right in front of,
I guess-
on Picnic Street, just as
Yeah.
it starts.
Are we opening a can of worms if we start fixing private owners' property?
We did Boxborough Meadows roofs. We've already done it.
No, that was through the housing
I
trust.
understand, but
No,
we've
no,
already
no.
done work on private
Well,
property.
that doesn't answer
So-
Bob's question.
Boxborough Meadows, okay.
I wonder if there's
So no,
a difference
what
between
Acton has done
Yeah, what
CPC
other
funds
building
for
in
historic
Boxborough has a
buildings.
public easement on
Yeah.
it?
the private
So-
public easement.
So to answer Bob's question, there is a rich history of towns making CPC contributions to private property owners. Over the last 2 cycles, myself and the chair, John Fallon, we have brought forward specific elements to the CPC process. In fact, moving them to award letters was the first component to start protecting the town's liability and really setting the stage that we could make these considerations. One element we're bringing forward this year, which is tied to this project and the town hall roof, is we're doing third-party verification on historic preservation projects that they're done to the Secretary of Interior standards, so there's no opportunity for someone else to come back in, cry that we made a mistake, and try to claw that money back. I would not be surprised if we see more applications in the future, and in fact, I encourage it, because community preservation isn't just something that affects us, the people in Town Hall, it affects the entire community. And we might not know about the vital resource that's out there that someone's sitting on, and they need these resources too.
I just want to
We
make sure.
can't do churches, right? Because we
Right.
took that off the table when the church came to us during the renovations,
Right, right.
and the town said, no, we can't do
Right,
churches.
right.
Does that
Yeah.
does having the public easement though, like Wes, you were saying too, kind of help shield us too as well in terms of like it's another layer.
I'm personally for it. I
Yeah.
like the idea. I just
Right.
want to make sure.
Can I get a public easement on my house? Like,
Yeah.
I'll let people in there.
No.
Acton did the South Acton, the dance hall
You
there,
won't-
that
the neighbors
big
won't like
yellow.
it.
They funded the renovation of that building through their
That's
CPC.
actually-
That was years ago.
That's actually commercial property too.
It is a commercial property, and they put money into that building. But that was a number of years
Oh,
ago,
yeah, but still, it's still,
before we even had CPC in town.
okay. Lunch.
Thanks, Alec.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, you ready?
Yep.
Is everybody else ready?
Automatically.
Yeah,
on?
it's on.
Okay, let's go. Does she have the clicker or who's
Yeah,
got
I
the clicker?
do, yep.
Okay. Like, who's got the clicker?
Okay, so this is showing Liberty expenses and our, for fiscal year '26, which was just a whopping $11 for keys.
I know, I'm like, really? Is that a typo?
How many keys was that?
No, how many keys? Yeah, John Connor wants to know how many keys you made.
That's about right.
Do you really need $11 for the keys?
And we also ordered a pickleball rebounder for the pickleball courts, but Amy is looking into pricing for a tennis court rebounder as well. And then the proposed for fiscal year 27 is for the Flora Playground, which I have I have my CPC presentation on that, which I can go into. And that's it. I mean, we have to do something with Summer Road. Unfortunately, there's lots of restrictions. Gary knows we looked into a softball field, and that's off the table, unfortunately. So we're still looking at ideas for that. It may just be, like simple as like a nice green park space, with seating and a walking path or something.
Is that the Landry property?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do over there, huh?
Yeah, there's so many wetlands, endangered species, restrictions. So in order to even look into that, I think we'd have to spend like $50,000 for a study. And
is the family disappointed?
I don't know. I haven't been in touch with them personally. I know Les talks with her a lot.
Yeah, Les talked to me, and she just wants to know what's happening.
Okay, so she wants an update.
Yeah, she wants an update. She knows what it is. And as Hillary said, I think it's as any homeowner. Oh, it's great property. You can do whatever you want with it. Well, yeah, you can't do whatever you want with it. There are, as she just started repeating, there's a lot of restrictions between boundaries and wetlands and everything else. It's not a great piece of property.
For recreation.
For recreation. Other than a walking trail.
Yeah.
We did. Is it on a trail system? I can't picture the property in my head.
So as you're going down Summer, just before you turn right onto Flag Hill, it's right there on the left.
Okay.
There are trails, but there's no contiguous parcels, so it's not.
Okay. No, I was wondering, should we put a trail shed there? Like, could we do something to make
Yeah,
them
we
feel-
could definitely, something like that.
There's actually a shed there already.
Hillary, is it,
Just
did
the
I hear
parking,
that?
I think, is the issue, right?
Oh, so maybe we need to put
Right,
parking.
parking, yeah.
Did I hear
Yeah.
that Redcom was looking at possibly a walking path for the fitness center? Like outdoor fitness thing?
Yeah.
Like-
That's kind of what I meant by shed.
That came up as a proposal from Alec, but yeah, we just, we put that in at Liberty, so I didn't think there'd be any appetite for that.
Right, and to your point, what like Hillary said, the problem is where it is. So who's going to walk to that? Or who's going to? There's no parking, so you can't park around it to walk the trail. So it's unfortunate. It's
Before
unfortunate.
Ethan Allen, it's right
Yeah.
over there.
Oh, it's on the other side.
Oh,
We ordered a sign, like
the sign
to
is-
put out front saying, it's donated, it's,
And the sign's been delivered. We have the sign, and DPW is going to put it up in the spring sometime.
yeah.
I'm not trying to spend money here, but piggyback off what you've already said, it would be so cool to create like an ADA compliant walking path right there. I don't
How do
know,
you get
or like a snowshoeing path or cross country ski
Yeah,
or
but
something.
How would you get?
Well, Liberty Square,
Well, we need parking.
Liberty is ADA compliant.
Well, you'd put parking.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm just pie in the sky in
No,
here, okay?
that's what we tried to do.
Yeah, you'd have to, in order to be ADA compliant, you'd have to put actual handicap parking spaces, like paved
Oh,
in there.
all right.
It's possible. We haven't like gone down that path yet.
Well, I'm just thinking with Summerfield's right there, and anyway, whatever. It's pie in the
Yeah.
sky, and I'm not saying we even have the money for it.
Yeah,
just
so
a
it's
bummer.
right. So nothing
So
is
right
on
now-
there.
Right now, though, on that land, there's signs saying no trespassing. So.
Oh, we should probably take that down.
So
Oh, it
we-
backs
yeah.
up to Inches Brook.
So if we put the a sign up saying it's town-owned land,
Yes.
at least it would and take out
That's
down
up
the
to
no
the shoulder
trespassing
skating
signs.
rink.
At least
Yeah,
it would
that's a
open it up
good
for people to
point.
go and walk their dogs in there
Yep.
or whatever. I mean, that's right by my house actually, so I know exactly.
Yeah, so the only one that's going to benefit from that is.
That's
It's all about me.
Okay. It does. I am not making that up. It says Inch Brook on Google. I'm looking over his shoulder right now. All right. Stop copying off your paper.
So
Right.
right now, nothing planned for fiscal year '28. It's possible that something could come up to do for Summer Road, but we just don't have any like concrete plans yet.
I'm sorry, this was just asked, but does it connect to anything?
Nope.
That's up to the ice skating rink, so, you know.
No, I know.
Use it for them to park.
No, but is there
Oh,
any-
that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Little boardwalk, there's
But
wetlands.
there's wetland, is that wetland?
The parking lot is also,
The parking lot is wetland.
Feels like wetland, too.
Yeah.
I think we're all,
Okay, all right.
okay,
So-
sorry. Sorry, Hillary, you're getting us after lunch. We
Okay.
had a break, we're energized.
All right, so, okay, so this is the FLRA item, and like I said, I have a whole slide deck to go into more detail after this. So this is, again, for fiscal year '27. So the estimates that I have are coming in at $2,640. And I added a $3,600 contingency, bringing it up to $300,000. We're asking from CPA funding. Justification, it's been identified as a need for capital improvement since 2016 when there was inspection done of the playground itself, which we have implemented some of, improvements over the years using CPA funds, but this would be the last thing in order to bring it up to full compliance. And then future operational costs, really the only thing that I know we would need to replace every a few years or so, I'm not really sure. The wood chips and then the mats that we're purchasing, the ADA compliant mats that would go over them. Supposedly they have a long lifespan, but I don't have actual numbers to tell you how many years. So those are right now $135 per mat. Other funding sources, so actually I'll give credit to Megan Connor, who's former chair of the RecCom. She turned me on to this ADA improvement grant from the state. So I'm looking into that right now. Also, our state senator has expressed interest in this project, and he is encouraging us to go for a state earmark. And then also, we're doing some fundraising with Craft Food Halls. I sent around a brochure. Yeah, so through the month of February, they actually started last Saturday after Winterfest. If you bought dinner there from 5 to 8, they gave 20% of your bill towards the FLRA playground. So.
That was just for that day.
Right.
The
Yep.
one that this one that's going around during the month of February, you're going to be matching dollar for dollar. When you order your meal, you get offered to do a $1, $3, or $5 donation, and then you match that. And you do that for the month of February.
Mike.
You gotta turn that mic up just a little bit that way.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Do I need to say it again?
Sure, go ahead.
I said during the month of February, they're matching the donations dollar for dollar. So when you order your meal, you'll be prompt to do a $1, $3, $5 donation, and then they'll match that. So they're doing that for the month of February. Their personal goal of reaching is $15,000, so that's a pretty good number.
And then myself, Mike, Alec, and Brian Pickett, who's the FLRA Summer Playground Director, are going to go on Monday, and they wanted to do some, short video clips to post on social media why it's important, why the playground is important. So hopefully that will garner some interest as well. Okay. And then just the lifespan, this is the warranty information from the manufacturer. So it's kind of vague, but I think that's all I had for these slides. Okay.
Hillary, I got one question.
Yep.
As most people know, some people don't know, there has been some vandalism done at FLRA Field. And one of the things I think the RecCom has talked about, and they're going to talk about future, is the potential of putting security cameras up there.
At Liberty, you mean?
Yeah, the Liberty and also Flora, and so I was wondering if you could comment or update everybody on that one.
Yeah, that has come up. I don't know, we haven't looked into that a lot, but I think it would be a good idea if we could do that. I don't know exactly how that would work, who would be like monitoring it. I guess if something happened, then we would look at the tape or, but yeah, unfortunately I don't have much information on that, but we can definitely look into that.
So can I ask, this is the third playground in 5 years. Are we done with playgrounds after this? And
We don't have any more.
And we're not intending to build anymore. I mean, honestly,
No.
30% of our population are seniors. And if you look at the number of capital projects the seniors have and their budget versus all the other stuff we do in town, there's just no comparison. So I understand my kids played on Flair when it was relatively new, and
We all fundraised for it, remember?
well, that was before me. I came
my
after.
group
Yes,
did.
you
My
guys
group did all the
fundraised for
fundraising.
it.
Yeah.
I just, I understand it needs to be done, but this is the third playground.
Oh, I
And-
know, I realize that, and, I mean, to be.
You're not including softball in that discussion of playgrounds, are you?
No, I mean, literally, because we did Liberty, which had to be done, and it's a beautiful project.
I'd
Then
say
we
there's
put
more
C-
over 60s there than under 10s.
Yeah, that's true. But then we put
It's
CPC
true.
funds into the Blanchard playground.
Yeah.
And I guess
That wasn't sponsored by Retcom, just
I understand.
on the record
But it
saying
was-
that.
Okay.
Yeah, and it would be good for them.
And now we have this one, and it's
Yeah.
just, that's probably.
Yeah,
$2 million
I see your
in
point,
playgrounds.
but we also haven't, until recently, until CPA funding came about, we really haven't put money into recreation.
I know.
So,
But,
so now that that's available, we're trying to,
This is it for a while,
capitalize
right?
on it. What?
This is it.
Oh, Alec did, his second proposal was a playground at Summer Road, which we also just, said, no, thank you.
He said no, thank you.
We'll consult the master plan.
I don't know, I'm just saying.
They got
I'm just saying, if
pickleball.
I'm sitting at town hall, at town meeting, and I'm not on a committee, I'm thinking, literally, we've spent over $1 million on playgrounds. And, the seniors would love a senior center, that's theirs. And I know that's a lot, that's a whole different level, but I'm just, even if you just talk about people that don't like me, who may not consider I don't consider myself a senior, even though I'm in that 30%, I don't have children, you know what I mean? So it's just, I just want to make sure that, this is it, we're going to redo this one, and we're going to take a break, and we're not going to come forward with Summer Road being another playground.
I just think
Definitely not, no.
I just think you can't make a comparison between the seniors and the kids, because they have totally different needs, and maybe the kids' needs are different. They do need playgrounds.
I agree.
Seniors don't use playgrounds.
No, and
Well, I will-
actually, I
They
disagree
do
with
when they
that.
bring their grandkids.
That's not a true
Thank you, Wes.
assessment.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, seniors bring their grandkids. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
I'm saying
People who are in
is,
their 30s who don't have kids and aren't a senior, and are still
Yeah.
happy for both of those communities
Right.
to get the thing.
but it's not.
While you're
we're not
surfing, that's what you think about, right?
playgrounds for the kids, right? I'm just asking if this is kind of it. And I think
We don't have any other playgrounds to renovate in town.
So-
You know what, since you brought it up,
Right.
maybe Retcom could, after FLRA, which also, by the way, I'm gonna throw out that FLRA is a liability. Like, FLRA is an insurance liability, so we're putting money into that as far as I'm concerned. But maybe the next Retcom thing is, what kind of recreational needs would the seniors enjoy beyond what we're already offering at Liberty? And maybe that's the next place we go, understanding the senior center is probably a $20 million problem.
Right.
But maybe we could create something else.
Yeah, certainly Summer Road, we'd be all for that.
Geriatric playground.
I bet they have them. Priya, do they have geriatric playgrounds?
We do. We have the adult fitness area at Liberty, which has a balance station, which is, supposed to be fantastic for seniors, so.
Just asking a question, people.
Maybe a physical
Not saying I'm
therapist
not
on
voting for
site.
this, I'm just saying. I'm not voting for the next one.
Tai
I've got three.
Chi. There we go. All right. Okay.
That was actually one thing that came out of our Summer Road discussion of just an open, area that we could use for, outdoor fitness. So Tai Chi, for example, or, So we're completely open to ideas for that. And no more playgrounds, so. after this.
John will be the instructor for that.
Well, again, I think it just makes sense. Flare is a liability, there's broken equipment, it's not ADA compatible, compliant, like we have to do it, and we have a savings account to do it with. People are putting money into it, so yeah, it just feels appropriate.
We host like 200 kids there for a month every summer.
That too, yeah. Yeah.
Did you want me to go through my CPC presentation?
Yeah.
Or?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Some of the pictures, just so everyone can see.
Okay.
The pictures are very telling.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know that necessarily the entire presentation.
Okay.
And Kristen, when you mentioned that it's a liability, her first slide even showed that 10 years ago, our liability insurance company pointed out as
Right.
something that we need to fix.
Right, exactly. So again, so what we're proposing to do is replace the large main structure and the swing set, which were built back in 1999 from, all donated funds, and then adding ADA compliant surfacing. This is just a background of what we've done so far for FLARA. So it's all been CPA funding. Back in 2018, we took out a bunch of broken equipment, replaced it with new, more exciting equipment. Then we replaced fencing around the perimeter, and now we're asking for the money to do the remainder of the project. This is, I don't need to go through this. This is just outlining, where in our town, plans that it's outlined. And the cost here, I've broken it down, equipment, ADA compliant surfacing, installation. This takes into account the Mass State contract discount, which is 9%, but the manufacturer, Compan, who we've used for Liberty, Blanchard, and the other pieces at FLARA, will give us an additional percentage on top of that. And then I've added a 14% contingency.
Are you going to do the same thing that you did with Liberty, like buy the equipment as soon as you can to have it at the current cost?
Yeah, July 1st. I mean, I would love to do that, yes, yeah. So here's the current playground. This is the main structure on the top two and the left-hand slide. You can see there's that, on the bottom left, there's that like ramp that kind of goes up to the playground, yeah. And on both sides, it's elevated. Kids have fallen, like off of that. Yeah, yeah. And then our infamous swings that are constantly falling apart that are contacting DPW to fix. All right, so proposed changes. So this is a structure we've been looking at. I think, to me, it looks really cool with that giant slide and some climbing structures. Over on the right-hand side is an actual real-life photos of the piece of equipment and another park. And then on the bottom left here is what the surfacing would look like. So we're going for the cheapest option for surfacing while maintaining ADA compliance. At FLARA we have the port-in-place surfacing, which is really nice and bouncy and all that, but it's extremely expensive, almost as expensive as the playground equipment. So we're going for a cheaper alternative here.
So is it the black?
Yeah, so you'd have the wood chips, and then those mats go on top of the wood chips. And they can be taken out like one by one if one gets, broken or damaged. Yeah, yeah.
And that's all kind of, it's, that material is what?
Rubber.
Like old tires?
Probably recycled tires.
Looks permeable, like
Yeah, there is. Yep, it's permeable. Yeah, I can look into that. I'm not sure what it's made out of, but
That's right. Because
Yeah.
as my kids came up and played on turf fields, we've constantly
Yeah.
had this conversation about the fact that under the turf is ground up rubber, but it's actually ground up used tires. And now with the whole controversy around the fact that the Super Bowl is being played on grass and yada, 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 that's all kind of coming up again.
Yeah.
It's never really gone away.
Mhm.
Like, it's, used tires are, cancer causing. Again, they can have, they can off-gas, and so what
Yeah.
is this made out of?
That's a good point. I honestly don't know, but I can find out that information.
Maybe
I
it's
can tell
really
you
made
on-
out of plastic bottles.
Yeah, I mean, some of the playground equipment actually is made from recycled bottles, like
Yeah, I
clothing
mean,
and
that's fine,
stuff, but-
I was just asking
Yeah.
a question. 'Cause
No,
it's
I
kinda
can,
top of
I
mind
can
right
ask
now.
and find out for you on Tuesday. I can tell you on Tuesday if I find out by then.
Hillary, is this the
yeah.
same company that built Liberty?
Yes.
It is,
And-
Compin, right?
Yep, and Blanchard,
Okay.
and all those playgrounds you see down in Falmouth.
So that swing set will come with swings, right?
Yes, so that's.
Good eye!
Bring your own rope when you want to go play.
So that, yeah, I just have the frame here for the swing set.
BYOS. Yeah, she said they are, yeah.
Yeah, they are, yes.
They bumped it,
Yes.
what, 9 to 10? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
Yeah.
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 I mean, the price for the playground seems much less
But don't tell them
expensive
we're
than it
not
was
doing
for
anymore.
Yeah, well, it's
It's down
because
a
it's
little bit.
just like one.
Is it just because the size of the equipment is
One
different?
piece, and then the
Yeah.
swing set. Liberty, we have a bunch of different like pieces, yeah.
Will it be in the same footprint as the current playground?
Yeah, I think, do I have
Yeah,
a?
because that's not an actual overlay in the picture you were just showing, right? That's a live picture from another playground.
Right, exactly. I guess I didn't put
Well, it's
this in
very
the
similar to that
slides. I do
playground.
have a graphic showing like the outline and the spacing and all that, but
Okay.
it's generally in the same area. The swing set will be pushed back a little bit because one of the findings in that 2016 inspection was that the swing set is technically too close to the main structure, like
Oh,
for
interesting.
kids jumping off the swings, I guess. I don't know, but.
The main structure being
The big thing in the
This
slide and stuff in the
this
middle.
thing here, that,
the swing set was too close to the main structure.
yeah, I don't know. There's a whole like specific.
Don't you remember getting
Looked
kicked
at
in the head as a
honestly.
child, Bob? It was fun, it was part of the adventure.
You know, you kind of go way up high and jump.
Yeah.
It was part of life.
Yes,
Got
off
in
the
seesaws.
swing. You probably did that.
Not onto a structure.
Yeah, but in the old days, we, like, come on.
Remember jumping off the
We
seesaw?
hit our
Oh, I
heads
did
and our
that,
parents would
yeah.
say, whatever, keep going, you're good.
Because you were mad at your brother, so.
So Hillary,
yeah.
how many pieces, are there two main pieces, the swings and the central?
Right,
Are there any
yes.
other like riding things or anything like
Yes.
that?
No, I mean, we've already put in, I don't have those
You can use the
pictures.
stuff from the upgrades on some of that equipment from 2018? You can
Oh, yeah, it's
continue
our,
to use
yeah, that's not gonna be touched.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it's just that main structure,
it.
yeah,
And that was
so-
kind of that accessory stuff around it?
Yeah, exactly.
So you're
yeah.
just taking down the main structure, replacing it with this?
Yes.
And the swings?
Right in the swing, but all of the ancillary equipment, you can leave it.
Yes, yep,
Yeah, because that was redone with all the broken stuff,
Good.
right?
yeah, back in 2018,
It's a
yeah.
little late now.
All right. Yeah, I guess that's,
Okay.
yeah, that's all. So like I said, I'm looking into like a grant, and I was surprised to hear, the state senator telling us to go for an earmark.
Because you
but-
got an earmark for Liberty.
We did, well, yeah, not as much as they planned, 20,000. They promised a lot more than we actually got.
But then we also got an earmark for steel at one point, I think, when they were trying to
Yeah,
raise,
yeah.
doing the capital,
State.
right? The state, we got a state earmark for that as well, so.
You guys work for the
Yeah,
Great,
he
so we
was,
need an earmark for the fire station.
yeah. He was saying, he, like the ADA compliance, he wanted to go that angle for the, which is fine, whatever money we can get is good, so.
So that would be two separate grants? The ADA and the state?
So, yeah, so I mean, the grant I was looking at before I heard about the earmark was an ADA compliance grant.
Yep.
And I'm talking with someone at the state about that on Tuesday, just to see. But then the senator was, interested in the ADA compliance as well, and said we could put forth our earmark, on that component of the playground. So.
All right, any
Hillary.
more questions?
Yeah, Hillary, we should coordinate on that, because I was talking to Senator Eldridge yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And about the same thing, about
Oh, okay,
earmarks. But we should just put in one from the town.
Okay.
And if, you know, and if this is the priority, let me work together with you on that, and
Yeah.
let's push for that.
Okay.
So is it?
Well, so in Marlboro, he got an earmark for them, 300,000 for a new public safety building. It was
Oh.
specific to a green energy thing. I think I sent the article. Did I send it to you? So it was, but it was specific to like the building and the energy efficiency of it, so.
Not the design, but the actual construction.
Yeah, it was the actual
So we'd
construction,
wanna
but
do
only
that-
with respect to the
that
sustainability
part.
portion.
So we
Yeah.
want to do that when we get to that phase. Which would be,
Do it, like
Right.
before, like.
So,
yeah,
like
but that wouldn't be FY '27, that
No,
would be
that would be down
FY
the line,
'28
but-
or '9 or
But
something. We should,
he's gotten earmarks for other communities
Yeah.
towards public safety buildings.
yeah,
Yeah.
so let's work together on this.
Okay,
So
yeah.
Mike, one's an earmark and one's an ADA, right? Or-
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
working on an ADA grant.
Yeah.
And this would be no, she'd work on the ADA grant,
Yep.
maybe with Alec, and then I can work with you on the earmark, and we go towards both.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna shiny squirrel moment, all of you, only because you just brought up Jamie, we brought up seniors, and we were talking about funding. I had a call from a taxpayer this week, senior, very concerned about their taxes, of course, and what the town was going to do about it. And the crazy thing is, my sister was visiting last week. She's 10 years older than me. My brother-in-law is 20 years older than I am. They live in New Jersey. And when you reach a certain age, you no longer have to pay property taxes. And I don't know whether that's a local thing where she lives or whether that's a New Jersey state law. But when I was talking to this particular taxpayer, he asked why we're not doing that. And I basically said that would be a discussion with the state, because I believe that's a state thing, not a town thing. We
Would be.
can't offer that.
It would have to be a legislative thing. I was asked that same question here in Boxborough maybe 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah.
And looked into it a little bit. And
Yeah.
it was someone who asked the same thing, and it was in regard, it might have been New Jersey or Florida or somewhere. He said, they get this, why don't we get
Yeah.
this? I said,
Well, my
"No, we-"
sister has a house in New Jersey and North Carolina. They were figuring out where they wanted to be, and I think it's New Jersey that waives your property taxes after a certain age.
So,
Yeah.
does the state,
There's a couple of towns in the region that have passed, that have home rule petitions that have passed the legislature and become law, that allows the town to issue an abatement if it's means tested and it's only if your property value is above a certain level, and then the town can issue an abatement, up to like 10 or 15 towns, and most of which are in this region
Okay.
that have done this. And
But
the
it's-
and the
but it's-
legislature's approved them, which
but
they
it's-
don't have to do.
but it
with
doesn't,
home
they
rule
don't
petitions.
backfill the money. So the question for like a New Jersey is, does the
Right.
state
No idea.
backfill the money
Yeah.
to waive, like if it's over 65?
Well, if
or
it's a state
70?
thing, I don't know.
Right, if
But
it's a state thing, do they backfill? Because
I-
that's significant,
No,
that
the
could be a.
state won't.
I'm sure they don't.
No, this is up to
This
the
is
town
not.
to
I-
administer,
Okay.
yeah.
I just feel like this is a great place to start planting that seed. You know, do we have a stomach for it? And what you're explaining, Sam, is there still limits? It's still need-based? They're still paying something, but maybe not as
You
much?
can ask the legislature for
Yeah.
anything, but
Right.
this structure has passed in some towns.
Okay.
and
But if it was income-based,
yeah, it means testing.
We'd have to learn
and
more.
Property value based, so it's capped at whatever, 800,000.
So where I want to go with this is, do we have the stomach, as we're looking at ways to increase our new growth, to make sure we're not missing things, you know, as we're looking for ways to augment our local receipts, do we also look at ways of offering relief? You know, I suggested to this taxpayer that, you know, ask for fuel assistance. We can't give you money back on your taxes, but we could fill your oil tank, and that's $800. You know, like we've talked about this at the select board meeting before. How do we get creative to offer senior relief?
This sounds like making the housing crisis worse. Then, like, you're a senior, you don't have to pay property taxes, so you sit in your house and then new people can't move into it.
I get it. No, I get it. It's
Well,
this.
And
Yeah.
it just stymies our ability to raise revenue to fund. So how do we do, like, if the tax is too high, how do we respond? We give you services for the extra taxes.
Right.
I mean,
Well, I believe it's
nothing
the age of
was-
80. So part of it is like, well, I know in New Jersey it's 80 because my brother-in-law is turning 80 this year.
I was thinking 65, so it's different,
Yeah,
but.
yeah, it is different, right.
Still, I mean,
Oh,
income
Falmouth has a
should be based on
65.
wealth instead of income.
Do you want to read that out
Because
loud?
If you have a big house
Yes.
and you have tons of assets, who cares
Right.
if you don't make a lot of money?
Well, listen to this. Here.
So, in Falmouth, I just
people take a look
rang
at
bells,
this
so there's a clause 41C exemption, I don't know if that rings a bell, but provides a tax exemption commonly $500 to $1,000 for seniors aged 65 to 70 plus. who meet specific income, asset, and residency requirements.
But it's only $1,000?
No.
That's-
Is it Mass General
Yeah,
Law
yeah, that's-
41C? Does it say MGL?
No.
No.
No, it's a Falmouth, right? So it allows seniors
Well,
age
that's a
65 or
state
older, and it's that annual income under
Yeah.
$40,000 to defer paying all or a portion of their taxes. So again, I just want to know if there's a stomach to start looking into this, because we keep saying, what are the seniors getting? Carly, do you have something to add?
I was just gonna say.
Microphone. You're welcome,
So-
Judy.
So it's the assessor who would give those out, the senior exemptions. And I'm not sure exactly what Boxborough offers, because it is income tested, and sometimes it's actually not very many people who can actually apply for it, or qualify for it. But there are, for all of those exemptions, there are local options that you can vote in that do like make the window bigger for people. So that's something you could look into, what senior exemptions you offer now, and whether there are local options to make it that window bigger so more people could apply for it.
Like one of the exemptions is for the vets that you just voted in last year.
Right, and what did we raise that to, $1,000?
Yeah, you did, whatever, I think it was the
Right.
max. And then the other one that we voted in is senior work
Yeah, we did.
write-off.
Right.
We've
Do you
done
know
that.
in Littleton, you can gift your senior work off to somebody else if you don't need it? Can we do that?
I don't know if it's you don't need it. I think here,
No, like
I could
my-
work, if Bob needed it,
You
or
could gift
couldn't
it.
work because physically he was unable to, I could work for him and gift it to him.
Okay. 'cause
So it's
I-
not that I didn't need it, it's just that I did Bob's work and gifted
Right.
it to him because he had some type of disability that prevented him from being able to do it.
Well, I just feel like, again, I'm asking this group, it's the appropriate group to ask, do
So-
we have the stomach to look into this?
Given the amount of debt that we're going to be taking on with the fire station, maybe we could overcome that debt hurdle, which is the steepest at the very beginning, before we start considering something like this. Just my thought.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna take a while, right?
I know.
It's not easy, especially if we have to do something like a home rule petition. That's not gonna happen in 6 months.
No, I
So
understand
maybe
that.
it's something that we look at and we think, you know, maybe study it a little bit and see what that would be, because as Carly said, it may not, if it's income-based, it may not cover a lot.
Yeah,
of
income and
people. We don't
assets
know.
It sounds like we can configure it to affect a specific number of people.
Right.
Period.
And how would we justify building a senior center down the line if those people aren't paying tax?
Because they paid for the schools, that's how. It's very easy.
It's a very difficult conversation, because like you said, people get stagnant and then the housing crisis gets worse. I truly believe that we should not expect seniors to move out of town because they can't afford to live here. We need to figure out a way to make it affordable for the people who have paid for the schools all these years to be able to stay as they get older. And there, but that's my opinion. There are other people who think, just move. I think that's a little harsh.
Yeah, and where are you gonna go?
And a community
That's the
is made up
question.
of different
Where-
people at different
where you
levels of income and different places in their lives, and that's what a community is. Can't just
I
be,
don't want them to leave.
seriously. Right.
But we should have,
But it's
we
a
should
hard
have the ability
conversation.
to downsize in Boxborough by building more housing.
Mhm.
Not making the housing crisis worse by allowing this to perpetuate.
We are so far off of Capital Saturday.
Yeah.
All right,
I know, but it's just, it was a great
I do.
chance to grab you
Oh,
guys.
you do? Okay. All right. Let me guess, Gary.
Yeah, so I have to bring back my favorite subject, your
Yeah.
favorite subject, softball fields. And seniors play softball. Up to 80, 90-year-old leagues. I brought this up a while ago, and I don't know if we ever did anything with it. 1414 has a softball field. It's in bad shape, but it's there. Have we discussed or looked at recently renting it, sharing it, buying it?
Not
refurbishing it?
recently, not recently, it hasn't come up. Remind me, who owns that property?
It's Campanelli
No,
owns
it's-
14.
No. I think it's managed by Lincoln
Properties.
Lincoln Properties.
It's Stafford something or other that actually owns it. Lincoln manages it. I will
What's
tell you,
the
Gary,
bought from?
years ago when we were trying to do a deal where we would do some
I
kind
know.
of village in front,
Yeah.
they were willing to talk to us. When the town said, go away, we don't want you, you're evil, then we went back again and asked about a softball field, and they kind of told us to go pound sand.
Yeah, they
So,
kind of hate us. Yeah.
I mean, right now, they have a plan in front of the planning board, right? They have some kind of master plan going on. I guess it really depends on how much we torture them through that maybe, we could say, what are the chances that you'd let us reuse this? Because they said that was on the table, and then very quickly came off the table when we
And I
told them.
do remember part of that discussion, but, we're talking future now, I'm not talking this year or next year. It just seems to me like it's an existing field it's in bad shape. If the town agreed to refurbish it, you know, could something happen?
My guess would be if the town worked with them through the planning process to do what they want, not to the extent, because they want to, their plan is huge, but if we worked with them, we could probably talk to them during that process
Mhm.
and say, we would love to see if we could do
Yeah,
something
I
with
can
that.
talk to Alec about this.
I think the operative word is work with them, not give them the farm, but
Right,
work with them.
We didn't necessarily work with them we didn't play nice in the sandbox last year.
Is a softball field something that could fall under CPA funds too?
Yeah, I think so. There's certain things that can't within that though, right? With
No
fields?
crumb rubber, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a recreation, open space, so, yeah.
Something, there's a couple.
Yeah, I
of-
can ask Alec about, I didn't know they were going to planning board, so I can.
So they went last
Yeah.
year, and I
Okay.
don't know where that stands, but they have a plan for the spot, so.
Okay. Yeah, we're more than open to doing a softball field, and we're
know, just trying to figure
hoping
out
we
where.
could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Hopefully you'll get your softball field one of these days.
I keep trying.
Gary's gonna keep doing it
Keep
until he's in the
trying.
90-year-old league.
Yeah.
So we finally got the softball field in.
I
That's
think
funny.
this might be my last year, we'll see.
All right,
All right,
okay.
thank you.
Are we ready to move
Thank you,
on
guys.
to funding sources?
Yeah, because that means we're almost done.
Thank you all. Thank you guys for coming in. And Amy, thank you for being here for all day. And Carly for being here all day. All right. Do we want to first, you've been updating the spreadsheet as we've been going along.
There's a couple of things that we didn't talk about on the
Okay.
list there, which is the Steel Farm barn improvements and Steel Farm parking lot.
Yeah, I was wondering why that wasn't CPC.
I was too. Is it like a,
Did
has
they
to
run
be
out of
done this
money?
year?
So the barn, we talked about that at capital committee, and I went out and assessed the barn, and it looks like, to me, like it's in fine shape. We recommended as the capital committee to not do anything with the barn. After that, on the, recommendation of the capital committee, I reached back out to Christopher, who's the chair, and asked him what their thought is on the parking lot. And he said they were looking for funding for for design of a parking lot, and he said they were going to be bringing something forward. I don't know if it was, I thought he was going to be coming to today. Maybe he's planning on coming to a a FinCom meeting. Do you remember? I had included you on that
No, he's
email.
not.
Do you remember what his response was?
No, I don't.
Christopher Heideck. But they're looking for funding for a designer to come up with something for the parking
60
lot.
is for the design?
Yes, but that was, but they don't have a design. I mean, like, they don't have a plan to get the designer.
I
So,
thought, when we talked about this, we talked about the fact that the parking lot, now you have to reshape the whole land.
Yeah.
That, it shouldn't be necessary, we shouldn't do it. It was too complicated.
I think unanimously, we agreed as a capital committee that it didn't make sense. And I had talked with the DPW director, you need to put in a storm management system, and then you're talking about, are you doing permeable, impermeable?
And there's that whole ag
Yeah, it's-
historical
Right, it's cascading.
conservation restriction on it, so.
Remember
and,
we
you know,
brought this UMass in, and the state in to do that whole
Yeah.
redesign
Yeah.
plan?
Yeah.
And they said it was gonna be it was gonna be big bucks. It was
Right.
gonna be big
So
bucks.
what I had asked him to do is, whatever his request was, would he come here and talk to us? So
I think we should leave it as rustic as possible.
Yeah, because, and I don't know what else you would do. Like, what are you designing? You're on a hill, you
Yeah.
have a house, and then on the other side of the house is a pond
Yeah.
that people have driven into. So maybe a driveway to it, but like, to get out, but like,
yeah.
A driveway to get out.
I know that the DPW
Emergency
director,
access.
the DPW director has gone over there with Fran, our facilities, manager, and looked it over, and there's not anything they can do with that without putting in a storm management system, leveling it up, paving it, all this and that. A lot of money to maybe not make it better.
yeah, 60 grand to be told that is like a lot.
Yeah.
So how do we have
60
that
grand to
conversation
pave it
with
is
Steel
different.
Farm in an encouraging way to say, we appreciate your efforts, but it's not in the best financial interest of
Just say
town?
no.
Yeah. Well, no, because I don't want to disincentivize them.
That's not the encouraging way she was
Right.
thinking.
I'm looking
She was like,
for
no,
a
please.
nice way to say no.
Not in the current financial environment.
Right. But I think also if what I heard is people are in favor of keeping Steel Farm rustic.
Yeah.
Don't change the topography. dot, 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 dot.
I think, I agree with everything. I think the only small issue, and it's a very small issue, is it's, you know, at Winterfest, is there a time that we don't have Winterfest there?
Why?
Because of parking and because
But
of
we
use?
shuttle people. I mean, other
I'm
towns
just
do
asking the
that.
question, I'm just asking the question.
I don't think that's a $60,000 problem.
I agree with you. No, and I agree with you.
Great.
And I agree with you. And I'm saying, I agree with keeping it rustic, and I'm thinking of moving Winterfest somewhere else, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but that's a whole different
topic.
conversation.
Okay,
And you know
fine.
what, quite frankly, no one parked up Picnic Street this year. Usually there's cars all the way up Picnic Street.
Yeah.
And everybody used the shuttle because, you know, they were in this road, but, you know, there were no cars up Picnic Street,
Because they weren't
so.
allowed.
There were no parking signs up.
Cops
So,
don't know.
yeah.
But anyway.
Anyway.
No, I had to laugh because my daughter parked at the Mustos and she's like, do you think they're home? I'm like, knock on their freaking door.
Yeah, so anyway, I agree with John. That's not a $60,000
okay.
problem.
I agree.
That's
I
not
agree.
a
I
conversation
agree.
we
About
can
the
have.
exterior barn improvements, are they needed?
In my estimation, they're not.
Right.
I went and inspected the outside of the building, I looked it all over, and when I reached out to him, about those two things, the barn and the parking lot, his response was they were interested in getting design money for the parking lot. He didn't have anything to say about the
So can
barn
we do,
itself.
the barn can be CPC, right? That's
The barn
painting.
doesn't need anything.
But for next year, it could be, you don't even think next year.
Well, for now, let's just take it off the list.
It looks to me, I
never
mean,
mind.
like,
Okay.
it was exterior improvements. I looked at it, the paint is good, the clapboards are good.
Okay.
Do we need to vote
Everything
to
is
take
good
it
on it.
off or not vote to
They're
take
doing
it
some
off?
other things, like, with, I think, funds that were already appropriated, but they're picking out like
Okay.
farmhouse lanterns that are period appropriate and rustic
That was
looking,
probably
but
the money they already had,
So
right?
they, yeah, I think so, but, you know, they're interested in sprucing it up to both, you know, maintain its historical character and, you know, provide more to the town.
So are we taking that 100,000
Yeah.
off?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's somebody, a couple of seniors have come to me about making Steel Farm more user-friendly, but I think, if I remember right, what came up when I talked to Mike about it was to make it ADA compliant would be almost impossible. We don't have the parking, we can't put a septic system in, so we probably do need to get that word out, that it's not that we don't want to do it, it's that it doesn't lend itself to that kind of a use.
Well, 'cause I remember a few years back when I was on that committee, the Steel Farm Committee, if you're talking about making it user-friendly, to allow people in the house, you'd have to spend way.
That's my
less.
point, because
Yeah.
somebody said, why can't you build like a viewing deck off the back of the barn so you could enjoy the vista and you could have a cup of coffee, and it's like, because we
We
can't.
looked into that
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just
Right
saying it
before
came up
the
again.
restrictions.
I know, it's coming up, and
Yeah.
the chimney is falling apart on the inside, and you'd have to put a whole. new
Falling
chim-
bricks.
A whole new chimney in there.
Okay, all right, so
So
we just took those
inside
off.
Steel Farmhouse?
Yeah.
All right.
No, that work was done on the chimney
they
during the
fixed
last
all
phase.
Well, they fixed the chimney?
Inside and out, yeah.
All right,
All right.
It's
who's,
stable now.
who's got IT? Is that Rajan? Yeah. All right, let's
So
do it
what's the
to it.
bottom number?
We're not there yet. I didn't know if we wanted to talk to Rajan about IT hardware?
Oh,
So that one is for our, any hardware repairs. We've done some updates as far as replacing out a lot of our hardware, especially in our main buildings. So we've gone through replacements for DPW, fire, and police, and now we're finally working through town hall to replace a lot of our desktops and giving people laptops with docking stations. And pretty much most of the funding we have in our previous warrant articles, we're pretty much running through them. The next project we have that should close out one of our articles, one of our previous town meeting warrant articles, is we're updating the town phone system for all buildings. So we're gonna get new phone lines and replace the existing system. So originally they had 64,000 in the capital plan, and I think that 25,000 enough to, because I think we're at a point now where if something breaks down, it's just really replacement of existing hardware at this point.
Congratulations for getting there. It's been a long slog.
Thank you.
Can I, because that's the list on the IT stuff. There's more stuff. I want to make sure that before we move on.
Bring it on.
We look at the other stuff that's on the capital list that's not on that list.
Okay. Oh, the only other thing I wanted to bring up with IT is redoing our website. Are we going with a new vendor, staying with the same vendor?
We're staying with the same
That's
vendor
going to stay in the
because-
budget?
Because we prepaid for the website update, so.
Okay.
It's.
Then
at
we're
this-
staying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is there a way, just within that, to make this website more accessible in searching stuff?
That's what he's looking at.
Is that, okay. So
That'll be, yeah, that'll be some things that
Okay.
we'll have to
Because
ask
is there stuff
specific
that we
questions.
just, it's hard to bring up? Like, everything was moved over. Okay, it's
Yeah.
just hard to bring stuff up.
And
because
those
it's
will
painful.
be some questions we'll have to ask civic during this next update.
So on the town hall, there's an item for $5,000 for panic buttons.
Wasn't it library?
Don't we already have
No,
panic
it's town
buttons?
hall
This-
fund.
Library
Both.
and town hall.
There's two, one for library and one for
It's on the
town hall.
capital plan, it's not in our warrant article
Yeah,
plan.
so it's
I
not
don't
on
have
the
the
warrant article,
capital
should
plan.
it be?
Does
I mean,
somebody
I
have
know
the
it's only
capital plan
5
we can
grand,
put
but
up?
like,
Do you have
if
it?
you
Can
combine the
put it
two,
up?
we're over 10. So because the library's not on there either, so should it be?
It should be.
Okay.
And the one for the library was just a little bit more than, but not much more than the one for town hall. And it's to put 2 buttons in each building, one at the front desk of each building, and then one in a more remote desk.
Library is 5,500.
Yeah, 5,500 for the library. Road work, we got fire, we got townwide. The tree health survey,
Gone.
gone. Okay, because it's not updated on my thing.
Yeah, that was covered by DPW and he took it out.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that we've got everything. that we need.
HVAC for the museum, 7,500.
Yeah, I saw that. The museum, yep. So that needs to go on the list as well.
That's in there already. Yeah, right
I think that's everything, right, Gary?
What about the clickers and voter pads?
Oh,
Are we
no.
doing that?
Nope, that's a
No,
done
we
deal.
bartered that away. Yeah.
It's a good deal for us.
Well, not,
You stop it over
oh,
there.
not the voter pads.
Town hall roof?
Not- oh,
Wait a
not
minute.
the voting
Wait a minute, the
pads.
voter pads are separate from the clickers.
Yeah, the
Okay.
clickers
Voter
we gave
pads
up.
is needed.
Yeah.
Wait, where's the voter pads?
Hold on. How much are those? Those are $3,000. Voting
Yeah, and I
pads.
believe that's still in the CIP.
It's a town clerk.
Oh, it's not the, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
And the town hall roof, still there?
That's CPC.
yeah, that's still there for the 144K.
Which one, Gary, what
Town hall
did you say?
roof.
Town hall roof, 144,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Road work, DPW is done. I think that's everything. Okay, so,
Gary, did we do 300,000 last year for OPEB?
are you adding these, Tony?
300,000 for what?
OPEB?
We didn't have it on here last year. We added it this year to the plan.
Okay, that's what, so we
Going forward.
didn't do it last year.
We did it.
No.
I just didn't have it in the capital
We
plan.
missed, the year before, we cut it down.
Right.
Last year, we did the full amount. We didn't
That's
back
what-
it.
Excuse me.
Not this
This
year.
year we have it, right?
And this year, we
Correct.
have it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we did.
So we did it last year, and we're just putting it on the plan this year.
This year.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it, okay.
And just to double check, the voter pads is 3,000 for the town clerk.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's on this thing under town hall, but yes, it's for the town clerks.
Okay.
She doesn't have a separate,
Yep.
I have a higher number on free cash, so maybe. What do you guys think?
So Gary, did you say that we are removing the tree one?
Yes,
Okay.
$3,000 for the tree survey.
Okay.
Ed took it out, which is good because we didn't spend it last time.
so it's 3,000. I'm just putting this all into free cash until we talk about it, right?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
I'm 30K higher. 30,500.
That's 7,500. So my free cash number is 1.4105.
1402?
I have 1,432.
Oh,
Well, I've got the same as Rajon.
What is Rajon?
1402.
So
Panic buttons are 10.8.
Fuel tank removal, I thought was 40,000.
Panic buttons are 10.8.
We've increased
Did
it
we increase to
to,
50?
10.3.
increased it to 50.
53,000 and 5,500. 5,300 and 5,500.
10,800 then, okay.
Yeah, okay. That's okay, because I was gonna pull up my calculator, my husband says I don't know how to add.
And now I've got 1403.
And then 7,500 for the museum, for the HVAC.
Yep.
Is that in there?
Yep.
Oh, it is in there, I'm sorry, okay,
No,
my bad. That was me, I didn't realize it was already in there.
But you got it, it's up there wherever that is.
It's on top.
It's on 19?
Yeah.
We got the AED 160, right? That was not there originally,
Yeah.
Which one?
right? This morning. when we-
Yeah, we've been adding and subtracting as we go.
All right, so Rajan, go to the bottom again?
And
Towards-
then the radios, you guys added the 20?
So where are you now?
So-
1403 now.
So you're only off
Yeah,
500,000, 500,000.
Yeah, so
$500
what,
somewhere.
what was the HVAC?
It should be
HVAC is
10
7,500, but that's in there, it's
Should
on
be
top.
10,
So it should be
I don't know.
10,800
55
and
plus
3,000.
53, it should be 10.8.
I've got that, yeah, I've got that as well.
need to change it.
So there you
Yeah,
go.
he was saying 10.8 on his.
I'm off 1,000.
300 plus 5,500.
Wait, 10,000, is it 10,003 or 10,008?
10,800.
Okay,
Yeah,
there's your
that's what I
one.
got.
So I'm the same as Rajon.
I am too.
Yep,
Okay.
okay, that's it, yep.
Good catch.
So that the total is 2,805,293.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's all the changes we've
Two
made
million
today.
803,
805,
805.
293.
Do you mind just scrolling up and going top to bottom, just one more time, just want to see what I'm missing on that. So first do software, your line there is 6,000.
Yeah,
I thought didn't we bump that up to 20,000?
no, it
It
was 20,000,
came
we
down.
bumped it down to 6.
Okay, well, there it is.
Okay. All right, so funding.
So that moves you down 14,000?
Yeah, so 1,403,000.
Yep, that's it.
Before you go to funding, I just want to answer a question that John raised earlier about the thing you saw in Falmouth for the 41C. We've adopted those already here in Boxborough, so there are a number of different clauses that are local options within Mass General Law, and we've adopted those, so the assessor can apply those. One of them is that the thing where someone can work somebody else's hours if they're unable to work it.
Yep.
So that one, the town has already adopted, I think back in like 1994. There's another one that raises the state minimum up to a higher level. Foxborough's adopted that. And then there's a third one, so we have adopted all those.
So we should probably put that into some kind of whatever that the COA can put into their newsletter.
Okay.
No,
I know
because
that-
nobody knows.
Yeah. I know that the assessors department has something like that. Let me see if they've shared that with Kim and if they can get it into the buzz.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
that's
just
a good
getting
idea.
more and
No,
more
that's a good
phone
idea.
calls.
Educate people on it.
People are scared.
Yep, but I just want to make you aware the town has adopted those.
And I have to say, with the fire station coming, we need to allay those fears, because
Yeah,
you're gonna
oh,
lose those votes.
Absolutely. Yep.
Oh, what did we end up doing about the schoolhouse? The windows, roof, whatever they want?
Oh,
School's number
CPC
two?
funding.
The headings and scroll over.
Is that on the list or off the list?
It's on the list. We didn't take the windows off, did we? No.
No.
Yeah, the windows for Schoolhouse 2 is still on the list. Yeah, we discussed it, but we didn't remove it. See how positive I am? You're toxically positive. Toxically optimistic.
I was going to say something, but I bit my tongue.
That's okay. You say anything you want to me, John.
Why do we have
Don't make me
two
cry. Go ahead, try.
community preservation funds, 10,000 and 25,000?
Because that's what we were just talking about.
Right,
That's the
but the-
Bonscom thing, right?
Which, but they're both showing up here, the top two. We have two numbers, I've got 10,000 and 25,000.
Oh, that's different.
Is it this one?
No, that's the one that we were talking about, I thought.
Right, but that's not the windows. That's not.
No, I know
that's
it's not windows.
Oh, now you
You said
moved on
windows
to
is
that.
there.
That's the open
So
space.
now I'm asking, why do we have two for open space?
Because Alec explained all of that, and I don't remember. Who remembers?
the
Who
one
remembers it
with
well
the
enough to
stuff.
explain it?
I don't know. Maria, you have any idea?
I'm sorry.
So we had a lot of discussion about that, Gary. That was the one where Maria was saying she was really uncomfortable.
No, I understand
with
that.
the-
But is it 10 or is it 25?
No.
Which
It's,
one
it's,
is
there's
it?
two separate
Hold on,
requests.
hold on. So CPC voted both
Mm-hmm.
to leave it to the town to decide, this being the town. We were gonna discuss it. If we said open space needed to be on a warrant article, then it went to the 10. If we said open space needed to be within that fund, then we would get rid of the 10, it would be the 25.
I actually-
So it was to give us both options.
Okay, that's
Because
right.
they
Yeah,
needed
it
to
should be
approve it by
one or
their
the other.
deadline.
I actually think John Fallon or somebody put notes in, if you go all the way to the other side, I remember seeing something
Not on
in a
there.
spreadsheet somewhere. No, maybe not. All right, it's in someplace else then. Okay, so that's why, Gary, it's one or the other. Okay, I actually thought it was both, so thank you for the clarity.
Thanks, Joe.
That work?
Yeah, it did work. Joe's just teaching me how to use my Excel spreadsheet.
Nice. Life-changing.
Kinda is
I know.
life-changing, just saying.
I'm not mocking you. It is
It's been 2
life-changing.
years of project. That's a 2-year project.
And don't make me use sheets. I hate
Joe's
sheets.
still in charge of getting her up to speed on it.
Hey,
Yeah, I much prefer
be
Excel.
nice to the old lady in the room, please.
She know how to use the bold
Yeah, 'cause I-
function?
Okay,
Let's
Brand
do
new
funding.
The bold.
Yeah. Yeah. I just feel Excel's more functional.
Oh my God, this is life changing. Thank you, Joe.
I want to know what he taught you. I want my life to change.
You don't even have a laptop.
Oh, the free screen, yeah, the one, yeah.
Exactly. At least I.
Mine is frozen. My top line is frozen, Maria.
Okay. All right, we ready to go into funding so we get the hell out of here at some point?
Okay, keep going.
That's Tony's purview.
Let's go.
This is the note you were
Oh, there
talking
is
about
the
right
note,
here.
you're right.
Yeah, the one John Fallon wrote. It's very long.
Put that
Where
in
was it?
Copilot.
Where did I see that?
That was an 18, that was already the spreadsheet called ATM placeholder.
That's why. Okay, because I knew there was a
Two
long.
versions.
What is it?
Okay, let's go. Do we decide funding sources?
Oh, that's John Fallon's note?
Yeah, that's his note.
Yeah, one assumes. the
He's
funding
talking
is a
about me and
separate warrant
Maria.
article. That's exactly what I said. Okay, funding sources.
So wait, we gotta get rid of it.
Dude, I want to go.
Not yet.
rid
We
of
have
all
to,
those.
no, we have to
No,
discuss it. Remember
we
I
haven't
said
decided.
Alec is going to get more information. Both boards can discuss how they feel about it, vote, and we'll go from there.
Oh, I thought we
But-
were gonna discuss it now.
No, because I felt like everyone needed to digest more information.
Okay.
All right,
So let's
okay,
look
keep
at
going.
funding sources. So look, but
Bob,
basic,
no more questions.
basic principles.
Say again?
Basic principles here is that I think if these things
Wes gets to make the
which are long-term investments, 10 years or more, and large amounts of money, they should be bonded, I think, because basically those who are coming behind us should be paying a share of that cost, like a fire station or a fire truck, there's 10 years use, whatever. That shouldn't be borne by the taxpayers who are here today. It should be spread over time.
That's a really good point, that it should be shared.
Yes, for the most part, but we do have $4.2 million in free cash that's already been taxed.
So we have some money left over.
So we
Big
should,
news.
So maybe use that a little more freely than we normally would.
So I think we should look at these in terms of how much money is it that we're thinking about, and what's the time span that money will be, the town would have benefit of that investment. Most of these things are actually less than 10 years, I think, probably anyway.
The majority of them are. I mean,
look
even
at-
like
yeah.
the
Even the portable
400,000
radios.
for the
Yeah,
school
yeah.
year,
So
right?
I'm prepared to, I moved a lot into bonding, but I'm prepared to move some back. I think based on those criteria, so we can go down the list and look at those. I think.
Do we have a maximum amount of free cash that we should have?
Yeah, with a minimum amount. No, yeah.
No, we don't have a maximum.
We have a minimum.
Yeah.
It's, kind of like overlay reserve, where we're saying we really don't need to have more than X, Y,
Right,
Z.
so I'm trying to say is, do we need to spend down to a specific point?
Well, I think we will be, won't we? I think if we do this exercise now.
There is not a maximum, so
Yeah,
we
I don't
don't
think we
have
have
to
one.
spend down. But we've already taxed the taxpayers, so we should use as much as we can. So not to tax them again through bonding,
Perhaps
if we can avoid it.
Perhaps that's another FinCom agenda item.
Feasible for you to email it?
Ballpark that.
So with this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, because John, that's
Yeah.
what
That is too.
So that way you can follow.
Hold on, wait.
You use a lot?
Yeah, the next question.
I didn't
is
hear what you said.
How quickly do we want to ramp down? Tony, I mean, are you envisioning clearing this
No,
up
I
in a year?
think you're right. I mean, I think if we've said that 5% of the operating budget is the minimum, then it shouldn't be more than, say, 10%, I don't think.
Right, that's a fair number.
Yeah, because, I mean, clearly you're taxing people that money, which is then just sitting there.
Yeah, we should spend down and not tax them more.
So put the window is something like that, I think.
So do we have those numbers? Do we know what the 5% is? have
Well,
that
we know
figured out.
if the budget's, if it's $30 million for the operating budget, then 5% is going to be
1.5.
1.5.
10 is 3.
10% is 3 million, yeah.
3 million.
Okay.
So,
And we're at 4.2 right now.
right, so John, to your point, if the max is 3.2, we gotta spend $1 million
Mhm.
this
Well,
year.
yes. That's not a policy, though. We don't have a policy on the
No.
max.
Right.
And I don't think there's a state law
And you probably
on it.
shouldn't have. You
Yeah.
probably ought to have like a procedure or guidance on the max, but there is a policy on the minimum.
Because like on the school side, they have E&D, and there is a max. It can only legally be 5% of the budget.
There's maximum stabilization of reserve too, so if free cash is the one that doesn't.
I don't think there's a max. I think that's.
So is the minimum a mass law, or is that our?
No, it's a town policy,
Cannot exceed-
finance policy,
and
yeah.
the reserve fund cannot exceed 5% of the tax.
Really? Is that a state law?
Boxborough's local policy.
No, I remember
Yeah,
that
that's a
actually.
local policy.
We choose a lower, so ours is lower at 0.6%.
Yeah.
But the state is 5.
What's that, what's 6%?
For reserve fund, 0.6% of the operating.
That's ours.
That's ours.
You're saying
Yeah.
the state has a law?
It's a 5%.
5%.
5% as a reserve fund?
No, yeah, for reserve fund.
Yeah,
The
for a
fund is
reserve
set
fund.
aside annually cannot exceed 5%, but Boxborough has a local policy of 0.6.
Because.
Think about like a city like
Because
Boston.
50% of our budget is the school. So the way we did it was, that's why we lowered that
Yeah,
percentage.
but 5% reserve fund is a huge number.
Yeah.
That is a huge number.
For a
I
reserve
mean, but
fund.
it's a maximum, so it's, you know.
Okay, okay.
It's like,
Okay.
cannot exceed.
Yeah, okay.
So we don't need to use all down to the 1.5, but let's see where we can use.
Yeah.
And
And
we're
there's also
looking
two items here on here we didn't talk about. One is the OPEB, which we added to this list, and the other one is the stabilization fund, adding some to that as well. So when we get to that, we can think about those as well.
at. Okay, so starting at the 400,000?
Let's start at the top. You start at the top?
Yep. Well, the very top is CPC.
Well,
Right.
CPC, we're not going to weigh in on those, are
No, right. So it's line 14, which is the
So-
software.
we? Yeah, that's free cash, right?
Mhm.
PPE is free cash.
Mhm.
I'm even thinking that the breeding apparatus is free cash as well, because it's like an 8-year,
With the 400,000?
yeah, it's an 8-year life cycle. I mean, it's not going to last 20 years.
I think the only difference is, the only difference is the size of the money. You've got 25,000 versus 400,000. I'm not against you, I'm just saying.
That's
But
what it
it's-
costs. And
But that's what the cost
It need
is.
replacing again in 8 years' time, it sounds like.
If we were tight on free cash, it would make sense, we could bond it, but I think since
Yeah.
we have so much, and
Okay,
it's a
all right.
short term, I think it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I may be connecting the wrong dots here, but is moving it from one column to another going to affect anybody's negotiating positioning
Negotiating with.
In
Power.
what respect, with the
For
vendors?
the,
with vendors? Yeah.
No.
No?
Well, because this
Okay.
is an internal document for now. And, I mean, you know, the idea that the
Oh,
breathing apparatus vendors watching our meeting is probably not a thing. You know what I mean? And it doesn't, I don't think so.
Okay.
Just
throwing it out there.
If it goes $1 over, we're moving it to bond.
We don't use cash to
For the record.
balance budgets, and we don't use it for
Yeah.
salaries, so.
So all of those below that, I think, are free cash.
Mhm.
I mean, even the car, to be honest, I mean, let's what's that, as a 5-year lifespan, right?
We've paid for cars in free cash before.
yeah,
So
we
wanna
have,
Move that.
yeah.
We have?
We used to use a stabilization fund. Back when it was really ugly, we used the stabilization fund every year.
We did that
At
to
our last
fund-
override.
We
Last
did
year.
that to fund a couple of years ago to
Yeah.
fund something
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. I mean, the compactors are 20-year items,
No, we
so
didn't do those.
although they're quite small, so I could go
Bless
either way
you.
on that.
Bless you.
I mean, to me, well, it's 60,000, we can come back to it and let's see where we land.
Yeah.
Well, I question the fuel tank removal.
For now, we're leaving compactor and bonding, or moving it?
Leave it in bonding for
We'll
right
leave
now,
it for
yeah.
now, and we
Yeah.
can come back and visit.
I mean, the
Fuel tank room is it's a one-off, right?
You want to leave it on the bonding?
What's under
Up it.
bond?
No, wait,
No.
what do you,
F is free cash.
That's a free cash thing,
it's
yeah.
free cash, yeah.
Oh, I
So
don't,
the
okay.
road paving, we're gonna leave bonding?
Road payment leave bonding, I think, that's sort of our custom and habit, isn't it, really?
So, the fuel tanks earned a free cash, Bob.
Yeah, good.
That's it. We kind of ran into this problem last year, where we had a lot of free cash,
So
but
what's the total?
Did dump truck get pulled? I have that on my.
Do we move
Yes.
anything?
Dump
Pull
it
that.
forward.
Yeah.
400,000 and a vehicle.
So that brings
All right,
us
so
down
we
to
cut
what,
into it by half.
2.4, 2.3?
I'm sorry, say it again?
That brings us down to what, 2.4, 2.3?
I still have 2.8 because,
Uh-oh.
no, because we have CPC funds. So if you're just talking about,
Yeah.
if you're just talking about the free cash and the bonding,
Yeah.
you're at 2,
That's up
um,
up at that.
I'm trying to add. It's really
You don't
hard
need
and
to
you're
add.
in my
If you-
ear.
Highlight both cells, it'll tell you the bottom.
Oh, sorry, no, Maria,
I know, but I was.
I was saying 4.2 is free cash.
2.227.
Oh, yeah.
So that gets us down to about 2.4, 2.3.
Okay, so they've got that over.
What are you laughing at? I know, yes, I have an Excel spreadsheet. Whatever.
Okay.
Apparently
so
wasn't
they've
that
got
life-changing.
160.
So, yeah.
Rajan,
So-
what does that leave
He
us?
said that, not me.
We take
Well,
1.8
that's because
out of
she
free
made
cash.
fun of my paper.
What do we have left in free cash?
So yeah, that was my question, is that brings us down to about 2.3 in free cash only.
Right.
How much, 2.3?
Yeah, 2.3-ish. If we're at 4.2 and we're taking out about 1.9, that should get us to about 2.3.
So we're
That's
below
definitely
our
under
10,
10.
we're below
I'm not saying
we're below the
that's our
10%, we're above the 5%.
I was gonna say, what's the 5%?
And that
1.5?
includes,
1.5.
and the one thing we haven't talked about, OPEB is what it is, but the stabilization.
Yeah.
That includes putting money into stabilization. Keeping in mind, we took 2/3 to get it out, but I think it's a
Yeah,
good
so the
idea.
FinCom felt that we're getting very close to our limit there, which is, again, 5%. We are just above 5%. We still will be above 5%, but we feel that if we have free cash available, it may be quite a good idea to put some away for sort of a rainy day. And have a little bit more cushion there for
Agreed.
future years.
So what if you do another 150,000?
Well,
Rather
but,
than 250, you mean?
so go 350 for stabilization?
Wait, you got 250?
Yeah,
right?
250's in there
I'm
now.
saying go to 400.
Well, but we have to remember that next
Yeah.
year's gonna be a tough year, and we may need
We
free
may need
cash
free
to
cash.
pay for
Yeah.
equipment and stuff that we put off.
It's
Well,
having
and it takes 2/3 vote to get it out of the
Yeah.
stabilization
Yeah.
fund, so it
I
makes it
mean,
a
I think it's
harder
having enough
lift.
in each bucket that we can have
Oh,
some
I didn't
flexibility,
realize
right?
that.
Some stabilization funds,
Yeah,
some
it's a
free
super
cash.
majority to use that.
So,
Yeah.
Because free cash, we can just use at our discretion like this.
yeah.
But
And the other-
With a majority
You can
vote.
use
Right.
for this,
You
but
said
it's a
2/3?
higher lift.
Well, the other thing,
Well,
the other
Yeah.
factor to think about for free cash is that we had talked about the idea of using free cash to fund the reserve fund, which is about $180,000.
So that's where you put the 150 bucks.
Yeah.
Well,
$1,000.
maybe you do and maybe you don't. I mean, that would be a sort of change in policy we'd have to do, I think.
Because we try and keep like if we're doing level service budgets, right, our reserve fund
It's
shouldn't.
the reserve fund is based on
It's a percentage of the
a
operating
percentage of the
budget.
budget,
It's 0.6% of the operating budget.
Yeah, ours is 0.6.
0.6.
So we've always funded it from the operating budget, and the idea is to make it free cash funded was because if we don't use it, it just flows back to free cash. So
Versus taxing people.
if we use
Okay.
none at all, we're sort of
Makes
taxing
sense.
it to put it into free cash basically.
But basically, if we don't use it, and generally, we don't, there's only been 1 year that in my mind, that we've ever used our full reserve fund. That was that crazy year with fees that Mike came, yada, yada. And it wasn't Mike's fault. Mike
No,
came,
not at all.
we had already spent the reserve fund.
Yeah.
So I
not
want to
your
make that
fault. Not
clear.
your fault.
remember.
He's like, wait a minute.
It was not Mike's fault. He
I
came
actually
in the
think
middle
it'd
of the
be more than
game.
right.
But that said, you know, that means we don't, that means we're tightening up what's gonna land in free cash next year. If we pull it
Yeah.
out of there, and we know generally 150 of that flows back in, snow and ice, between
Yeah, it's gonna
100
be
and
higher this
120
year.
flows back in. Guessing this year, maybe not.
Maybe not.
So, I mean, that's like really, it's $300,000 less that would normally flow back in.
And the other issue is that what's not spent would remain on the books, wouldn't it?
Right, so then we would just, once after the first year,
You have to
we would
start
just top
topping
it off.
Oh,
yeah.
perfect.
Which actually is better.
So,
All right, perfect.
for the second account, can we ask the same questions, right? You're talking reserve,
Reserve
It would be a
fund.
fund.
we
Like
have
a-
none right now, I'm sorry.
We have a reserve fund right now is money, money that's in the operating budget
Yeah.
to fund emergency
Been more than
operating.
one time that we've had
What
to
is the balance right now?
replenish.
Oh, it's about $150,000.
What is it supposed to be?
It would start with 178,000, I think, or
It's
something like that.
0.6% of the budget.
Right, so we're underfunding it by 20,000, is that my?
No. We've overfunded. We've got plenty left for the rest of the year.
No, I'm saying in general, there's about 150,000 left in free cash, in the reserve fund at the end of the year.
End of every year.
At the end of every year, when we've taxed that money. Doing this, we would take 170 this year, put it into a fund, and it would be truly a fund, similar, that was the other thing, the police and fire, I'll get to that in a second. A fund
We're never gonna.
And then we would just top it off. So if it's 170 and we only use 20 this year, and next year should be 175, we're just gonna put the difference in next year. We don't have to fund the whole thing again. And we don't tax
We
the
could take
whole
this
thing.
offline, but how is that, we don't do that currently?
No.
No.
It's in our operating.
It's not put in budget line, basically.
So I'm going to point out, though, if we've got, and I'm rounding, 1.8 in headroom, I'm not as worried about,
We haven't got 1.8.
it says that we're 1.8 below.
No.
No, they're right, Kristen, up there, 1.8 is the 18.
Oh, I can't look up there, it's way too far away.
2.1.
No, I'm talking about levy limit. Where this comes from is saying, should we use free cash to fund the reserve fund? And I don't think we need to do that. Do that next year. I don't think we need to.
So that's the question, do we do it this year, do we do it
No,
next year?
I think we save it and do it next year. Raise and
Yes.
appropriate it this year and do it next year, because we don't have the same kind of financial constraints.
We've only got 1.3 in headroom, not 1.8. I think you're looking at Rajon's.
Oh, I must be looking at the old one.
Rajon's
The
old
one.
model, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we still have enough headroom. I'm not feeling as pressured. I think we should tax it this year, because I think it should be raised and appropriate this year. Personally.
I don't know.
Because we're
It's not
saving
a hill I'm
for a
gonna
rainy
die on.
day.
I just-
Which one are you saying we should raise and appropriate?
Free cash. No, God, no, reserve fund.
Which we do now. The question
Yeah.
is, do we take it out of that and do it as a fund? And that's something we have to.
Yeah, I mean, you guys get to talk about it, but I don't see the pressing need to change our policies this year, personally.
And why are you proposing, what's the timing on this? Why? Because we have the cash?
No, I didn't
We
propose that.
It was back when we were heading for an
It
override.
was a strategy to help us use free cash.
Yes.
To give us a bit more buffer in
When we were
the
really
operating
close
budget.
on the override.
Which, Kristen's right, we don't need it now. We don't need to do that now. It would, but going forward, it would give us a little bit more headroom as well in the budget.
We don't need to
process.
do it now, but it might be the appropriate time to do it now.
Correct.
That's the question, right?
Correct, right.
Correct, yeah.
Right?
That's
We've
what
got
Kristen
cash.
said, that's what Kristen
No,
said.
I don't think, I have to weigh those pros and cons. I'm also looking at the amount of taxpayers that are reaching out to me and complaining about their taxes this year and last year, and if we can keep, I think we just kind of have to keep it level, stay the course, because we know they're going to jump up significantly when we have, in the very near future. So I'm kind of like, let's keep our reserves, meaning free cash, for when we're looking at a very significant increase in taxes, instead of kind of blowing it now, when we don't necessarily need it.
So you keep it in our back pocket till
Yeah,
next year.
it's
is what you're
toolbox.
saying.
You keep it in the toolbox.
On the
But
other
we're
side,
taxing
we
people.
sometimes worry that taxpayers will say, why you're hoarding all of this free cash when you could be using it on all these
Right,
articles?
exactly.
Well,
Well,
you
we
can't
are
use it
using
on
it
this
on these
budget.
articles, and we're maintaining 2 point,
Yeah.
we're,
Don't
yeah.
get
you-
excited
you've
about what
still
we're
got-
maintaining, because we
Yeah.
still have to fund
Yeah,
the police and fire training. That's not on here.
But
The
that's not very
funds,
much.
it may not be, but that's actually not true. We've lost, I think we probably used a lot of academy money for the fire,
Oh, yeah.
right? So what are those funds?
But
And that needs to be on here.
But Mike, that's not that much. I mean, what, 60,000?
I think it was 60,000 last year.
that's what that we were told last year, good memory,
I
yeah.
think it's 60,000.
Yeah,
Each.
per officer,
Yeah.
yeah, per
Each.
officer,
Right? And then, so
or
if we're
person.
down 2 firefighters and 4 police officers, are we gonna be able to replace those police officers? Even
We're only
2
down
of the
3,
4,
yeah.
or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
well, however that
That's
works
what-
out,
that's what it'll be.
without going through the academy. And so
Mm-hmm.
is 60, bringing that to 60 gonna be enough, or do we need to go higher than that? And I don't know what the fund is now, but that should be on our list.
I 100% agree, we have to be, if we need to bring, and we had talked about a planned replacement strategy for officers, so that we could manage that also, but we probably need at least enough for 2 people.
Yeah, do we
if
know
not
how much is
3.
in there, Hung-Wah?
I'm looking right now.
The training, or whatever we call it.
Well, it'd be 2 different budgets, one's police, one's fire.
Correct.
Right, there's 2 funds.
So I think there should be enough for 2 people in each fund, personally.
So, but that gets added on top of what's in
That's
there.
a lot.
So if there's nothing in there, what is that dollar amount of?
If it's 60,
50
that's
in there.
120, and that's 100.
Right, but there's money in there now that we haven't used.
We don't know.
And that kind of lines up with what Joe is saying, is we've got the free cash, we know we need to hire these people. You know, reserve funds are reserve funds, we don't know if we need it, but we know we're gonna need to train people.
And is there any other funds that we top off like
And,
this?
and if we wanted to get down to that 2.1, we've basically got, what, 280
We don't want to
something
get
thousand
down to
dollars?
2.1, no, we don't want to get down to 2.1.
You don't want to get down to
We
2.1,
want,
okay.
no, that's our minimum,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
That's our.
I'm thinking
Okay.
I'm thinking 2.4 is a good number
Okay.
to get to, actually.
But we need to figure this out first.
No,
'Cause it may
agreed, that's
not
a
be
good
that.
catch.
It
That's a
may
good catch.
be a couple hundred.
I just don't want to not have the money to be able to train people if
Yeah.
we're able to fix our public safety problems.
So that's going to get added to the budget though, right?
No, it gets added, it's
It'd
a
be
warrant
here.
article.
Be a warrant article.
Yeah.
Right, because they're not budget items, they're funds.
Right.
That we literally just top off. So when we know what the balance is now, we'll be able to.
Right.
I think we also have to be really careful that as we're building the fire station, as we're moving forward with these big projects, anything we cut now, we have to be cognizant of what are we going to need in 2 or 3 years, because we won't be able to add it back. At that point, getting taxpayers to add things back in will be really hard. So let's make sure we're planning for that.
And that just supports what we're saying now, put this training budget in now.
Yeah.
Because that could be something we don't need going forward.
Yeah.
Put it in now, because that's, when we set it up, we said we were gonna do that.
No, I
It's a
agree. Yeah,
yearly
yeah,
thing
yeah.
that we should be doing.
I'm just kind of trying to look at the
Yeah.
big picture.
This should be on this list, because every year we forget about it. One year we completely forgot about it until after town meeting. This should be like CPC, and we need to have these two funds on here. Because if we
Is there
forget
anything
about
else
it,
that
it could
should
be
always be
awfully,
on
I mean, we could eat up, we could eat up
They're
our
not in the
reserve
capital
funds.
plan.
They're not in the capital.
Oh, yeah.
Should we put it in the capital plan then?
Just for tracking purposes, we put OPEB in there. I could put
For
those
tracking purposes, that's
For
fine.
tracking purposes, a
Right.
good idea, Priya.
Yeah.
A good idea. Because otherwise we,
Because we,
Yeah.
you know, because if we have to train 4 people in those two,
No,
that's
okay,
our
but
reserve.
not the training.
Training,
Yeah.
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 The other thing is, we do have other sources of funds, these cable funds and TNC funds.
Okay, so that's not listed on here, that will be its own warrant, that's another warrant article.
Yeah.
Don't forget about temporary housing for the fire department.
Training.
Okay, hold on, one thing at a time.
Okay.
We just got too many things going at once. Yeah, that's millions of dollars.
I know.
That's gonna be $1 million,
That'll be
that's
bonding.
gonna have to be bonded.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
the TNC and cable funds, that's another thing that needs to be on this every year. Because we have to pay BXB-TV, and we pay it out of that, but we need a warrant article to do the expenditure.
Well, it's also
there's
declining,
there's
so we need to be
There's
prepared.
income to it, so it's offsets.
Weren't we informed that it's declining significantly every year? So that we also, at some point, are going to have to put money into
Expenses are
it.
higher than the
But
revenues.
it needs to be on this every year too.
Yeah.
So, Gary, maybe we have to track that as well. Okay.
Cable funds.
Yeah.
Cable funds, not
Sorry, Gary.
TNC.
Poor
No,
Gary.
TNC's $800.
Not really.
You're
short
in
month.
charge of everything.
No, that's what I
Cable
thought you
funds.
said. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
cable funds.
And then,
It's like a catch-all.
there's
Yeah.
that, the training, there was a
That's
third
the
thing
one.
that somebody
Yep.
mentioned.
Yeah,
Okay.
the memory.
Okay.
Kristen,
one for
was there a
police
third
also,
thing
or is
you
just-
mentioned?
No, that was the million.
Temporary housing. Temporary housing?
Temporary housing,
Temporary
that's, that's gonna have to be a bond.
So,
Right.
I'm sorry, but where did this come
But
from?
it's not on the list right now.
The select board.
Yeah.
I mean, IOD is.
What,
That's
temporary
right.
housing?
I like how you did that, I like how you did that, yeah.
So,
The training one,
Temporary
there's
yes.
The mice that run underneath their cots and the
There's still
mold and
60,000
the
in
water
there for
damage
training.
and all the rest
For
of the
which
stuff
one?
they're living in, and if it
Okay.
takes
I
us
think
3
they're the
years to
same,
build a
aren't
fire
they?
station.
They should be two
we're
separate
putting
accounts.
them in.
There should be a fire
Yeah.
one and there should be a police one.
Rita, what was the third thing you mentioned?
Yeah, but we
I don't know.
Fire,
because of all the
police,
things we're
housing for fire, and you said there was a third.
Cable.
And putting things in parking.
Cable funds, yeah, sorry. I know, it's like, but like, Bob keeps hitting my arm and I'm trying to follow 2 conversations. I'm a little out of practice, I haven't had kids yelling at me all 3 at the same time in a while.
Okay,
So it's 60,000 we have in there?
for fire,
For fire,
and there's nothing left in the police one.
okay,
The one I was confusing was the IOD is combined.
yeah, that's different, yeah.
And that one, there's,
Um,
looks like there's 35,000 in there.
In IOD, but that's not, we don't fund that, that comes from the insurance.
No, we do fund that, remember, as a backup, because we gotta pay them, and then it
But
gets,
bottom line, we don't pay it.
Okay, so how,
Right?
But
oh,
there's-
right, yes,
Yeah.
but we have to pay it.
But
So
there's
that one's
money
got
in-
35 in it?
but yeah, there's money in there right now, I think that one's okay.
So fire's got 60, is that enough, or do we need to add more?
Yeah, you need to add more, one more,
Well,
because it's 60,000 each, and they're gonna buy it too.
I don't think that's each.
We started the fund at about 60.
Yeah, and that was for 2 people.
I think
I think the 60,000 was to cover 2 people, so I think they're okay.
So then
I'm
police?
gonna have to check with police.
Police, I think we started at 45, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I was on the select board.
We probably need the same amount for police.
60?
Probably.
Wait, so how much do you
So-
have?
Nothing.
So Tony, for the police fund, we need to add 60,000 to this sheet,
A new line.
a new line.
The training.
And, yeah, for police training. And that from free, well, from free cash.
60,000.
60,000, that brings that up to 60,000. The fire department's at 60,000, and the IOD is 35,000, so that should be fine. Those are the 3 funds that we need to track every year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the very
There
least.
is
And if we think of
another one.
anything else, we'll keep adding it.
There's another one, IOD.
It's not here.
What's IOD?
I just added
Injured
it.
on duty.
Injured on duty.
And so we started a fund.
Okay, yeah.
Right, we started that fund.
So we need to replenish it, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right now it's 35, so we're good this year, but we need to make sure that's on.
That we don't forget.
this every year.
Yeah. You're now our
Okay,
brain
we still have
tickler.
money in that?
All right, so this is the police fund is at 60,
Salary reserve, how
and
much?
that's under free cash.
So we need money for
Yeah.
Good Lord, is that everything?
No, there's one other.
There's one other.
The salary reserve fund.
Shit, yeah.
We still have some money in there. We started that one with 10,000. We still have 4,100 in there, so we probably ought to put that back up to the 10,000 again. So I would say put another 6,000 into that.
Gary, did you get that one too?
No, I didn't.
Salary reserve fund?
Is this police fire?
No, town hall.
It's just townwide, just the salary reserve, like when somebody retires, so we can pay out their
Can I just
vacation.
add a line to the stupid spreadsheet? Okay, got it, yeah.
So townwide, and what's it called again?
Salary reserve.
There is no more making fun of me, John Connor.
What? Did I miss an opportunity?
What's that?
Yeah, 6,000.
Yeah. We started that a few years ago with 10,000.
Wife
We've
better.
spent it down to about 4, so we want to add in
Nicer than me.
6 to get it back up to the
Every
10.
year, 6?
No, just, I would say
Oh, don't make me
6,000
laugh.
for now, and then when we dip down again, we can add it.
No, but if I put a certain amount every year, then we track it. I'll put 1,000 in now, just to
Sure.
have it show up.
What's the amount for police injury
Oh,
coverage?
okay.
To insert a line.
I see. Okay, good. All right, so now are we at the same place?
Hold on. We got,
Did we create the officer on sickness and all?
Yeah.
Didn't we create one for police and fire separately, or did we
Yeah, we
combine
had that a
them?
long
We put it
time ago.
How
together.
much should injury coverage be? I'm gonna
I thought we created
The
separate.
injury is 35, and
I think
and he
it was
thinks that's
separate.
okay. So we're not adding to
I
that
think it was
fund.
separate, then we combined it.
Did we combine them?
No.
Correct.
The only thing we need to add to this for those funds is the police fund for 60 and the salary reserve fund
10.
for
For
6.
6,000.
We're bringing it to 10.
Oh.
Yep.
So I've got 198.
So we're not coming up with a number for
Um,
the cable or for the temporary fire housing?
There it is, 1933. The cable funds itself, so we have to add a line, but it's 0 funded. We just gotta make sure that we do an article for it,
Yep.
right? And, what was the other one?
The temporary housing.
We
No.
don't have that.
Yeah,
dollar.
That's gonna be
That's
bonded.
bonded.
That's gonna be bonded.
Whatever it is.
60,000.
And that needs to be more discussion, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, if that's a $2 million, I mean, that's a select board decision, but if that's a $2 million bill, and if we
Still
get
a
through
sidelong
March
glance.
town meeting, you know, like that, we have to have that conversation.
I'm
Or
getting
you
some
guys
negative
need to.
energy over here. That's all I have to say.
What do you have?
At negative energy.
Well, I'm kind of agreeing, even though he's been mean to me all day, I agree with John.
Because
Whoa.
of mice?
Well, it's not just mice. I
Mold.
mean, you know what?
All right, let's
But
table it.
all right, so 1,933,700 out of free cash, which brings us where?
2.141. No, 2.1.
See what
Okay.
you're doing to me.
Okay, that's, I think we're okay with that.
What about the 20,000 for the special town that we don't include in here?
The
What about
The 20,000 for what?
That went into the
Fire?
budget. Oh, fire?
Remember the SDM warrant article, 20,000? It's
Hold
for
on.
firehouse land acquisition, related cost 20,000. You guys
Oh,
use free cash
that's,
for
oh,
that,
that's
right?
what the,
Oh,
that's-
yeah.
Hold on,
You
hold on.
using free cash
Closing
for that?
costs.
Closing costs.
The
Closing costs.
Article 3 on the special town meeting, but that's 20,000, so that's, but we are using free cash.
We are using free cash.
Yeah.
At
but it's
this
the
town
STM.
meeting, so
Good
that,
catch.
our free cash
Yeah.
number
Yeah,
needs to
good
come
catch.
down
By 20 grand.
by 20 grand,
Yeah,
so,
that's what
Because
closing
we
costs.
used that in March, yeah.
but yeah, so we're not using it here, so it doesn't go in our model, It should just be
Just
like a
know that
line
way.
underneath, free cash, remaining free cash,
Free cash.
less 20,000 special town meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So 20,000 out of that leaves us pretty close to our limit.
Well, that was quick.
Yeah.
See? How quickly?
Hopefully there's some coming back in at the end of the
So much
budget
for that
cycle.
big
Well,
Right, so then the
Free cash
question is,
position.
really, Kristen, we're to that point where really doing the reserve fund this year out of free cash might not work.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a moot point.
Yeah, because
Well,
otherwise we're gonna,
unless we don't put money into the
Stabilization.
stabilization fund.
or we just keep it the way it is and then next year we revisit maybe?
You know, I hate to say it, I think that free cash is more important than the stabilization fund. For short term.
It's
We
more,
can still use it.
Yeah, but the only
it's more
issue,
liquid.
Right, it's more liquid, it's just so hard to
More
use the
flexibility.
stabilization fund, we're gonna need liquidity.
Well, I guess we get some interest on this, we get some.
True, yeah, but how much?
One thing to keep in mind with this conversation is that we have budgeted very tightly all the way across. So we expect less to fall into
Free
free cash. And in your model, your revenues,
ratio?
your revenues are a little higher.
Go to
So I
the
wouldn't,
model?
so just to keep in mind.
Yeah.
I would definitely not
Yeah,
expect as
we're-
much to fall back into free
We're
cash.
tighter this
Much tighter.
year
We
than
should
we had
be,
in the
yeah.
past.
You mean this year FY '26?
no.
No, this one for
FY
FY
Yeah,
'27.
but FY '26, the question is,
much
But we may still have some.
If we did our job last
Right, there may
year.
be some flowing back in this, right.
Right.
By design.
Well, yeah, like I said, if we did our
Right,
job
right.
last year, we tightened up the budget, so there wasn't a lot of surplus hiding in there.
I think we still modeled it at lower revenues than we're probably gonna get
Yeah,
For 26,
for '26.
yeah, not 27.
Right,
okay.
correct.
So,
So
do
Mike,
we want,
you're
do
saying
we want to,
free cash should be,
No, I'm just saying, just to keep in mind that we've budgeted tightly for
so
this
do we
year.
want to talk about stabilization being less than 250?
Yeah, I think maybe we're looking too much away.
so 200?
I'm that person that walked away personally, so I'm going to defer.
What did I do? I thought I heard my name.
I think it's probably like an all or nothing conversation, like, do we put some into stabilization or don't we? We're still at our 5%, we're above our 5% number for stabilization. We can afford to put nothing in there at all and still be
So,
fine.
so, let me just,
Go ahead.
no, so where did, don't, you all right? Go. So it's kind of arbitrary, right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to take the arbitrariness away from
Yeah.
our decision-making. What is in the fund right now? Is there any?
Stabilization fund.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What is the
Yeah,
amount?
yeah, no, that was in there, yeah. It's about 5% of the operating budget, so it's actually
I have it.
1.5.
1.5.
1.564.
$1.5 million.
Yeah.
And that is over our hurdle right
The
now?
hurdle is 1.476 for this year.
Okay, so,
It'll still be above the hurdle for next year.
maybe we should go to, make sure we're above the hurdle by 2% or something like that, instead of just saying 250K.
Okay.
Oh, that's a way to model it. Yeah,
So
go
make it
percentage-wise
7%
instead of
rather
dollar-wise.
than 5%.
Right,
I
right.
mean, just instead of,
Yeah.
at
okay.
least we can say, yeah, we were, the min's 5, we wanted to make sure we got a 1% buffer over that. And that's how we come up with $125,000 or something like that, in case we're
Yeah.
asked.
So is that what we're talking now?
I don't know. I don't know.
Or are you going to do the
Somebody has to
numbers?
do
Yeah,
the math.
I'm going to do it right now, yeah.
So
And that way you can say we contributed.
2.167. And we currently have, what did I say number was?
1.5,
1.564.
Yeah.
1.167.
Want the exact number? I have it.
Yeah, what's the exam we?
1585048.37. That's including the December interest.
Right, yeah.
So wait, we have 1.5 now?
yes, 1.5, yep.
And Tony, what did you come up with, 6% or
We
7%?
need 2.167
Whoa,
For 7%.
for 7%.
whoa,
Yeah, so
huge.
if we do that, but if we,
Good number, yeah.
So how much does that cost us to get to
It's cost
7%?
about 500,000, isn't
Yeah.
$500,000.
Half a million, okay, so that's too much. Right. 250 is 1%.
Again, I'm all for savings accounts, but I think liquidity.
it? Let's leave it as it is, let's leave it as, you know, I think it's not
the
worth
250.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think we don't move the reserve fund this year. and we
No, no,
look at it as
leave
next year.
I'm saying don't take it this year.
Oh, don't take it this
Yeah,
year.
I'm saying leave the stability fund untouched, and keep the flexibility.
So if we don't touch it, we're leaving the money in?
Take the 250 out.
Take 250 out, yeah, this one, yeah.
So now we're down to 1,683,700.
So when you're calling the stabilization fund the reserve fund?
No.
No, two different things.
It is a reserve, but yeah.
It's a what?
It's a reserve
a
fund,
reserve.
but it's not the reserve fund
Okay.
tied to the budget.
Yeah, don't say that.
So
my
now,
number's
do we want to
different.
have this discussion
My number's different now. though.
about like the reserve fund staying in the operating budget or being taken out and funded by free cash? Or do we want to wait a year on that? Because that's what we just said.
Let's wait a year on that as well.
Okay.
Mine is different to Rajon's number now for some reason.
For which one?
Wait, Rajon, that's
My-
you up there, right?
My total free cash usage is 17430. What am I
I'm the same. I just took the 250 out.
What am I missing?
It's 1.9 minus 250.
You're 1.7 what?
We have the same as for John.
I do
What am I
too.
missing? Yeah.
Let me see.
So take out the word less than, it's just less 20,000. Because then otherwise people will be like, what does that mean? Yeah, thank you.
Joe, you got 1.683?
Yeah, 2 over 60, we only need one.
You have that number up there, Joe?
Yeah.
Yes.
1 over 60.
Did you put your laptop on?
Died.
You were hoping.
Oh,
Oh, it died. I thought you were hoping. You were being hopeful.
I got all the totals
We still
until
have
these,
mine.
but now I gotta go to change it, so I think I'm actually good.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, no, I don't think police.
Power down. Wes is
Jenks
ready.
does.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, no, I believe it.
so are we good?
1683700.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you make the motion.
Okay.
So no motion to adjourn?
Okay. Hold on.
Hold on, wait, we're good with the
The
numbers?
select board's done.
I can resend this out to everybody.
So I think we're good.
So you'll resend this out.
Yeah, I'll
And
resend
is
this.
this, so I understand, is this your budget model, Tony? That's yours?
Mine, yeah.
That's not, well, because
Yeah, I know,
we're
yeah,
different
yeah.
than the TAs, so I want to
Yeah.
make sure, this is ours,
We'll have
that
to update-
Rajon's sending out.
Yeah, we'll have to
Yeah.
update ours, because
Okay.
we're gonna update it after this discussion.
Great, so,
And does
Are
this
you
model,
both working on this, or is just you working on this?
I'm working on my model, which is what I sent to Rajon, which he sent around to everybody. So
Okay.
ideally, we should work off the town model actually, which we should validate. But this is fine.
can
yeah.
you send me other account balances that are tied to this as well? Like the free cash, the other funds? Are they in, I thought that there's a version where you pull from them and you show it, but, is that all right?
Yeah.
They're
You're talking about what I
confused.
showed in my model?
They're looking-
Yeah,
Yeah.
just so we know,
When we go back,
because we
And we
should,
have-
before we send this around to everybody,
Yeah.
let's pull this up, pull up my model, and let's make sure everything works. And then.
Before we leave?
And send you both.
No.
yeah.
No, not.
No, okay, after we leave. Okay, I didn't know if you meant
Yeah.
before we leave. I'm
And
like,
then,
okay.
and that'll show the free cash balance and everything.
so
Yeah.
this is everything that we need to put on for warrant articles, cash related, and then the only thing left outstanding is the CPC, open,
Yep. That's the one thing,
Open
Kristen,
recreational
that
plan.
Alex has got to get more information.
that's the only thing.
Other than
Yeah.
the two possibilities that I mentioned at the beginning, which are
Yes.
very uncertain right now. One was the fire station temporary housing.
Yeah.
And the second one was an AVSME contract, if that comes to fruition.
Oh, yeah.
Right, but some of that will be offset by the budget,
Right.
right?
That will also affect the operating budget.
Yeah, just so we know it's hanging.
But that will
No.
decrease the operating budget, because we'll take out that 3% we have built in for all the part-time
Well, it depends what the,
and non-union
depends
employees.
what they
I think
negotiate.
I think it wouldn't necessarily affect the operating budget. If there's an increase, that increase would be an article on top of what's
I think-
already in the operating budget.
Right, but isn't what's in the, everything needs to be an the first year of the contract needs to be an article. So it would just move from the operating budget to the article.
What I'm saying though
Town
is,
meeting.
we already have something in the budget
Yeah.
for those employees.
Yeah,
If there's anything on top of that, then I think that would be the article.
No, you're talking about two different things. She's
Right.
saying that she believes if we go there, the entire value of a new union contract would be an article
for the first year.
for the first year, and then we could,
You mean those employees'
not the
full
difference.
salaries?
Yes, not
No,
the
no,
dif-
no, 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 no. So I'm a non-union employee right now. I have 3% added to my budget line.
Right.
I joined the union. that 3%, so let's just say.
Oh,
for
just
sake
the
of argument-
3%. I misunderstood
just-
you
No,
then.
just the 3%.
Oh,
So
yeah,
for
you're
the sake
saying
of
the same
argument,
thing.
let's say it's a 10% increase. The 3% gets added to that, and the 10% has to be in the article. It gets taken out of the
I got it.
operating budget.
So let's
It's in
say,
the article.
in a different scenario.
Yeah.
Let's say it's 3% COLA in the operating budget right
Right.
now. Let's say the contract ends up being a 3% increase. Do we take the 3%
You
out of the
have to take it
operating
out.
and put it into an article? Okay,
Yes,
that's
because I
fine.
think, you can check with council, my understanding is the first year of the CBU needs to be voted. We've always voted it as a separate article. I guess technically, you could say, you could point to the operating budget and say that's also the first year. But I mean, we have failed the first year contract.
Sure.
For police and fire. What a disaster that would be on town floor. I think that's why we do it as a separate article.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that makes
So,
sense.
so
And I
that-
will, I'll check
right,
with
and then it just
council
ends up
and-
going back,
Yeah.
but the net effect
Yeah.
is 0.
Correct.
Because it's 3, we're taking 3 out, we're putting in an article, and
It's
then we're
only
putting it back in.
0 if they don't negotiate a high
Other,
number of people.
right, right. But if they do, that still gets offset a little bit by the operating budget, which in respect to the model,
Right.
right?
Yep.
That just, it ends up being that difference,
Yeah, okay.
increase in the model.
Sounds
So,
good.
all right, so the CBU and then open space. So there's 3 outstanding warrants that are not on here, articles that are not on here. Fire station, housing potentially, the first year of a possible union contract, and the open space plan.
Correct.
Yes.
But the open
And
space plan.
Rajan's
It
added all
is on
those.
there, it would just change, okay.
Yeah, we
Right.
just need to know which way it's
Yeah,
going.
they're all up there, Maria. You can actually see
Okay,
at the bottom there.
okay.
For the open space
Right
one,
there.
is both numbers up there, the 25?
Yeah, they're both in there right now.
So the money's in there, but it's,
We just need to know which
One
one.
is coming
out
out.
of CPC or not.
Got it.
One is coming.
So,
All right,
so
cool.
that, wait, so that number's gonna go down anyway, because you've got 10 and 20 in there, so that easy.
No,
Right.
it's not gonna go down, it's just a matter of CPC will be 1,
Oh, and then we'll be funding the other with free cash.
yes.
So the net
may
is the
go
same.
down.
The
Right.
net is the same.
May go down, yeah.
Right.
Okay, then for the FinCom, I will take a motion to adjourn.
There's already a motion on the table from the selectmen.
Okay, all in
He
favour of
jumped, he
FinCom?
jumped us.
No, I had the
All in
motion.
I
favour?
know you did.
Aye.
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 Nobody seconds your motion. You gotta get a
All right,
second.
Wes has a motion on the table.
I second it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there a
All right.
motion for the capital committee?
My motion it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Drive safe, everybody.